at your own pace. Stepping.
We're going for auto sequence start.
Keep stepping at your, keep stepping at your, keep stepping at your own pace. Stepping. Keep stepping at your, keep stepping at your, keep stepping at your own pace. Stepping. Keep stepping at your, keep stepping at your own pace, own pace.
Something for your mind, your body and soul. Something for your mind, your body and soul.
Stepping at your own pace. Own pace. Stepping. Stepping at your own pace.
Something for your mind, your body and soul. Something for your mind, your body and soul. Something for your mind, your body and soul. Something for your mind, your mind, your mind, your body and soul.
T minus 10 seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Saying we're going for saying we're going for saying we're going for auto sequence start. 31 seconds. 31 seconds. 31 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ignition and liftoff.
Something for your mind, your body and soul. Something for your mind, your body and soul. Something for your mind, your body and soul. Something for your mind, your mind, your mind, your mind. Something for your mind, your body and soul. Something for your mind, your body and soul. Something for your mind, your body and soul. Something for your mind, your mind, your mind, your body and soul. Something for 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 your mind, your mind, your mind, your body and soul.
T minus 10 seconds. Saying we're going for auto sequence start. T minus 31 seconds. Saying we're going for auto sequence start. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
Something for your mind, your mind, your mind, your body and soul.
Stepping at your, stepping at your own pace. Stepping at your,
Something for your mind, your body and soul. Something for your mind, your body and soul. Something for your mind, your body and soul. Something for your mind, your mind, your mind, your body and soul.
keep stepping at your own pace. Stepping.
Saying we're going for auto sequence start.
Keep stepping at your, keep stepping at your, keep stepping at your own pace. Stepping. Keep stepping at
Hello, everybody. Why am I hearing myself? Where is that coming from?
What the
have
hell?
the-
Probably
the
from
stream
you. Do you
open?
have your stream open?
I have my stream closed. I thought
Is it deafened?
maybe in the other tab. Oh, there it is. This man, get out
I
of
was
here.
like, that
Here, man.
yeah, me. I'm hearing it through your stream.
Yeah.
That your stream.
Hold on.
Whoops. Hey, does your Giga Goober combo come with a toy? Hello, Oedipus. It does not.
Oh, chat
You
room.
were stolen from your money. This is Goober. This is not Executioner. This is Shady, not Desu. And this is Nezu, not
True.
Desu.
Yeah.
terrible, terrible.
Well, I'm Goober. I'll be
And
sticking
the
to
easier
ya.
was Desu not
And
void,
these are
right?
the old fellas. And we're here to talk about Sonic the Hedgehog. If you couldn't tell. Don't worry about the mucho texto in the background. You don't have to worry about that right now. This is just for
Oh my God.
a presentation, if you will. My Goombucks. Your Goombucks will be redeemed at a later point. But we appreciate the gachas. You shall
Good
receive
gacha.
your gachas in due time. But for now, let's introduce ourselves. Well, I did my part. You know who I am. Probably not, but you will know our names. Xenoblade Chronicles. Nezu, you start
Yes.
because you're to my right.
I don't think that's right, but
No, you're like
No,
to my
I
right.
I guess it
you're
is
to
your.
my
I guess
right.
it's your. It is your right.
Yeah,
that is
it's
true.
my right. It's my right.
Yes. But I am Voyager Nezu. I am
His own
a
syndrome.
big Sonic enthusiast. I've been so my entire life. I've pretty much consumed like most
cell phone,
Sonic
honestly.
media. Like when it comes to like video games, comic books, TV shows, I'm there. I've been there. I was there. I'm still there.
That is like a cell
you know.
phone of all the cell phones. I gotta be honest.
Be nice, bro. Especially after you put together this entire guide. Don't get started. Don't even get
You
I'm
started.
gonna
could
be
very easily
Omega
lose
owned.
1/3 of the stream.
I am going to get Omega owned by the end of this. I'll have you know.
Oh, well, I guess we can check after this. But
Mm,
yeah, I guess I'll introduce myself as well.
mm.
I'm Shady. I guess I could say I was like the nexus point for the conception of this stream because
Indeed.
we were watching the Sonic movies, right?
Mm.
And I was like, I really like this actually, and now I want to play Sonic games. And it was a while ago actually that you and Nezu, you guys
Mm.
put together like a kind of list
Yeah,
of
yeah.
Sonic games that I could play. And
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I kind of want like
That
a
would've been
more
helpful.
thorough guide. I wonder if one of those exists. Yeah.
Anyhow.
I was like, I kind of want a more thorough guide. I wonder if any of those exist because there's one of those for like Kirby, right? And I was wondering if there was something like that. And then you were just like instantly like,
How can you know that?
hey, what if I just make one for you, man? And I was like, okay, I trust you. And then you went and made like a whole production out of it. So we're here.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, everybody. But yeah, we're here.
But yeah, let me ask. Is the audio okay?
Yes.
Because you know,
Audio gamers.
Is
we
the
don't want
audio
to get
alright,
like
everybody?
deep into the stream and nobody can like hear
Yeah.
us. That would suck.
There is no music at the moment. There will be music once we start talking about the games. But we're just
Okay.
checking in right now. Audio is good? Okay. We're going to test
Okay.
out the music with potentially one of the most, like, I think this is like a beautiful song, honestly. But, like, people at this point are so fucking tired of it that it's disgusting to the ear. But please, all of you, brace yourselves for Green Hill Zone, not bass boosted. Let's go.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, of course.
There you go. Fellas, you're
I love
here.
this song.
It is a beautiful. Okay.
It is a
Let's
good
fucking-
song.
Okay. Immediate tangent. Immediate tangent. This is a beautiful song, isn't it? Now,
It's great.
if you don't know, this music, we're not gonna be touching too much on the music during the stream. I'll just let it play for itself, and it will do the talking, right? But I want to say that in the obvious of like Sonic, it's the classic of like Sonic has really good music. It's like a staple of like any discussion you will have about Sonic, and I think that it's like it shows that it's so good because like this at this point, like I can hear this music bass boosted and hate it, but then I can just listen to it normally, and then when this part in particular, it's even the part that has the most like repeats on the YouTube video, but this part is beautiful, honestly. And I always,
There's something like so. It feels like the start of an adventure. That's what I like about the song.
and I always liked that, and I always thought it was like just really good music, and it is. But
It's a fine
if
song.
you don't know, the part of the composers for the first Sonic game compose a duo, a trio. I think it's a trio of like composers that have their own band called Dreams Come True, and in this song of theirs,
That happens a lot with like some
Yeah.
of the composers in the industry, man.
yeah,
Final Fantasy has that. Then their band is like called the Black Mages or something like that. It's so cool.
yeah.
I love stuff like that. That's fun.
So I'm gonna be playing this song here for a bit, just so you can hear it. But they later made their own like little cover of Green Hill Zone, just for the sake of like covering it, but for like a birthday. But if you hear right now, the song is about to play the Green Hill theme. And it's about a song about marrying people, like asking to marry someone. It's a beautiful
The
song.
motif of Green Hill Zone.
And now
Your marriage proposal.
every
That's
time,
crazy, man.
every time that I hear Green Hill Zone, I just think of like a proposal now because it's like so perfect. It's like legitimately a beautiful song, and it's like
Getting married to
it
Green
just
Hill.
yeah. I will be honest. I found this like when I was relatively young, and I did think that as a kid, like, oh, maybe I should like propose with marry me. That would be really cool. And then I was like,
We would no, don't cringe at that. We would be so lucky.
I
We'd
would be so lucky.
No, I mean,
No
and she
shot
says-
for the time being. If she says yes,
If she says yes to that, that's the one, bro,
You're
for
a
sure.
winner.
Yeah, for sure.
but we don't have much time for derailments, and this song might
Sure.
omega claim the stream. But so let's go on back to regular old Green Hill, which is looking.
Can we like
not
start
very
with like?
sandy. Yeah.
I guess we kind of already established it, so there's no
Mm.
need. But yeah, I don't know anything about Sonic.
Yes.
I played Sonic, the first Sonic game, I
Mm.
believe. It's just Sonic the Hedgehog. I played
Yeah,
it on like the Wii emulator,
Yeah.
and I played Sonic Mania, and that's it.
Mhm.
I didn't even
Those are
finish
two-
either of them.
I will tell right now, those are two really good. Those are two really good like starter games, to be honest.
Yeah,
I have a
yeah.
few. If you want, guys, brace yourself because I'm about to zoom out. But if you want a really good, if you want a really good
Oh my
list
god! I didn't
Um,
even see the bottom part.
of
Holy
like
moly!
good
yeah.
starters for getting into Sonic the Hedgehog, I would say that not only Sonic the Hedgehog original, let me put it over here. Sonic the Hedgehog original, very good for being a starter game. But also this list of games right here: Sonic Adventure, Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles, Sonic Mania Generations, Frontiers now, Colors, IDW, and the Sonic movies. Those I think are fantastic resources for getting into Sonic. And some will disagree with some of these, but I'll give my points in a minute. For now, we're gonna do an overview of the games, of the mainline games at the very least. And it will be relatively, I'll try to keep it simple. And we obviously
You don't want the stream to be like
Yeah.
3 hour, like 3
we
like the entire
obviously
day.
start with Sonic the Hedgehog 1 for the Genesis. There's not much to talk about it, honestly. It's Sonic the Hedgehog 1. This song is beautiful. This is gonna be the whole stream. This song is awesome.
I mean, there's a few Sonic songs that I'm looking forward to hearing.
Yeah.
Honestly.
There's a
A lot of the
really.
Sonic songs that I do know about are honestly through like Silver Gunner rips.
Yeah, yeah.
Those are
Fair
that's why
enough.
I was introduced to them, or like YouTube poops,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
But yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog 1, I mean, it introduces everything. So, let me say this. Basically, this is a guide on how to get into the series, right? And I figured that, well, one of the better methods, which I call the hero story, it's a reference to a certain game, I don't know which one though, is just the chronological order. I think it's pretty good, and it will give you an accurate representation of the franchise, though the problem is, eventually you'll run into, let's call them slopes to get through. But obviously you can middle ground it and just skip through the stuff that you don't care about and just go through the things that you actually seem to be interested in. So that's my first
See,
tip.
that's one of the things that I'm kind of interested in because I have always heard, as someone who's outside of the Sonic community or like any interest in Sonic, that there's a lot of bad Sonic games. So I'm like,
Yes.
what are the ones that honestly, I don't care about like what people consider bad. I want to know what's actually bad.
Yeah,
Which
think
you know
that's
is a
debatable.
subjective thing, but
it's
you know,
yes, it's a
Because,
very
there's there are very few just like straight up awful games. So when I consider a game awful, I think it's just not fun to play. I think Sonic is like lucky in the sense there's very few games where it's just like I would just not tell you to play this because it's just not fun to play.
I would, the way that I'd put it myself is, I think that even the stuff that a lot of people shit on has its merits, right? Everything has its merits, to some degree. There are games and there are games. Yeah, and it depends on the system, depends on a lot of things. But I'll be able to point out certain things as we go along. I would say,
Okay.
But going back to the chronological order of things, we are in Sonic the Hedgehog 1, and it's a game. I mean, you said that you already played it, but I would say this just for anyone. It's good. Like I said here, it's good. But it is just not as impressive as some of the other ones later on, and we'll just kind of like fade into the background as we go on the series.
Yeah,
We wish,
typical
but then
for, like, the
Green
fake,
Hill will
yeah.
keep coming back over and over and over again.
Oh, Green Hill will keep coming back.
If you want my opinion, I also, in all of these, I put how you should play this game, because this is the most important thing about Sonic. I think part of the reason why it's so divisive is also because the definitive way to play it is always like a really weird thing, or it's like a fan-made thing. So you're gonna play it off of Steam and something, and maybe it's just a really glitchy version of the game, and you don't really know because you just like bought it off the thing. Like for example, Sonic Origins is the only way for you to buy Sonic the Hedgehog on Steam right now, and it's not a great way to play it. It has a lot of weird things going on. It's fine for playing it, but it's not. It wasn't a great product. Let me put it this way.
Sonic.
It was
Sonic might be-
overpriced. It's too like over the place, and it's like all over the place in terms of content. And at the end of the day, there's the phenomenal Sonic the Hedgehog Forever, which is a fan-made port based off of the Taxman ports for your
phone.
Yeah, that.
Sonic
Wow.
might be the most ported franchise of all time. There
Yeah.
are so many different ways to play it. like we don't go over, I don't think you went over it here, but there are the mega collections. There's like other games, but like it's been ported to hell and back, and they vary in quality. But you can find a Sonic game on damn near anything, pretty much nowadays.
That's
Unless
that's kind of like a problem for someone like me, because it's like I just want to play like the good version.
well,
Or well, not even
Oh,
not
we
even
got
even
that.
the,
lucky for you.
not even the good version every single time.
Yeah.
But like, what's the like most accurate like
You can just emulate it. You just emulate
way
it.
I can play this game?
Yeah.
Yeah, just emulate it. Right?
You
can
buy
just
it.
emulate it.
Sometimes like I've heard like a lot, especially recently. It's like, oh, actually emulating that game kind of sucks
Mhm.
because it like breaks something about the game. It's like, oh, okay.
I
well,
think-
I didn't know that.
I think Genesis emulation is pretty fine. I'll point out if like there's faulty emulation along the way, but
Okay.
I do think that Genesis is pretty good. I would still recommend Sonic the Hedgehog Forever, and that's the thing with a lot of these fan things. It's a lot of them are improvements on certain things. Like for example, this is obviously widescreen, whereas the original was not. And for Sonic, widescreen is very important because you want to see more of what's coming ahead. But Sonic the Hedgehog Forever also just has an option for you to turn that off. Just play it normally, you know. So that's why I
Sure.
think most of these are still solid even on their own. But I think that's pretty much it for. We're also spending some time here introducing what exactly is going on in this stream, of course. But I think that's pretty much it for Sonic the Hedgehog. I also put here always like a little like how long it takes to beat, because I think that people's time is finite on this earth. So maybe you should consider picking
So
up
true.
the really fast ones where you can just beat it in a couple of hours. And of course, this is a subjective thing, right? Like,
I'll make sure to weigh in if
yeah, this is a
it's like
subjective
not
thing.
true, but
Let me say this.
Sonic games can be beaten in one
If
sitting.
you're not a god gamer, this might not be very achievable. All right, but
I mean, I remember when I played it well, it was my first Sonic game, and I was on Green Hill Zone for a minute. Like I was just trying to figure out
Oh,
how to
yeah.
even get to the end of the game, the finish line, bro.
yeah,
So I can see it taking probably like double the time if you're playing the entire game like that.
yeah,
And if you get frustrated, you quit
yeah.
or whatever.
I mean, for
I don't know.
sure.
I don't know how hard the like
But
later stages get, but
Yeah, but I think it's at least a good like baseline on how you should view.
you should be able to beat.
You should
Yeah,
be able to
okay.
solve this. Yeah, should be able to
Okay.
solve this in 3 hours. But as Crap Brain plays us off, let's move on to good old not marry me again, so that we don't get copyright strike. Emerald Hill Zone with Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Now, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, I think it's a immediate improvement over the first game. I didn't go over much of the negatives of the first game, but just to be quick about it, it's not really about speed as much as the marketing made it out to be. It's more so about platforming. Like, speed is, like, maybe really matters in, like, Ring Hill and, in, like, Starlight Zone. Sonic the Hedgehog 2, I'd say, delivers on that promise wholeheartedly. All the levels are supposed to be, like, you're going fast. They figured out the level design for Sonic at this point.
So I remember when I was playing, when I started playing Pizza Tower, when I was streaming it, I was like, this game plays not like how I imagined like Wario Land to play.
Wario
It
Land,
plays
yeah.
more like how I always imagined a Sonic game to play.
Yeah.
Honestly, is it kind of like that?
I would say it's different. Peppino's movements in Pizza Tower is definitely a lot more, like, it has
Sonic
a
does-
lot more moves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sonic
is very
goes
basic.
fast. You have about I think
Dude.
really only two different like ways to augment his movement, which is like
To put it in
the spin
perspective,
dash and jumping.
put it in perspective,
Right.
the way that Yuji Naka designed the original Sonic is that it's supposed to be you only need one button and like of course like the directional buttons to control Sonic. That's it.
Mhm.
So, and a lot of the classic stuff tends to stick to that. Like they tend to not add anything that goes beyond like a button and like A and like a certain combination on your movement stick, you know, like the movement buttons or whatever. So much
One
so
thing
that
they did
this
add,
became a problem in Balan Wonderland when he tried to do the same, but it was a fucking 3D game.
His masterpiece.
His masterpiece.
Yeah. One thing I think they did
What
add in the
happened to that
Sonic
guy?
2,
Did that guy
though-
get like
Well.
get for embezzlement or something?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
Oh, well,
We'll
yeah,
get to that.
that's part of the guide. My bad.
This is part of the guy. This is part of the guy. This is part of the guy. Let's skip ahead. Don't worry about it. We'll get to that.
One thing I'll mention in Sonic 2 is that they added a lot of like, you know, the parts where like Sonic spin dashes like into a tunnel and he like comes out way faster. They did a lot of that compared to in Sonic 1. They did a lot of that in Sonic 2 to kind of give you the feeling of like going fast. There's a lot of slopes. There's a lot of like tunnels and stuff like that. So you're going a lot faster in Sonic 2. It's more about paying attention to where you're going because there's also shit that he puts in front of you to just like stop you. So
Yeah.
Sonic 2 is an interesting game.
It's an interesting game. I think it's pretty good. There's some zones that I won't name. Keep it a surprise, let's call it. But they can be very frustrating. But I'd say that Sonic 2 is definitely like a marginal improvements on Sonic 1. Let me actually zoom in for the people at home. Maybe some people want to try it and read. But that's Sonic 2. Even though we're enjoying the soundtrack, I will say this, and I put it here as a little funky. I don't think this is the best. I think this is the weakest of the three, and this is a little hot take that I have personally. Definitely not bad. It's still a great soundtrack, as I said here, but I think it is not the best at points. Like when you're flying. But let's move on from that for a second to go to perhaps the greatest soundtrack in gaming. Is that?
Most glazed of all time.
Is it? Oh my god!
Not wrong though.
Woo! Let's go. Here we are in Sonic CD, and it's shit.
Okay, so this is. I was looking at this and I was like, wait, Sonic CD is like not good? I thought it was good because every single time
my
I hear
God, if-
people
if
talking
someone-
about like old school Sonic games, it's like, bro, Sonic CD is so good. Is it just because
Someone
of the
who tells you
soundtrack?
Sonic CD is a good game has never played Sonic CD.
Yeah, exactly what
If they say that's their favorite Sonic game, they've never played Sonic
they
CD.
listen to the soundtrack, which is phenomenal, but that is a lie. Either that, or they are really into exploration, like not like really into like how you like might enjoy a 3D platformer or something like that. It's exactly what Oedipus said. It's a step back from Sonic 1. So to explain what happened here, Sonic 1 was a huge success, and they were like, well, we gotta do something with this. So they split the team. One team went to America, another team went to stayed in Japan.
Okay.
The team that went to America made Sonic 2. Sonic CD
wait a minute.
was made by the Japanese, so you can stop glazing those motherfuckers.
wait a minute, my narrative, bro.
The only thing that you can say
Not good?
is that the American soundtrack for a CD is worse. Not bad, but worse than the one from the Japanese one. But the Japanese were not clicking with this one, fellas. So it's very weird, and there's a lot of little wrinkles that I won't really get into it, but it is like what happened there. And because of that, Sonic CD is a lot more, I would call it experimental. It tries to go for a more like exploration. Like the levels are huge, but they're huge for no reason, you know. The mechanics.
Actually, now you're actually reminding me that that is something that I've seen a few people say. Like, it was like controversial take, but I love that there's so many different ways to approach the levels in Sonic CD.
It's a lie.
I was like,
it's a lie. First
I was
of
like,
all,
I mean, that sounds good to me,
Yeah.
but like, I don't know. As I've aged as a gamer, I've come to enjoy the streamlined experience.
yeah.
Especially especially after playing Pizza Tower so much. There's some levels where there's kind of a few ways to do it differently. There's like shortcuts you can take, but it's mostly you're just playing the level as it was intended to play,
Yeah.
right?
And
that's fun. It's fun to get really good at doing it the one way very quickly. So I don't know if that's like the correct way to go for a Sonic game, but you know what? You know, maybe a game down the line that you're going to talk about will prove me wrong.
Let
on that.
me explain this to you because I think it's an important thing to learn about.
And I'm going to
Sonic.
keep bringing up Pizza Tower
No,
because
no, that's fine. That's totally fine. Yeah. But in Sonic, the level design, there is like one prevalence, like design elements, I guess, for like several things. Some games do it, some other games don't. But it's basically the differentiation between the high path and the low path. So this is exemplified perfectly in Green Hill Zone. If you play the level perfectly, you're gonna be mostly on the top path, which is really fast. You're basically like just blazing through it. You're like having a blast. There's a bunch of like cool spins that you can do and all that shit. All the glitter of the world. And if you start doing not so great in the level, you will start falling, but you don't immediately just die or like fall into a death area or whatever, right? You will actually fall into a lower path that still will lead you to the end of the level, but it is much more focused on slow and steady platforming.
That's so interesting. I love that idea that like failing like a jump or something or running into a wall or a trap like causes you to go on basically like you fucked up path basically.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that. Or
Yeah.
you can do it on purpose. I'm sure, right?
It's something that a lot of fans really always ask for, and sometimes it's just, you know, not really asked for.
That's like such a fun idea, so I like it
really
in concept at least.
Yeah. Now here's the thing. That's not really a thing in Sonic CD. Sonic CD has like path is everywhere in the level. Like you can fucking go anywhere. Like you can just fuck around. You can go to the past. You can go to the future. It's like a mess.
Let me guess. It has that fucking pit that I hate.
It has some areas that are very
everything that you
yeah.
hate.
It has everything that you hate. It's legitimately, if someone is glazing the Sonic CD level design, I don't believe them. I tried, and honestly, I do have an enjoyment of it. I enjoy being in the level and like just kind of like fucking around. It's fun, but it is very much. It's almost like being in a Gmod map, and you're just fucking around. You're like jumping around while talking to people on VC. That's Sonic CD. You're like fucking around.
It's the
Wanderlust.
perfect late night discussion game.
Yeah, it's a Wanderlust kind of game. With the problem being that if you don't know some specific things about the levels, you are going to see Sonic cry at the end because you fucked up. You didn't collect all the time emeralds. Is it time emeralds or time crystals? I don't even remember.
I think the time crystals.
Yeah, I think it's crystals. But
That's one of the things that always intimidated me about Sonic. Like when I watch people play through some of the levels, and I don't even know what Sonic games is from. It's like, okay, what you have to do is go all the way up here, go backwards, and then go up this ramp, and then you gotta crash into this wall that will reveal like a secret path, and that's how you beat the level, bro. I'm like, what?
See,
How would I ever figure that out? Because no, even when I was playing Sonic Mania, there was I felt like that was I felt kind of lost like that in some of the levels. So
That's-
I'm wondering about that.
That's the beauty of it. A lot of these secrets, they're in classic Sonic, they're hidden from you, but in the first few areas, what they do is they always have one that you're going to stumble into completely by accident. Sonic Mania has a great example. In their version of Green Hill Zones, when you're flying through the level, just like going, if you're like you're going to crash into a wall, and that wall has a special stage ring inside of it. No matter who you're watching playing this game, they're going to crash into that wall and in their first playthrough and find that ring. And it's going to alert them, check this shit out. Like, look around to see if you can find it. If you're like sussing out that somewhere might be like secret area kind of stuff, go there, right? They kind of get you used to that idea before they
game design.
Yeah, exactly. Before they pull the rug on you and start just figure it out now.
You gotta
know?
find this shit yourself.
Find yourself. But legitimately, it's never that hard. Sometimes, a lot of the times, like in your first playthrough, you're not gonna get everything. But in subsequent playthroughs, like, it will be much easier, you know? That's the thing with, like, specifically classic Sonic, is made like an old game. It's, like, based around the idea that you're going to be playing these things multiple times. And not just the one time, the one run through with, like, a walkthrough or whatever. You're just going to be playing this several times over. And that's why, in the next game, they even add new characters, because they know that you're going to be like running through the game several times. They make sure to give you more options so you can spice it up, right? And this will become like a really prevalent thing on all the classic Sonic games moving forward. But it is like a honestly, going back to CD, all of this that we're saying is not present in CD. I don't know what the fuck there was. First of all, like, if you like how, like, one of the things that I'm not gonna say this is a negative or a positive, but while most, like, areas in Sonic games are like, here is Volcano with, like, cool aesthetic, here is, like, green place with, like, hills and whatever. Sonic CD has, like, here is like a fucking new age album cover. And it's like, run through it, motherfucker. Like, okay. And it's like,
Here's some geometry, bitch.
Yeah, here's some fucking
cyber
geometry.
hell,
Yeah,
actually.
it's
Those are
that's a
fun.
perfect description for it. It's cyber hell.
Yeah.
Even in like the
You're making it sound kind of epic. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie, Shady. I like
It's
this
a
game a lot. I like this game a lot, but it is some ass. It is so ass. It's like, I guess this is a great place to say this. Sonic, the thing that we were talking about before, of like, people will have different takes on what Sonic should be and shouldn't be. But one thing's for sure, you're gonna have a lot more fun if you can accept that something is bad, but you can still enjoy something from it. If you can't, then it's not for you. If you go like in Sonic Adventure 2 and you're like, goddamn, why is everything so fucking loud? You're gonna have a bad time in that game. But if you just go,
I think that's a thing that people definitely have struggled with, though.
yeah,
Where
it
it's like,
is. It
I mean,
is.
there's the funny where it's like, if it's good, I like it, and of course, I definitely subscribe to that idea. But
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like, this thing is bad, and I know it's bad, but I kind of like it anyways.
Yeah. It's kind of fun. It's almost fun, like, just in a anthropological way, just being like, who the fuck made this? And like, what is?
All right. Calavera took the bait. Ban him. Ban him. I knew he was gonna say something. Ban him. Time him out. Wow, he's so easy. Man. Holy moly.
Too easy.
Oh god. I just realized the chat is not fucking working. Oh god. But
Thank you, Calavera. Thank you.
It is exactly that. It is perfectly really broken game that you can expect much of nothing going on there. But despite me wanting to stick here for this lovely composition, you have to go for an even better composition.
I do gotta say, I'm so excited to play the Sonic games or some of the Sonic games, so I can actually like have like the right to listen to these soundtracks and the context, of course. Because I'm autistic about like not listening to a full OST unless I played the game. I don't know when that I developed that, but I refuse to listen to the OST of a video game in full without actually playing it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
I'm exactly.
There's a lot of stuff that I missed.
I can respect it.
Yeah,
it's like holy.
Some are like, I'm not gonna play this, but I'll listen to this anyway. But a lot of the times
it's on a case by case basis. If I know I'm never gonna play it, I'll just listen to the OST. Exactly. Yeah. But I'm interested in playing Sonic, so there's a lot of like Sonic OSTs that I have just not listened to because I haven't played the games.
But it's time for us to hear a song that defined a generation. Because we're going to be talking about, before we go, we're going to talk about our side media opportunity. That's right.
Okay, I have actually seen the Sonic OVA. It's wonderful.
Wonderful.
You might know everything I'm going to do, but that's not going to help you because I know everything you're going to do.
Exactly.
Strange, isn't it? I love that. I love this Sonic OVA. It's so good.
Piece of media in every single way possible.
It's so well animated. It's so fun to watch.
It's literally cinema.
It's cinema. Oh
yeah. Knuckles has his cool hat in that one.
Yeah, it's a cool ass hat. But let me skip ahead a little bit here because we also have a flow chart. If you were not interested in playing this shit, right? But in this flow chart,
Jesus Christ! Every time I look at this,
here's my reasoning. Right? You start here. Let's say you say to yourself, actually, I don't really want to get into Sonic, but I just want to get why people like him. You watch this shit, and this is gonna happen right here. Never mind. This shit is sick. I'm back. I am so back. What the fuck is this guy? This guy is epic, actually? What the?
Sonic is actually like so cool in the OVA.
What the fuck?
He's literally way past cool.
He was lame. What the hell happened here?
Yeah, honestly, that was my actual experience with the movie.
And then you see the movie, you're like,
I was like, I don't think Sonic is honestly that cool. He's kind of like, I don't know, I don't get it. And then I watched the movie, was like, I get it. Acting like the Danny DeVito gif. I
fucking get it. This is like honestly perfect media right here. This is one of those cases where like
it's not very long either. It's just good.
It's 30 minutes, legitimately. I was gonna say actually, if you didn't watch it, like since you already watched it, I will still offer it, but I want to watch it with people that are interested in like getting into Sonic.
I want to watch it after I play Sonic PD or something, or maybe one of the Genesis games.
I think it would be best after. If you plan on playing CD, which I do recommend, I'm
gonna give it a try. I'm not gonna promise I'm gonna complete it, but I'll give it a shot.
But the other one that you can play, because technically you're supposed to play this after you meet one Mr. Knuckles over here in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Now, first let's get into this. It's 2 games. This is unfair. This is the best game in the franchise by several
cheating.
By several people, but it's cheating because it's 2 games. So what happened? and why 2 games? Oh, guys, it was because, did you know, gaming, Michael Jackson? It's the rights. It's the music rights. Oh, it's 2 games because they were lock-on technology. They wanted to sell you DLC in the 90s. It's
What
2
the hell?
games simply because they had a deal with McDonald's back in the day, and they were like, shit, we're going to run into our McDonald's deal. We gotta like fucking do something so we can put a game out with the McDonald's deal. What the fuck are we gonna do? Just split the fucking game in half. We're gonna put this game here, and then the next one is gonna have like the other half. Genius! And we put like lock-on technology, pretending that 2 games can suddenly make a bigger game. No! They literally adjust the fucking game. Not to say that it's all
It
the,
worked though.
it's not like all the info is stored in the file, but it's legitimately okay, you're switching over to this other game? Okay, so let's just open up this cartridge instead. It's genius! But it's legitimately the best game, like, but Mania is like in contention, right? It's like the constant argument now between this and Mania. But Sonic 3 and Knuckles is like, you could say that Mania is kind of cheating, though this game is certainly cheating too. But
Mania cheats in a different way.
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
building
exactly.
on what Knuckles,
exactly what this
Sonic
game
Knuckles
itself
did.
did.
Yeah. But Sonic 3 and Knuckles exist on its own.
Yeah,
It's like,
exactly.
this shit is like crazy.
But why it's so great? Sonic 3 not only looks at Sonic 2 and says, oh yeah, you should be going fast. It looks at Sonic 1 and says, actually platforming in Sonic has its place. And it combines those 2 elements with also a bit of exploration that CD didn't do very well. But Sonic 3 and Knuckles manages to make your exploration really fun and really important for the game, because you're not just looking for the 7 emeralds this time around, you're looking also for the super emeralds, which means that you have 14 collectibles between like this double of a game basically. And it makes for a really fun experience, because even though like you'd think that exploring goes against it, I think that exploring in Sonic games is actually really fun, because it's like a moment. It usually comes as like a magical moment of you like finding something tucked away, you know. And it's best at it in the classic games, because most of the time it really is something truly tucked away in somewhere that you wouldn't think to check if you were just blazing through the level. So it rewards the player it rewards both the player that is actively engaging with everything in the level instead of just blazing through, and also a player that knows like where everything is because they played it several times. So I would say that
Tower.
it says like, oh, it is Pizza Tower. That's how I was actually gonna mention that before, forgot. But this game is basically like where Pizza Tower took a lot of inspiration. Of course, that was also in Wario Land 4, but a lot of the secrets in Pizza Tower are designed exactly like this, where it's like something that you possibly will find your first way through, and then as the game progresses, they get a little bit more complex, and they're like a little challenge out of the way. Now, what is that little challenge? I put only here the Baron Carnival Night as a negative, and you will get it when you get there. But
Okay.
there is a potential negative too if you hate fun, and it's called blue balls. Now, get blue balls means
Oh, I know that.
yeah, you would know because you played Mania, but it is the special stages in this. And they're fucking hard if you're a child and you're trying to get the fucking emeralds. But you gotta do it.
I mean, I'm just gonna be real with you. When I was doing those in Mania, I was like, this is hard. I don't know if I can like do all of these.
When they make you fucking go backwards to fucking get the coins, go fuck yourself, whoever decided that. It's like a dick move, honestly. An actual dick move. But otherwise, legitimately, I do think Sonic 3 and Knuckles, it's like phenomenal video game. I'd recommend it. Like, this is like the game that I recommend to people that just want to play the best Sonic game. That and Mania, but I think that it depends on where. Like, if I know someone can get Sonic 3 in Air, which we'll get to in a bit, I usually recommend it because it's like more of a important parts of Sonic to know Sonic 3 and Knuckles than to know Mania. Sonic 3 and Knuckles is literally Sonic 2, the movie, you know? That's legitimately the plot of it. That and a bit of adventure, but it's mostly Sonic 3 and Knuckles. The start with adventure is more so a repetition upon Sonic 3 and Knuckles. But here's the thing. Sonic 3 and Knuckles has a little problem. It's not Michael Jackson. It's Michael Jackson's employee, Brad Buxer. This guy, so if you don't know, you know this, did you know gaming? You didn't know gaming. Michael Jackson worked on Sonic 3 and Knuckles in the soundtrack. We can
yes, I've heard this one.
Yeah, this is known. This is known. But the problem is this fellow over here, Brad Buxer. Michael Jackson possibly didn't do much on Sonic 3 and Knuckles, but Brad Buxer did, because Brad Buxer was the guy that was actually in charge of like doing a lot of like the actual composition and shit of Michael's songs.
The production of the songs itself?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Brad Buxer basically like has the rights to some of the songs, which is a problem because Sega doesn't really want to pay for that shit. And it causes them to basically have to use songs that were there beforehand. Like, they're temp songs, basically, for those things. And they're not terrible, depending on where you're hearing them. They were terrible at first, but some people can make it work, is the way I'm gonna put it. But those people are not Sega, and much less Jun Senue, for those in the know. But, it's a problem because, like, in a lot of the re-releases, which Sonic 3 doesn't even get re-released very often because of this. They have to now change the music, and it's just not the same. But you have the phenomenal Sonic 3 Air. Honestly, it's so good. It's literally like video game, like imagine like having your favorite game and being able to pick and choose the stuff that you want in it. Like, to a meticulous degree. Not because the devs didn't allow you, but more so because you just want to fuck around with it. Sonic 3 Air is that. It's basically like it's a fan port that has every single option anyone may want in their playthrough.
Like what?
Like, you can play completely vanilla, or you can play with widescreen with support for Sonic Mania movements. You want to play with the sprites from Sonic 1, you can do that. You want to play with the sprite from Sonic CD, you can do that. You want the janky movements from Sonic CD, you can do that. It's like
what the
legitimately every single fucking piece of option that you might want for Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Besides, like, I want fucking Knuckles to have huge titties. That's the only thing I will not find here. But there are other mods.
Aww.
Here's the thing.
Well,
Sonic 3 Air is also a game that is heavily modded in and of itself. If you ever gone to Game Banana, if you look at the top games, it's usually like Smash Ultimate, some other one that I'm not remember, and then Sonic 3 Air. Because there's a shitload of mods for it. With like new levels, new everything for it. This is basically
that
like a
much,
content platform. Yeah.
Oh, I have seen tons of like level mods, so just like, you know, on Twitter. Like,
Yeah.
I'll just see like, oh, this new level was just dropped in, and somebody was like, yeah, this one's pretty good. I rate it X out of X. You know. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, that's interesting that people are still making stuff like that. I guess it was for Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty. There's sometimes it's just fan made stuff, like actual fan made like port with like its own engine. But a lot of the times it's using this as a base, basically. You know. Now, here's the thing: Sonic 3 and Knuckles was so fucking good. It basically killed Sonic. Because now everything is compared to this, and nothing is this. And Sonic 3 and Knuckles is legitimately... There is a big problem with it. And the big problem with it is...
How do you beat perfection, bro?
Not just that, but there wasn't a follow-up to Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Sonic 3 and Knuckles, until maybe... Some people want to say Mania is Sonic 4. We're not going to talk about Sonic 4. But some people like to say that Sonic 3 and like Mania is the proper continuation. It's like where the franchise would have gone. Instead, the franchise basically like kind of like waddle around, so much so that a lot of people associate the failure of the Saturn on the West to being because of the lack of a proper Sonic game, like a proper Sonic continuation, especially on launch. But let's talk. What the fuck was going on then? What were they doing while all this shit was going on? And well, they were doing Knuckles Chaotix. First of all, have you seen Knuckles Chaotix, Shady? Is my first question.
Very briefly.
The gameplay.
It doesn't look fun. If I'm thinking of the same game.
The gameplay of Sonic Chaotix is based around your player character over here has a little buddy, right? And it can be like a little bee fella. You really like it if it's the big fella. Sometimes it's a lanky ass like alligator fella. Sometimes it's a fucking ninja fucking chameleon.
Chameleon. Yeah.
But here's the problem with it. Because, I mean, Tails was around with you before. What's the problem with this? They tie you like the good old ball and chain. So much so that there is literally a ball and chain in the game that will slow you down. You would be like, that sounds cool. You like do it together as a partner. Here's the problem. These two fellas, you get them randomly. You don't get to choose.
Oh, you don't get to control it.
You just get it. And there's like partners that are actively detrimental, like a bomb fella, or a little weight that is a big old weight that will weigh you down. And,
What the hell?
and
What?
make some levels fucking impossible to beat. And here's the thing.
Why did they make it like that?
Knuckles Chaotix, first of all, has a really unusual approach to level design for Sonic, which is vertical level design. Which Sonic is not even in this game, by the way. He's like in the ending. He like shows up for a second, but he's not even in this. It's just Knuckles. By the way, in the Japanese version. Sorry for the amount of tangents, but in the Japanese version, it's just Chaotix. But in the Western version, for some reason, they had to make it possessive, and it's like it's Knuckles.
Knuckles is his Chaotix.
Knuckles, they're Knuckles, okay? They're for him. It's like
I mean, they're literally like chained to him, so I guess they're his.
Whoa, buddy. But yes, like I was saying, the problem is this game has a really.
What did they mean by that?
That's
interesting.
They just wanted to use Knuckles' name because
no
it's
one knew
recognizable.
who the Chaotix was.
Yeah,
so
who knows about
they
the
attached
Chaotix?
Knuckles to it, basically.
So basically, here's the problem right here. You have to go through a vertical level with sometimes characters that are literally made to weigh you down. Or sometimes you fucking don't care about any of this because you got a little bee fella that's with you, and you can just switch to him, and he can just fucking fly through the level and completely ignore the level design. It is a mess of a game. And while CD has its charm, I think Chaotix's charm is just the fact that, first of all, much like CD, it's like really weird and has like really weird level ideas. But it also the soundtrack, which is pretty good, and it's running through the 32X, which has a better sound chip than the Genesis. You're hearing to it right now.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit of a problem. Then, as we go down, this is not really in order, but okay, Sonic is coming to the Saturn, guys. What is it? It's Sonic R. What is Sonic R? It's a racing game where you are Sonic running. That sounds awesome. A Sonic game where you're running a Sonic. Imagine the worst. You know, people that complain about how janky the fucking Sonic's, like, the Sonic controls from the 3D games are. They have not seen this. This is terrible. And it has like the worst like mechanics. It's not just a racing game. You have to get the emeralds in it to get like the good ending. It's fucking weird and bizarre.
Oh, this is the Can You Feel the Sunshine game?
Yes, that's the other good thing.
Oh my god.
I've seen a theme here. What is the redeeming factor of this one? Good soundtrack. What's the redeeming factor of this one? Good soundtrack. Now, here's the first time that I'm going to break a little bit here and say this is a side media opportunity for a game that is not actually like a Sega game. This is a fan-made game, but it's based off of one of the old games that was Sonic Triple Trouble. Sonic Triple Trouble released on the Game Gear, and the Game Gear games kind of control like ass, if I'm gonna be honest. But this not only transforms Sonic Triple Trouble into an actual cool, like, adventure, like the old Genesis games, it also, like, it's like a fucking Mania. It's like Mania, where it, like, has a lot of its own level design and shit like that it includes to it and makes it really like its own experience, basically. So, it's pretty cool, and I would definitely recommend it. Then, you have 3D Blast, which was both for the Genesis and the Saturn. The only 3D Blast is 3D, like how
quote unquote.
Yeah, like how Donkey Kong Country is 3D, right?
Oh, okay.
And they basically they spread it over a 3D model and put it into a game.
Yes.
Okay.
And it has a lot of basically like it's fine. I actually played this as a kid. It was one of my first Sonic games, unironically. But it's not the best. I'll put it that way. It can be not really interesting, but if you're playing the Saturn version, not only do you get to see a miracle of engineering, because there's a really good channel, I forget the name of it now, but it's one of the devs from Traveler's Tale, which made this game, that basically goes through the process of how it went by to make this game. And he even put out a director's cut of this game. And it's really interesting. It's like actually like really cool to see it. Then, as we keep going, what else was going on in the 90s? Well, cartoons for Sonic, the comics, the British comics, and this is also the same. This is the same as this. It's just that this is later on. I could
were these the funny ones, or were these just like
these are the funny ones?
These are the funny ones.
Comics.
Okay.
Let me put it this way. Okay, the cartoons are, you know, there isn't much to talk about them. They're just kind of there were 2 cartoons running in the there are 3 cartoons running in the 90s. There was The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, which is the one that you mostly see in YouTube poops. This one.
Yeah.
Then there was SATM, which is Saturday. It's like the fucking Sonic Saturday morning. Yeah, it's a Saturday morning cartoon, like action cartoon where Sonic and his friends are like freedom fighters, and they're fighting against Robotnik in like a roboticized world. And that's the basis for the comics, and by this point I'd say that the Archie comics are way more popular than CTM, but CTM has its own fans. And Sonic Underground, which
Sonic Underground.
was the cartoon of all time. Let's put it that way.
People don't.
Yeah.
People don't seem to like it. Yeah.
No.
It's
Listen.
something. It's funny.
I could go on and on about how what this shit that Archie had, and like, there's also
That's
Sonic.
like that's like a whole thing.
Yeah,
that
Sonic-
people have covered.
Sonic the comic. Oh, like this is the British one, and it's somehow even weirder. Sonic is a fucking asshole in this one. It's a.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah,
a
yeah.
thing.
I think I've seen some of
Yeah.
the like panels from that.
Yeah.
one.
I will not get fully into this, especially because for those in the know, we will talk about the big thing regarding this later.
Yeah.
The American
later.
Sonic comics from 2003 until the new versions come out
Yeah,
might be just peak reading of all time. Like
it is. Yeah, this is the
art
stuff that
style. Oh god.
There's like a later portion of Archie that a lot of people say like to just basically skip to, but then you miss a lot of stuff.
Do not skip it.
But it's a lot. I'll tell you that much. It used to be the longest running comic of all time. Like
Wow.
without like
I mean, that's a big commitment, bro.
like fucking Action Comics like never stopped, or Archie. What about Archie? The Sonic comics never stopped publishing through their whole fucking thing. They were coming out fucking weekly. One Piece eat its heart out. This shit right here beats One Piece, but I think still, I don't know if One Piece has like beaten it in terms of length yet, but yeah, it's a lot. Then for one last side media here for us to talk about, there's Sonic the Fighters, which was made by the same people that made Virtua Fighter,
Right.
Fighting Vipers.
Yeah, I know this one.
It has a funny story of how it came to be, but I'll just keep it simple. It basically is like it's a Sonic fighting game that is very weird, let's call it. For example, it has a really a mechanic that really dictates a lot of matches, which is when you've taken a lot of damage, your attacks do a lot more damage, and you're gonna think that's. I've seen other games with that. Smash has that. It has Rage, right? What's so special about this? Sometimes fighters can just like grab you once and take 2/3 of your health, and it doesn't feel nice. It doesn't feel nice.
It's just a flat damage boost.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel nice. However, recently there's been a rebirth of this game because of a lot of people covering it and shit like that. And they have like made like new versions without that, and also like with characters that were like left in the code but weren't actually implemented, shit like that. It's very interesting. It's worth checking out, and it's not like the great like best fighting game ever, but you know that's the best.
It's a
Kusoge.
fun. It's a
It's
fun
a
game to fuck
Kusoge.
around with for like an evening.
It's a
It's not
Kusoge.
super
I mean,
hard
get this-
either.
I think like fighting games that are like Kusuge fighting games are really fun to play because they're dog shit. Like you, even if you're like not good at fighting games, you can just do some bullshit and they're like, "What the hell? How did you win over that?" Well, you gotta know how to be dog shit at the game, bro. You gotta know the like dog shit mechanics and abuse them. I think that's fun. That can be fun.
Also, I just to mention something here, for Oedipus, and I forgot to show it, but just so you know, I didn't forget him. Okay, he's part of this. All right, he's part of this. You have to watch this to get here.
Okay.
But we might get to that at some point.
I know about Tamers. Did you perhaps include my personal favorite like fan Sonic media, which is kind of like more than just Sonic, but you know, Tails gets trolled. Yeah, okay, thank you.
The only one I'm gonna say right now, the only one that I don't think it's worth, I didn't bother including because I don't think it's really weird. But I decided to not include Christian on this because it's very simple. Those two. Well, there's the matter of like just pure like almost like it's weird socially at this point considering everything the guy's done.
Yeah.
But it's also just
you're not gonna convince me after all this time to get into Christian.
Yeah, but
just by making me play Sonic.
Just the fact that honestly, like Sonic 2 is not good. Those two you can get some enjoyment out of it. The only enjoyment that you can get out of like Sonic 2 is just seeing like how like this person just like spiraled out of control and basically like made revenge fanfic on their fucking like little comic that they would write every now and then. So I don't really think it's worth it. I think that watching the documentary is kind of like interesting, but I don't think that reading it is really that interesting. But
yeah.
And just to also say, like, I think that people like really overestimate how much OCs are just a part of Sonic itself. Like that is what Sonic 2 like represents within the franchise. But it's also like, are we forgetting the Chew part of the name? Like there were other franchises in there. Like Sonic is not the only thing that had OCs back in the day. But we're gonna move on from that. Because we're arriving in 1999. And Sonic Team has just moved to America. Completely. It's over there now. And what does Sonic Team make? Sonic Adventure, baby.
Okay, I'm very curious about this because, like, the positive and negative thing. What do you mean by this?
Now, I'm going to.
Don't worry.
I'm going to open my heart here. I cannot ever talk about Sonic Adventure in an objective light. I will not. I can't. All of these I can try. Sonic Adventure is such a divisive game, and I am so biased towards it that I recognize that it is within my nature to be far more positive on it than most would. Therefore, I decided to just know myself on this one and just say, guys, I can't do it. I can't talk about this without being very. I can try. I can tell you like, oh yeah, the fucking the controls, the collision is some ass. The fucking story is good. Like I can say all this shit, but it's like I can't. I legitimately will have like this game was the first piece of media ever to make me cry. I cannot be fucking.
Oh, this is the one with Omega?
With not Omega, with Gamma. There are two very different.
Gamma. Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay because they are supposed to be kind of connected, but it's like a game that I cannot talk like in any way other than positively. But thankfully, I got a friend. Tezu,
oh my god!
With his own little section here, is going to tell you about Sonic Adventure while I drink some water. Go ahead, Tezu. Take it away.
Yeah, take a little break, man.
It's honestly hard to talk bad about Sonic because it was also one of my first Sonic games as well. I can't be too hard on it. But I will say that this is not the game for me that I can be like, yeah, I have to be objective on this. That is for later.
Mm-hmm.
But Sonic Adventure is really nice, but it is not without its,
clear flow.
Every game has some shit to it.
Mm.
And the one I point out in particular is the controls. Like, not the controls themselves, but the way you will interact with the environment with the controls. There are some times where you will be doing platforming, or sometimes the hit detection whenever you do homing attacks will be off, and God knows sometimes you will just fall. just hit some shit that you never even thought that you would even run into. That does happen.
But like
but that does not
invisible
take
walls
away
or
from it.
something?
Not exactly invisible walls. Just sometimes you will be, you'll bump into enemies that you think you avoided while you're running, because the game is. So the game is pretty fast. Like, you move pretty quickly once you get going, and there are some parts of the game where they kind of put you on not a rail, but you get a speed boost and you start going fast for a little bit. But you'll randomly imagine if you were running and you hit a crack in the floor, and you would think that you would just step over it, right? Your momentum will just halt. You will just stop. Sometimes that happens.
So there's just like shit that doesn't look like it would stop collision, but it does.
Yes, and it does. It doesn't happen too often. There's a good chance you might
Is
not
it at
run
least
into it.
consistent? Like once you like discover something like that, if you see it again, it will happen, or
So it's not really. It will just kind of happen
Okay.
sometimes. Usually it happens on slopes. If you're going up like hills and stuff, like that's when it'll happen a lot. Sometimes it'll happen on straightaways depending on the level. But there are a lot of technical, mishaps in that game. But I say a lot. It's not a whole lot. And if they do happen, you will literally just hit forward and you will just start running again. Like you'll just start jogging and you start running. You'll forget that even happened. But it does exist, and it has a point against the game. And
I mean that can feel
that's
bad.
different.
I know, and in games where you want to keep your momentum up, having it like cut all of a sudden doesn't feel good. So,
but it's not the worst thing in the world. There are ways to go fast
Yeah.
again quickly.
I mean,
It's a Sonic
it would suck a lot more if it like resulted in you taking damage or getting a game over or something like that. Losing a life.
No, that'll happen.
Okay.
Like, You will
Writing
be
that
knocked
down.
off of, you will
Interesting.
be knocked off of stages sometimes
Yeah,
for
sometimes.
reasons that you don't understand.
Now,
Okay.
I don't so like to add though. I come here with a little bit of subjectivity and say a lot of that is because the game is glitchy from the get-go in the Dreamcast, whatever. But imagine this: Sonic Adventure was a game that was the current way that most people have played Sonic Adventure is on the Steam port. The Steam port, yeah, of DX. So Sonic Adventure was made for the Dreamcast, which got later ported for the GameCube with a DX Director's Cut edition. Which, like, what the fuck did the director? Like, what was missing? Which director? Which director? Because they changed directors between releases. The director of Sonic Adventure and the director of Sonic Adventure DX are two different guys.
It's both of them, man.
The Sonic Adventure has like specific and then that version, Sonic Adventure DX, got later ported to the Xbox. And by the way, from Dreamcast to GameCube, that created its own glitches. From GameCube to Xbox, created its own glitches, and then from Xbox to PC, which created its own set of issues.
Yeah.
So
What the hell is going on?
It's a port of a port of a port.
Yeah.
It's kind of bad. It's kind of really bad.
So, like, for
This
example,
is like the telephone game, but for ports.
yes. So here's the thing. One of the most infamous parts of the game is like this is the Game Grumps made this super famous, but it's like a slope that you're going down in the first level, and sometimes the slope just kind of fucking grabs your ass and fucking forces you to fucking flip through the ground, and it will happen often. It will happen. That was not present in the Dreamcast version of the game. That was like a glitch that was introduced in another version of the game. There are fan fixes, but I think it's fair to say that not everyone's gonna know about a fan fix. Like there's a fan patch that is phenomenal. You just install it in your computer. It just runs by and you're playing the Dreamcast version pretty much. But like, for example, lighting lighting is terrible in DX. It's awful. Like Nezu can say it, but like
Oh yeah.
It's
I've seen
completely
that
fucked.
like comparison.
There are like comparison images out there that just like makes you like
Cringe.
wonder how they like
Yeah.
put this out like with the way it looks.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck happened here? Thankfully, there is a fan fix that is literally just like a fucking file that you download
That's
that
like
will
the,
just
that's like the
install.
catchphrase of the stream. Thankfully, there's a fan fix.
I hope
There
you
is a-
realize this. The fans are kind of important for this fucking franchise.
Really like Sonic.
They really like Sonic. Sonic fucks with your brain, and it makes you think Sonic. It makes-
Honestly, dude, it's so funny because when we were watching the Sonic movie, even when I was playing like the Sonic games, I never had like the Sonic worm infect me ever in my life. When we watched the Sonic movies, bro, on the second movie, it was happening. I was like, oh my god, Sonic is so cool, dude. Eggman is so epic. Look at his giant robot. Oh, he's there doing a thing with the emeralds. Oh my god, I was like going crazy. It was so cool. And I was like, dude, I love Sonic now. I gotta play Sonic.
See,
It
that's the
happened.
thing.
That movie, like legitimately, I think people like the movies, but I'm not really sure, like,
I generally
if it's
like
seen as like.
No, the
Like,
movies are received pretty
important-
well.
Yeah,
Sonic
the movies
media,
are received pretty well.
But
The movies have a really weird thing
I loved it, man.
that is like rare for Sonic, where that it's its own continuity, and no one bothers to be like mad about that. Everyone just accepts that.
Yeah,
Yes, it is a
like,
different.
it even
continuity.
has like
Who
the
cares?
Sonic has the blue arms thing
Yeah,
going
yeah,
on too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's a whole thing. Yeah, I mean, legitimately, it's like the Sonic has this like mind-altering capabilities. if your brain still has enough childish glee, you will get fucked by it. You are susceptible to this fucking worm.
I'm glad. I was so happy to feel that the ignition of that in my brain. It's like, man, now maybe I can get into Sonic. I have like this like driving force to actually try it out.
Now,
I will say I do want to ask one thing about to you, Goober. Thoughts on Casinopolis?
I don't mind it. I saw that you
Really?
I saw that you
Really?
like were complaining about it. It's like, let me explain this. This is how I see.
Is that the place with like all the mini games and stuff, like with the pinball?
Yes, actually, yeah.
Yes.
That looks so fun though.
I don't mind it because Casinopolis is basically like the Sonic version of it is like one level, and it's like it lasts a second if you just play the pinball a little good. Oh,
I was not good at pinball as a kid.
oh, I'm sorry about that.
This gates
That's-
non-pinball players.
I will be objective on this and say that this is one of the problems with the game, because they were like, we can't make, if you play the Sonic like campaign on its own, it will take like 2 hours at best, I'd say, and it's like 10 levels. 10 levels in the last games were like 3 hours long, 4 hours long. What happened? Well, making a 3D level is just like harder to like make a large level. So
Yeah.
they had to like include stuff in the overworld. They had to make several different characters that go through the same levels a lot of the time, but also not really. But that is a big problem with it. A lot of people just want to play the Sonic game, right? With Sonic in it and shit, and get to the end and be able to fucking kill the baddie. But you can't really do that in Sonic Adventure because you have to play with all of those characters. And it's like, okay, let me play Tails. Tails is basically Sonic, but he can fly, and you're racing Sonic, so it's basically just a replay of those missions, and it's fun. It's like really fun to just be playing as Tails and like getting these routes that you wouldn't be able to as Sonic.
Yeah.
Knuckles has to find emeralds, and it's like a collectathon, and he has
So I wanted to put that one on there, but I was actually pretty good at the Knuckles level, so I
was
didn't
pretty
like.
good at it. I was pretty good at it as well. But I know that some people have difficulty with it. And it's,
Oh,
at
yes.
the very least, it's not the Sonic Adventure 2 radar, which is a problem. But this one just like tells you, hey, it's over here. And the levels are generally smaller than Adventure 2, so you can generally find stuff pretty fast. But some people have problem with it because they're bad
I was
at video
watching
games.
I was watching Marcus Avast do
Adventure 2.
the Adventure 2, and he knew like where some of the stuff was, but I think it was like the Rouge levels or something, which is kind of the same as the
Yes,
levels as
yeah,
far as
yeah.
I can tell. Where there were some problems where he
Yeah.
could like not figure out some stuff
So,
in the bank, and I was like,
here's-
what is going on with that?
Here's the problem. They randomize the emeralds every time that you start the stage.
Of course.
So that you don't just like, oh, it's there, whatever. Because the whole point of the stage is like exploring it, right? But it makes it really like not fun sometimes because sometimes all the like crystals are just like somewhere in the fucking level that you would never expect to look around. And here's the problem with Sonic Adventure. Let's jump it ahead a bit, I guess. But Sonic Adventure, you just have all like if 3 emeralds are next to each other, your thing is going to bid for all 3 of them. In Sonic Adventure 2, they were like, that's OP. So let's make the levels bigger and also make it so that you can only see one at a time. And it makes it not fun.
What?
What
the hell?
It makes it not fun.
That doesn't make sense.
Don't worry about it. We'll get there. But, I mean, yes, continuing, but like, and then there's Amy. Amy, like, you're playing like a normal platformer basically, where you're actively running away from a guy, and some people don't like it because they're bitches, but also because they think that it doesn't control that
goddamn.
great. But they're just bad at video games because that's like fun. That's like, oh shit, you have to run away from a guy. Anyway, then there is the Gamma stages, which is Kino. But I don't know. Honestly, I don't know the complaint for Gamma, but there's probably some. That's stupid. It's fucking Kino. Don't play it. There is Big the Cat, which, admittedly, if you're not really patient and know how to fish, you might have difficulties, especially if you're a little kid and you just want to go fast in your Sonic
You wanna
game.
run.
But
Honestly,
the
I
game-
think I'll be okay. I played
So,
Contact recently, and that has got to be like the most dog shit fishing minigame I've ever played in my life. And guess what? I love it. I love it so much that I'm like grinding it off stream when I have the chance. It's like, I don't know. I doubt that like I'm not gonna like Big's fishing minigame because I've seen it. It looks pretty fun.
You'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
If you're not
It's
just a
literally-
child, you will be fine.
Dude,
you will be fine.
Big's fucking playthrough is literally like 30 minutes if you don't suck ass. I'm sorry, but it always upsets me. It always upsets me. I was bad at this as a kid too. I wasn't good at it, but I was like, I mean, this is part of the game. I gotta play the video game.
Honestly, this is something that I wanted to see. Is like you just getting mad at people that
You're
like
bad,
just dog
you're
shit.
bad at the
They
video
calling
game,
it shit.
It's just Sega just wanted to include a fucking ad for Sega Pro Bash Fishy. It's fine. Let him do it. Who cares? It's 30 minutes. Just fucking do it. Oh my god, it's so fucking annoying. Okay. Wrapping it up on Sonic Adventure.
Okay.
I personally love it a lot, clearly. And I think that legitimately, there's a chance that I would probably not like it because it's not a very perfect game.
It's a flaw. It's a flawed game.
But it's
It's not a bad
legitimately,
game, but it is flawed.
the way that people act is that Sonic Adventure is like a fucking video game that you get off of the back of a fucking cereal box. Like, there's still a lot of qualities to it. I don't get why people like just see like, whoa, Sonic is doing like a silly face. Like, I mean, this shit right here. Like,
Yeah.
The silly face is always
Yeah,
the fun, like the most fun part of it.
Yeah,
honestly.
that's like the best part. I honestly I think it's like really cute. I like that like they give Sonic like fangs and shit. It's like
Yeah.
that. It looks fun. The expressions are fun.
that's
And I mean, no, go ahead. Sorry.
no, I was just gonna say that this is all I have to say about Sonic Adventure. I think that it speaks for itself. Just play it yourself and figure it out. But I think if you think you have the patience for it, it's definitely worth it. If you don't think that you will like enjoy, if you're the kind of person that sees like one little problem in the video game and then you turn your fucking nose up, then fuck off. This is not the series for you.
That is definitely not the game for me.
Yeah, this is not the series for you.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Not the series. For you.
What I think is another reason why I'm kind of interested in Sonic is because I feel like I have this I say it myself, like my attitude towards games, and especially games that people say are bad, is like I think if you just go in, like you go into a game with good intentions and try to meet it on its terms at the very least, you're gonna have like a fun time with it, even if it's like not the best game. It's like that was kind of a bad game, but like it doesn't really matter because I had a good time with it. And I feel like that approach works for me. I'm wondering if Sonic is going to test that aspect of my, I guess, like
your patience.
my gamer.
If you're playing through all the
my
games,
gamer patience.
yes.
Yeah, if you're playing
Some-
through all the
some of these
Like,
games
I'm wondering if I'm going
They
to
will-
be
they will
like,
fight you.
I don't know if I'm gonna play every game, but you
No,
know,
I don't
I'm gonna
think you
try.
should.
I'm gonna try some of the more notable ones.
Yeah.
I'm like, will I be able to put up with the entirety of Sonic Adventure? Will I come out the other side of that game and like actually say I can like it?
I think the average gamer can put up with Sonic Adventure's level of jank. It's people really overblow how like jank this. I know I talked about how like some of the geometry in the levels like kind of like fucked. It's really not that bad. Like
I'm honestly I'm only saying this.
You're gonna die, but it's not that bad.
I'm saying this now because there's a few people that have streamed it recently, and generally those people are pretty like in my what I know about them is like they're okay with some jank, and in fact they like it. But they come out of it as like, I didn't really like that game, and I'm like, okay, that's like a first for you if you didn't like this. That's weird. Why don't you guys like this? Now I'm definitely curious if I'm gonna feel the same, because usually like our tastes align with that kind of thing, you know. So I'm 100% curious
I'll put it this way, Shady.
to see how I feel.
Usually for me, the way that I recommend Sonic Adventure is almost like this. If you played it as a kid, you will like it. If you didn't, you probably not like it. But I do think that there is like at least some part of you that will come out of that and see, oh, there is some enjoyment to be had here. But maybe not.
That's all I really need. That's all I really need. I just need like one thing and be like, oh, that was really good though. I did like that.
I would at least play it unironically for the story. I know that a lot of people are gonna make fun of it, but the story in Sonic Adventure is good. Like it's a pretty interesting. Okay, how many games? There's like games that do this, but how many games have the whole thing where, like, not only are you experiencing the whole story through like the eyes of different characters, but you're also like, not only that, the story is tailored towards those characters. Let me give you an example, Shady. This is like the most basic example, but in the Sonic version of the story, Eggman is like a joke to Sonic. So he's like, oh, I'm gonna do this. You'll see, you darn hedgehog. And then like that's Sonic. That's how Sonic sees him. In the Tails version of the same game, Tails looks at him, and this is how Eggman talks in the game. Like in the Tails playthrough. Hello there. If it's not the hedgehog and the fox, my greatest enemies. And it's like, he's actually intimidating. The whole point is that he's intimidating to Tails, because Tails is a little baby.
That would make sense. That would make sense.
Yeah, but then
that would make sense.
yeah, he grows out of it, except he doesn't. but that's not because of Sonic Adventure. It's another thing. But in Sonic Adventure, it's pretty consistent with this stuff. And I think that it makes for a pretty cool like experience, honestly. It's like cool to see like, oh, this is what this character was doing in this part of the story. This is what this character was doing in this. I just think it's neat. Also, this I will mention, I guess, just so it doesn't go by, and so you know, this game is the first game that has the famous Chow Garden, right?
Yes.
It's not the one
Yes,
that
I was gonna ask about that.
It's not the one that people use, quote unquote, because the one in Sonic Adventure 2 is just way more advanced with way more stuff. This one is more like a tech demo for it, basically. Like, it doesn't have the same features. DX actually adds some of the features from Adventure, and that was Adventure 2, and that was part of why it got the quote unquote director's cut. But otherwise, the director's cut is just to add like fucking ads for Sonic Advance. Like, that's what it is. Like, you will see like an ad for like play Sonic Advance in your video game, and it's like, what the fuck?
What a director's cut, man.
Yeah, what a director's cut. I guess the fucking director was a cheapskate. But I don't know. That's my take on Sonic Adventure personally. I don't know if Nezu himself has anything else to add.
Well, no, we pretty much went over it. Like,
Okay.
you know, the differing perspective. There's another game that does that.
Yeah,
And I'm sure we'll get to that soon. But
yeah.
pretty much that. It's a go into it knowing that it's a flawed game, but I think if you're gonna become a Sonic super fan, it's worth your time for sure. Especially considering the direct sequel to it as well.
Yeah. I would say that you don't really need to play Adventure for Adventure 2, but it's like, do it because it's like, it's important. You gotta kind of just know where it came from, this shit, you know? If you're gonna play one, why not the other? But, whatever.
Also, I must say, gentlemen, I must be away. I will be back.
We'll
Possibly.
see you then, if you manage to make it on time, but this was the
Alright.
longest game we
Thank
had a
you, Nezu.
discussion for, and I wanted you to be here. But thank you for your presence.
I'm sad. I might miss the one I really want to talk about, but if not, I will.
Send me a DM. Send me a DM, and
we can just go back
I'll
to it.
see. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll see about it. Okay,
All right, you gentlemen, have fun.
see you, Nezu. See
Alright,
you
thank you.
later. But now, I'll be quicker here, because that was definitely the game that we had to most discuss because of what it is. I would say it's probably the most divisive, as in a lot of people think it's really good and a lot of people think it's really bad. But
Yeah, I've seen that firsthand, just like within our little VTuber community,
Yeah.
because so many people have been playing it recently.
mm,
Like I've seen a few people come out of it, I like it, and then some people come out of it, I don't like it, and then like there's people like in the replies going like, you didn't like it, you did like it, huh?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
just like baffled. It's like no matter how you feel about it, there's gonna be like
Yeah,
an
there's
equal
gonna be
amount of
some-
force on the other side that are like confused why you would have that opinion. And I'm just
Yeah.
like, that's definitely. No, I've recently been very interested in games where people
yeah,
are
I've
not
liked this
so
much of
so
it.
sure about it.
Yeah.
Like,
I could
Skyward
see
Sword.
you- Yeah, don't get started on that right now. Don't get started.
We're
on
not
that.
gonna talk about it. We're
No,
not gonna
no.
talk about Skyward Sword.
There was a discussion recently that was spicy, but either way.
Wait, really? What?
No,
okay,
no,
well.
this is Sonic at the moment.
okay,
Let's not talk about Sonic.
okay.
But
Okay.
that's Sonic Adventure. Honestly, either way. But Sonic Adventure is, I would say, here's the thing. This is like a cutoff point, right? No.
Mm-hmm.
This is a cutoff point. Because this
There you
stuff is like classic Sonic, as people call it.
Yeah.
This is the start of a new era. And speaking of eras, let's go on our first little side note here.
Oh yes.
And talk
this-
about the Sonic eras. This is important to know if you're going to get into Sonic, because
Wow,
this,
you even have a Sonic narrator explaining. That is thorough, bro. I gotta give you props for this. This is incredible.
I'm telling you, this shit, I was like, awake.
This is crazy to me. This is crazy to me because this isn't even your main, like, this is not your guy. Sonic's not your guy.
No.
You're a Mario guy.
He's not. He's definitely not. He's not my guy. He's not my guy. But
Holy
I
moly.
know about this guy. I have this knowledge, and I must confer it to. I'm a proud lore master, so I gotta kind of like distribute this, you know. Let's
Yeah,
speak
this
for a
is
bit
awesome.
about the eras of Sonic. I'm not gonna read the text or anything like that.
Yeah.
But
This is I was specifically interested in like this categorization because this helps my brain.
Yeah.
I love having like specific like eras, I guess, for a franchise.
yeah.
It helps.
As I put here, this is basically our little side notes will always be basically Sonic Discourse 101, right? They exist so we can basically talk about what the community talks about. Because I didn't want to just give you like a general overview on the games themselves. I wanted to give you an overview of the community and what people think. And the eras of Sonic is
I'm very grateful for that. Yeah.
it's
thank
not
you.
just the eras of Sonic is not just something that people in the fan base talk about. This is even something that Sega has entered the conversation of, but they are incredibly flip-floppy about. Like one that will say something and then Generations does something to say and then just goes completely the other way. It's really weird. But I will try to break it down the most classic like classifications of each quote-unquote era and what they mean. And there is
Before you get started,
Yes.
can I ask you something?
absolutely go ahead.
Your mic.
Go.
Do you have like noise suppression on or something? Because it keeps like cutting out sometimes.
Oh, let me see.
It's not like a connection issue. It's like
It's in the mic.
it might be a Discord thing. I don't know
Let
if
me
it's
see.
I don't know if it's happening on OBS. I think it's a Discord thing.
yeah, I think
So
it's
there's
on the
sometimes you're saying
Discord
something and like I just kind of have to fill in the blanks because
Sorry.
it like cuts you off.
Let's see. I took it was like input sensitivity that was out, but let's see if right now
Yeah,
it will work out better.
yeah. Even if you can't fix it, like it's not that big of an issue. So
Alright.
I just thought I'd mention
All right.
it real quick before you get into this next thing.
Yeah. Sorry. But let's get into the eras. There are classifications of the eras that I'd say most people are very much in agreement of, and there is some where people want to use like different classifications, but I think the most like agreed upon one is the classic era. The classic era being those games that first started out Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic CD, Sonic 3, Sonic and Knuckles, and obviously these two merge to make a Omega Sonic, and all of their spin-offs that come out during this time. It is not just an era in the sense that the gameplay is similar between these games, but the aesthetics will drastically change once we're out of it. Because adventure is most definitely the cutoff point, and adventure itself is like supposed to be like an incredible like big shift in the like aesthetics of Sonic. It was meant to grow up Sonic as a character, which is why it's more focused on story. It has like it changes to 3D. It has everything that you would think of like a complete
And
shift.
let's just say Sonic's jump to 3D wasn't very graceful.
Murders you, murders you in my mind.
We had to mention it, bro.
We'll have a fix for that. Don't worry about it. But for the moment, I would say the classic era is pretty well defined. I just put in the mainline games here, right? However, there is some people that still would argue that technically Mania and Superstars, two games that came out much later, would technically make sense as part of the classic era. And while I understand what they're talking about, I think that not only do they fit where they are in the time, like in their eras, quote unquote, they also, like an era feels more right to say, like, it's something that happened at this specific point in time. These are all like very much like dependent of one another, you know? Like you will see like trends throughout these games that some people sometimes forget. Like some people like to forget that, like, I'll spoil this for you, but you have to fucking beat Sonic Heroes 4 fucking times over with different characters so that you can get the actual ending. But this is something from Sonic Adventure, right? Like you have to play with all the different characters to get
and Sonic Adventure 2, right?
And Sonic Adventure 2, yeah. Like all of these games have something like that, so they build upon each other. And then there's like specific points in this timeline where it will completely shift, right? So that's the classic era. And now we have a first divide on what some people consider. There's the adventure area, some would call it, which would be the games between Sonic Adventure to now Sonic 06 is kind of the cutoff point, but I also would say that it kind of makes sense to like get all of these games that come out between Unleashed, which is definitely the cutoff point for this era. Especially because, guess what? This game is Sonic Rush Adventure. Oi, oi, oi. Look at that.
I see.
That's the adventure area. All of these games basically follow a very thorough like plot line between one another that builds upon each other. And that's the big thing about this era. It is one where Sonic, you know, the Archie comics and shit like that already had a focus on plot lines and stuff like that. But this era in particular was when the actual Sonic team was really interested in making a plot line with Sonic. And you can see this from like Sonic Adventure 1 builds from Sonic 3, but also then later connects to Sonic Adventure 2, which Sonic Adventure 2 builds later to Sonic Heroes through Shadow. And these games, while they are not particularly, they were made by different devs, but they are still building on a story in and of themselves and interacting with spin-offs too, because there's a spin-off here, right here, between Heroes and is it between Heroes and Sonic Adventure 2? It is. It's right here, that Sonic Battle, and this spin-off introduces a shitload of plot that a lot of people thought until very recently was just completely retconned or like not canon. And very recently we were made very much aware that shit is canon. That shit is canon, and it's very important for the story that is going to come back all the way over here, right?
Yeah. I think I know what that is.
Yeah,
because we did talk about that.
The Emerald.
I'm sure we'll get to it. Yeah.
But here's the thing, and obviously Sonic Heroes, because of the whole Shadow storyline here, it eventually builds up to Sonic 06. Oh, sorry, to Shadow the Hedgehog. That Shadow the Hedgehog builds on to Sonic 06, and then Sonic 06 is kind of like an ending in a reboot for the franchise, and kind of like, it's not a very good ending, but it is a ending, and you can tell that they were made with the idea of it being a reboot to the franchise, right? Wonderful. However, some people like to see it differently. Some people like to see it as the Dreamcast era, as in Sonic Adventure, Sonic Adventure 2, and for some reason Sonic Heroes, which didn't even come out in the Dreamcast. Like, some people like to say, oh, it was originally planned for the Dreamcast. No, it wasn't. But some people include it anyway. And here's the thing that gives it validation. Sega themselves used this in Sonic Generations by calling this era the Dreamcast era. It made it kind of canonized this interpretation and made it into its like a way that people usually look at the franchise, right? And then another
Yeah.
way that people like to see these is as the Dark Age of Sonic, which you will definitely hear a lot about this. Get into any.
I mean,
fucking video.
these are like the ones that I hear about.
Yeah.
When people talk about the bad Sonic
So
games, I recognize these.
Yeah, so here's the thing about the Dark Age of Sonic, right? First of all, I put here on Heroes because Heroes is most definitely the game that some people start saying it's the Dark Age, but some people just don't give a fuck and they just say, oh no, it actually starts at Shadow the Hedgehog and it ends with Sonic 06. So this Dark Age is literally 2 games.
2 games.
It's like, what? What are you talking about?
I was like, the Dark Age.
Yeah.
Somebody like turned off the lights and then turned them back on again.
And like, the Dark Age was also while Sonic
Also, that
Sonic-
can't be true because I've seen Shadow the Hedgehog gameplay.
Exactly,
It looks
isn't it?
fun. Like it looks fun,
Oh,
actually.
we'll get to
And
that.
people- I
We'll
don't know,
get to that.
I've seen a few people say that like it has some of the best movement in the 3D games.
I'm gonna put it this way. Put a pin on it. We'll put a
I've
pin
heard
on
that
it.
before.
Put a pin on that.
Okay,
Put a
okay.
pin on that. Put a pin on that. But to continue here on the Dark Age, like Sonic Advance 3, which is part of the Advance series, which people like a lot, especially nowadays, because a lot of people that grew up with Sonic actually grew up with Sonic Advance now instead of the classics. Sonic Advance 3 is in this Dark Age for a lot of people, which doesn't make sense. It's like, even if you think it's like not a great game, it's still like a decent video game. There isn't anything that particularly horrific about it besides maybe how much shit you gotta collect in this game. And then Sonic Rush, which as like game, it has come into the franchise now as like one of the games that people go back and say this game was actually one of the best of the whole bunch. And it's like,
I've heard that a whole lot.
It is literally right smack dab in the middle of it. So it's like, how is this a Dark Age? I think that honestly, the thing is that people that say it's a Dark Age usually are using it more so as just an attack to this, like, to the games that they don't like, rather than to basically say, oh, this is the era of Sonic that people, this is an era of Sonic and it's very well defined. It doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't have any.
Can I ask you maybe a kind of loaded question?
Yeah, go ahead. I'd love to.
What would you consider like the closest thing to a Dark Age for Sonic?
The closest I would consider to a Dark Age for Sonic, it's actually really easy. This fucking thing. Like,
Okay,
the
what's
Saturn era.
that?
The Saturn era had fucking nothing for Sonic. Like, are we stupid?
Oh, the period after like Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
Yeah, between Sonic 3 and Knuckles and.
I
like,
mean, yeah, that actually kind of makes sense because there was nothing.
This is 1994. This is 1999 between games, and there's nothing here. Like, oh, there's
That-
like Knuckles Chaotix.
That is actually a more accurate way
Yeah,
to use
right?
the term Dark Age.
Doesn't it make more
Because
sense?
nothing happened.
Yeah.
That's how the Dark Age is actually like described in
I'm
like history. It's
actually
like
really-
where nothing happened. We don't know what happened.
Yeah,
actually.
I'm actually really glad you asked that because legitimately, like, this is much worse. Like, you want to know, like, okay, you consider
at least those games like people consider are bad. Legitimately, you cannot. Like, even as someone on the outside, you can't deny the effect that those games had on, I guess,
Yeah.
the culture
Yeah.
of like Sonic as a franchise. That's indisputable.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Shadow is here, bro.
Yeah.
So
I think that people really blow it out of proportion. Sonic Heroes to fucking to fucking Black Knight, which is like this period is like just 2 years longer than this. It doesn't look like it because I like stuff it here, but legitimately, like, this is like 8 years, I think, between one another. This is 6 years. Like,
yeah,
this is bad. This is fucking terrible. This right here though, like, and this takes place in the classic era that people like say is like the most
That's-
like best era of
That's so
Sonic.
interesting.
That's why I say like this shit is like completely arbitrary. It's just the shit on these games. It makes
Bro,
no
I'm
sense.
taking notes.
Yeah, feel free to. Like, you understand now why I think that legitimately, like, people have put like a perception on Sonic that kind of is unfair. Like, it's just, it doesn't make sense. Like, this shit right here is much worse than this. Like, this has Sonic Rush, this has fucking Sonic. Like, some people are crazy enough to say that the Dark Era started when fucking Sonic Adventure 1 came out. And it's like, okay, so it's just to me,
Oh my God.
I don't like this game. It's just to me that, right? It's just to me, I don't like this game. Therefore, it's the Dark Age for Sonic. Sonic sucks
That's a lot. Sonic just sucks. I don't think you like
though.
Sonic,
I just
man.
don't think you like Sonic. Or you just like the classic games, and that's okay, man. Just go enjoy your classic games. I was going to put a section on like the different types of Sonic fans. I decided not to not seem like I'm trying to
Oh my
shit
God,
on
no.
people. But
No, that would have been a bad idea.
let me tell you right now, there is definitely some fucking war going on between Sonic fans. It's these
Oh, for
fans
sure.
against these fans against these fans against fans that are coming in because of the movies, against fans that are didn't even play the games. They're just fans that like the shows or something like that, or like the Archie comics. The people that like Archie usually are very different from the people that like norm quote unquote the Sonic games. They're like completely like different entities usually, but people just lump them in as Sonic fans. But for
Goober,
example,
oh no, go ahead.
no,
I thought you were
what,
done.
what are you gonna ask?
I was gonna say it just reminds me of another Sega owned franchise that has some division against, I guess, certain eras. Well, and the fans are all fighting within those specific
I didn't
eras.
Look! I didn't say anything. I didn't. Don't quote me on this. Quote Nezu on this. But look what he says there. Play it. It's like saying you're a diehard SMT fan, but never playing Nocturne. It's jank, but it's
I saw
excellent.
that. I saw that.
It's
I saw that. I was
legitimately
like,
just important.
that's so true.
Like, it's important. Just go fucking play the game. What
I
do you
mean, if you're gonna call yourself a fan,
Yeah,
you know.
right. But I'm not saying that people shouldn't just be classic fans. You should just like the classic shit. Go, that's fine. There's plenty of content. You can just play the fan games or games that were made by fans that are just exactly the same thing, right? Like that build off of that same shit that people already like. You can just be a classic era fan, but doesn't mean that like you gotta be like that Dark Ages. So like, oh, okay, like some people are like, yeah, the Dark Age of Sonic is still happening. It just means that you don't like this shit.
That's pretty.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I mean it's a thing. You know, people
Yeah,
just
yeah.
like being mad at games.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
Sonic is an easy target. I think Sonic is just
Perhaps
it's
the
just
easiest.
easy for people to shit on Sonic.
perhaps the easiest of targets, to be honest.
Yeah,
Now,
it's got a lot of funny guys coming out of it for sure. So that makes it even easier.
moving on, because let's try to get here through quickly. But there is then the
Yeah, sure.
boost slash modern era. Now, what is boost? Well, I'm glad that you asked, Shady. Boost.
What is boost?
Verb, noun. Boost is used to refer to the mechanic found in several more modern titles, where Sonic has a meter he can fill and use for additional speed. So basically, it's just a mechanic that is very prevalent in all of these games. Now here's the thing. This game, right here, originated the boost formula. And it's over here. I think that doesn't matter as much because people see it the start as Sonic Unleashed because it's the first main console game that uses the same thing, right? But this technically,
Yeah.
the boost mechanic wasn't even made by Sonic Team. It was made by GIMP, which was the developers for this.
Was that the only game it was used in before Sonic Unleashed?
Well, there's this, and then there is Sonic Rush Adventure. They're basically
Okay.
the two that use it. Oh, hello,
I see.
Mechanica. Thank you. I will do so.
I will do the same.
Yeah.
I'll do the same.
But while I'm stretching, let me tell you right now. It's basically to imply, like, it's basically these games are in a very specific era of Sonic. The modern classification actually comes from Generations, which is MacDapp over here. Generations call it the modern games when they were referring to Sonic 06, Sonic Unleashed, and Sonic Colors. Now, yeah, it's kind of bullshit because Sonic 06, people don't really like to say this to non-fans of this series, but Sonic 06 is kind of Sonic Adventure 3. Like, it kind of is.
I always got that impression from it myself.
It adds a new hedgehog.
'Cause
It
it's-
has like multiple
Yeah.
characters. It's Sonic Adventure 3 by everything but name. However, it was the birthday like fucking thing. So considering where Generations is, it makes sense to call this a modern game. But here's the issue with the modern classification. This was 2008.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah, yeah,
2017. We are now in 2024. We are practically 7 years away from Sonic Forces. Do you see a problem with calling it the modern era of Sonic? It's kind of
Yeah, I think we.
doesn't make much sense, does it?
I prefer the name Boost era.
I
Calling any of the eras modern doesn't make any sense because that's going to quickly become irrelevant historically. Like an irrelevant name for an era.
I agree, though I do think there is a problem with the boosting because this era is also famous for two things. Sonic now is a nostalgia whore, and he likes
Right.
nostalgia and wants you to remember the good games, okay? And this happens in these two are some of the best games in the franchise, okay? But they are nostalgia baiting video games. And here's Sonic Lost World, which is a mainline Sonic game that doesn't even have boost. And this game doesn't have boost. So what's the big deal? Like, what's going on? And then this game has boost. This game has boost. It created boost.
Okay.
This game has
yeah,
boost. You see the problem calling it the boost era. Like, it's kind of like just a mechanic. I will say though, there is a connecting tissue with it that is more so. Some people like to believe that that Sega never took any criticism from Sonic 06. But if you're a Sonic fan, you know that is some bullshit. Because in Sonic Unleashed, immediately we see a change. Sonic has too many. I'm not sure if you heard this before, but there was a huge criticism back in the day of like Sonic has too many friends, and it's like it was supposed to.
I don't know if I've ever heard that.
It was a criticism levied towards Sonic because there are too many characters around, and it's like there are like there aren't that many characters around. Like sure, there's like a lot of playable characters, but it's not like that hard to keep up. It's not like you have to keep up with the lore of Big the Cat. You're gonna be focusing on the main players, right? Like, what the fuck is the problem? But this shit was so intrusive that little black sheep that I didn't even bother including here, but I will say it's kind of petty of me because it's kind of a mainline game, which is Sonic 4. Sonic 4 came
What's
out
up with Sonic 4? Because you guys talked about that earlier, and it's like
Shady.
You guys like the name the game that should not be named or something. What's up with that?
I'm gonna do you an easy one, okay? This is Sonic 4. I'm gonna show you an image of it, and you tell me.
All right.
You tell me what do you think of what you're looking at.
All right. Let's have a look.
This is Sonic 4. This is Sonic 4.
This looks like a Flash. This looks like a fan Flash
Oh
game.
yeah. This is Sonic 4. This.
Yeah, this looks like a fan game that somebody made like on armor games.
This is Sonic 4. Sonic 4. This is like a remake of Sonic 4. Never mind. This is not even like this looks like shit and it's not even accurate. But, like Sonic 4 for some reason like boosted like it's a Sonic like 3D model, but they like
honestly, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think this is that bad.
Here's-
Like I get why
I'm gonna
you
explain.
don't like it. I don't think it's that bad though.
It not only it looks
I kind of like that sprite of like.
it's not a sprite.
Sonic there, he
It's
looks
not a
kinda
sprite, it's a 3D model.
Oh, okay.
That's the problem. It's a 3D model, but they like overblown the fuck out of the lighting to make it like a 3D lighting thing, like the old games. But they didn't bother making an actual 3D like model. And the other problem with it is just that it sucks. It like legitimately is a terrible game to play. It feels terrible.
Right.
Like the level design is awful. The level design is literally like loop-de-loop, which is like just a little circle that we run to a Sonic. Then a couple of enemies that you home dash to, like you home attack them, and then boop boop boop, and then you keep on walking, and there's like a pit underneath.
I think
it. It's terrible.
I think it's interesting that you didn't mention it because it seems like a lot of other people don't either. I wasn't even sure if Sonic 4 was a real thing.
No, it is a very thing.
I
mean,
I haven't even seen people talk about Sonic 4. So
it's also part of this, and it's another one of these games that were very. It was around here, I think, but it was very here, but it was very clearly trying to bank off of like Sonic nostalgia, basically, and because they heard the criticism of Sonic has too many friends, they made it a point in the marketing. I remember this. I was like a kid that was really excited for Sonic because I liked Sonic having a bunch of friends. I liked having a bunch of characters. But then Sonic 4's marketing was let me show you what it was. The marketing for Sonic 4 was that they were posting on the Sonic forum, like on a Sonic website, the Project Needle Mouse, and they would have like several names of several different characters from Sonic, and then they would day by day be like, guess how many characters are gonna be in this game, and then they like reject it, like every day, like someone would just fucking get rejected, only to like, this game only has Sonic, guys, don't worry about it. Doesn't this sound
so weird?
Bizarre? Doesn't it sound kinda?
That sounds like mean.
Yeah. Imagine being a kid. I'm saying this from experience. That's what I'm saying. Like I am petty in not including this. But imagine being a kid and you enjoy having Sonic, having many friends, and then like the marketing for Sonic suddenly becomes, yes, guys, don't worry, you won't
Sonic
have to
friends.
worry about Sonic's friends. I'm like, what? That's not what I want. That is not what I want. I want Sonic to have his friends.
That's like so. That's so weird that they actually like went out of their way to do that.
And
that's
and
so
also,
weird.
Sonic 4.
That's all I have to say, honestly.
Sonic 4 was supposed to release in chapters, in episodes actually. So Sonic 4
it was during
episode
that
1,
era, huh?
yeah. Well, they were supposed to be just phone games, honestly. But then Sega like kind of wanted to market them as like this big new thing for the franchise, which
They
didn't
look
work
like
out.
fucking phone games.
Yeah, they are phone games. They straight up are. But Sonic 4, like, so they released like the first one on phones, and it's like 4 or 5 areas, And then like, oh, but next time you're gonna get like the other five areas in episode 2, and in episode 2, Tails is in the game as well. So you see what's going on here? They're literally just doing this, but in a phone like distribution thing, where they're like distributing like one by one, like, oh, here's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Like, it's ridiculous, but it kind of kickstarted. This is actually great segmenting too, but this kickstarts what some would call a meta era for Sonic. Now, what does a meta era say? Because Dark Age is very clearly like a negative thing, but a meta era is also kind of used in a negative light. It's the era where Sonic is referencing not only itself but its fan base very directly. Like not only by nostalgia baiting, but also with shit like this of like, oh, we're actually addressing the criticism and making this shit. And it also is very it's very
they did that a lot. They did that a lot in the marketing and some of the side media too.
Yeah.
I remember noticing that. Like the way that they interact with fans through the Twitter things with the voice actors and stuff.
This is the era where like the Sonic Twitter became like a phenomenon. Honestly, like it wasn't just there's like marketing courses that speak about the Sonic Twitter as like a big victory, but now fans look at it as almost like kind of like people still are kind of mixed on the Sonic media, on the Sonic social media marketing, but it was really important because it was like a whole the whole thing about like companies are now relatable guys on Twitter. Sonic kind of kickstarted that. The bastard. The fucking little shit. But like one of the major ones that I remember, everyone talked about it at the time, because this is also where Sonic Boom came out. This little gap right here. And Sonic Boom, everyone considers it a terrible game. It's not mainline by any means because it's supposed to be its own thing. It's honestly just an advertisement for the cartoon more than anything. But during this time, they came out and made a sequel to Sonic to the 3DS game, which is Fire and Ice. In that sequel, they in the tags of the post, they even put it as we swear it will be good this time, referencing the fact that the other games were not. I mean, the 3DS game, people always thought it was just mid, and this one was also just mid. So yeah, it's a whole can of worms, but it is like legitimately a really important part of the franchise, and I understand the reason why people call it the meta era. And just to give you a vision of why as well, in Sonic Colors, they changed the writing team to what people lovingly refer to Pontaff. Who is Pontaff? We're gonna talk a little bit about him. Yeah, we're gonna. You know what? Let's get into it. It will save time for later, so we don't have to talk about it later.
Oh my god!
Pontaff,
that's so scary.
Pontaff is the combination.
Is so scary, man.
Thank you. I picked it myself. Of Ken Pontac, and Warren Graff. Pontac.
These were the Happy Tree Friend guys?
Yes, these guys wrote for Happy Tree Friend. Well, I think Ken was a voice actor and Warren Graff was a writer, but they kind of both wrote for it in their own ways. They basically like made the writing for Sonic being like all cheeky and chill, looking at the audience like, did this just happen? Like that kind of shit. And it's very annoying. It's legitimately, Sonic Colors used to be the game that people say this is the best Sonic game that ever came out. And nowadays, there's like a resurgence of Sonic Colors hate because of that type of writing. That was popular back in the day, by the way. Let's not pretend that it wasn't. But
Yeah.
it like there is a lot of people that now just hate the game because of shit like that, alongside some other things. And it's very prevalent in this, not really prevalent in this, very prevalent in this, and then very
In
prevalent.
Lost World, I have seen it. I have seen like snippets of it in that game.
So people are not really a fan of it. Personally, I think it's kind of shitty. Even though I put them in the Hall of Shame, I think it's kind of shitty. Just like going after them as like, oh,
They were just doing what works.
Exactly. They were just like kind of doing their works, and honestly, a lot of what they did was just translate the text from Japanese. Like they were creating some of the writing, but also a lot of it came from the team itself that was making the games. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I don't like pointing at them and being like, the fucking Antichrist. But I did it anyway because it is kind of like important to mention this, especially right now, where when Sonic.
I mean, they certainly weren't helping the problem.
Because here's the thing, Sonic has most definitely left that era. We are out of the hot zone, because with Frontiers, we see like Sonic go back to being introspective, unironically, and just like Sonic. Have you ever seen how
The Sonic that thinks?
Have you ever seen the Sonic, like how Sonic sounds in this game? Like,
Not too much. I can't. It didn't like leave an impression on me, I suppose.
so here's the thing, Sonic in these games is a very specific guy, and then there was like a whole controversy. I'm not getting into it. There's a whole controversy about them changing the guy, but the guy now.
Oh, you mean like his actual voice? Okay,
Yes,
okay,
yes,
okay.
his actual voice.
I do know about the controversy.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, the controversy was over here. Over here.
Yeah.
In the directing for, like a very specific voice direction, like, I don't know, order, like just, direction, really. Yeah, it's just direction. In a very specific voice direction for the character, for all the characters in the story, they talk like this. Yes, it is very sad that happened. Like, they talk with a lower voice than usual. They don't use their like cheery like, hey guys, what's going on? It's like, hey guys, what's going on? And that's how he sounds, because the whole point of Frontiers is reflecting upon all of this shit, right? And being like,
I think that was one of the things that I saw people getting like kind of surprised about with Frontiers when it first came out. I remember there's like people like they're actually like mentioning this thing. They're like, what, Knuckles and like Tails are having like this conversation with Sonic, and they're like actually talking about things that happened in past games. And I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah,
doesn't mean anything to me, but that's cool that people are getting something out of that.
To explain it further, it's because we have this guy here to blame. He's Ian Flynn. I'm not gonna get too much into it, but Ian Flynn basically was a writer for Archie. Then he went to IDW. Now he's like fucking writing most of Sonic, like most things Sonic from Tears onwards. He did some support for the Sonic movie, even though he didn't write it. But he is very clearly writing the Sonic franchise, and he is a fan of Sonic. Like, he started out as a fan of the series, then a fan of the Archie comics, and then he got into comics and started writing it. And this is like way back in the 2000s, right? Like, this is not like from Sonic fan now. It was a very, even ever since then, like Sonic fans were already working on the franchise. So yeah, we see like Sonic Frontiers kind of like moving forward, and that is kind of like, I would say it's too early to really give a name to this era. We only have like these two games. This game hasn't even come out yet. But
We should call it the modern era. What do you think?
I've seen people call it the postmodern era because
Oh my
which,
God.
honestly, it kind of fits. It kind of fits. It kind of works because it seems like this era is kind of like reflecting on this and like moving forward. Let's say
that is interesting. Yeah.
like even superstars, like usually back in the day, like this is a holy grail to the fans, to Sega, to everyone, right? And so much so that there's like rules of like which characters can show up in the classic games, or not. I wouldn't call it a renaissance though, because it's like I don't want to give a name to these. I don't want the name to be like this shit or like Dark Age or like I would rather not be like a commentary on the actual quality of the games. I'd rather just be like talking about the gameplay and what the themes of the games are thus far. But it is fitting.
I think from what I know of these like three games that have come out is like, or I guess one of them hasn't come out yet. It I would say it's too early to tell.
It is too early.
I can see the direction that they're trying to go with it. It seems like fans like it for the most part, but you know, one of the games I don't think people like too much. That one in the middle.
So
I don't think people like that one that much.
I will touch on it very briefly, so not steal much from its discussion. But Superstar was more like, it was less so a dud, more like, honestly, you can kind of, Calavera VT, my good friend, I remember he went up to me and was like, dude, this game looks sick. We should play it together. It's a multiplayer game, right? And immediately, when I saw this game, as a Sonic fan, I was like, this is not gonna be, this is gonna be ass, honestly. Because there's like a lot of factors here at play, like the multiplayer. Multiplayer is not the strong suit of Sonic, especially like split screen. And like Sonic as like so you always have to like put modes that go against Sonic. Like Sonic Superstars has a lot of like fighting modes and shit like that, but like it's still the same fucking like idea of multiplayer as fucking Sonic 2, where it's just like, oh, the camera follows the one character and the other characters can get fucked.
Yeah, it's ass.
But here's the thing.
I hate that.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Even this is kind of reflecting on these, because it's kind of like, again, there's like a whole list of characters that can even like show up in this game. Like you can't have Shadow show up in this, not just because it wouldn't make sense to the lore, but also because it's just like a rule that Sega has imposed on these games. Now, Sonic Superstars changes that by creating like a very like a path forward in the classic era, quote unquote, you know? Like they have a new character in this. They have like, they return Fang, which was a character back in the day. It's like still moving forward and reflecting on it. So there is some truth to that, you know. I wouldn't call like Sonic Superstars dog shit. It's just not the best, you know. It's just kind of whatever.
Okay.
Its biggest crime is that the music is not that good. It's like just
Yeah. I remember
hit and
hearing
miss.
that. Like, I remember it was like the first time like a Sonic game came out, and I was paying attention, and people were like, I don't like the music. There was a lot of people just saying I don't like the music in this game, and I remember listening to it myself and being like, yeah, this doesn't sound great.
No, so you couldn't play a Shadow in Superstars. You could have Sonic with a Shadow hoodie because they can't
Sure.
have Shadow show up. They have to be
Oh,
Shadow
yeah, I remember-
in the
being
Sonic in a hoodie.
I was because I was like, why wouldn't you just put Shadow in? It was like I didn't know about the rule.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
interesting.
But either way, honestly, there's also just a much easier classification, which is just these are the 90s, these are the fucking 2000s.
Of course.
I think it, unironically, is not that bad. If you just look at the core of the decade, But even then, there's some like clear like I'm not sure because like there is like Sonic Adventure coming out in the 90s. There's Sonic Unleashed coming out in the 2008s. It's weird. I don't know if it's perfect, but it kind of works honestly. Like some people really want to dismiss it just because of these like this and this, but I think it kind of fits. So I don't see that much of a problem with it.
Yeah.
But now, whoosh, I'll be quick
Way
about
back
this.
over here.
I'll be quick about this.
I would like to ask for like the side ones if we could just like get through them, just like we
will. We won't be talking about. We
unless there's
basically did
unless there's a specific one that is
Don't
like
worry
you
too
have
much
a
about
lot
it.
to say about.
There isn't
Yeah,
much. I'll refer back to some devs here and there, but it's mostly there for a reread. Let's say.
Okay.
A reading outside of the stream. But I wanted to introduce the idea of eras because of Sonic Adventure and what will occur to the franchise from here on out. Here are some fucking fan games that I recommend playing if you want more of the classic era. These are all like pretty good. Just the games that are just 2D Sonic games and games that are built off of Sonic Roller Blast 2. Sonic Roller Blast 2 is one of the most important fan games, I'd say, because
Absolutely. That one I have played.
It basically created like a whole world to be made, and like at this point, Sonic Roller Blast 2 card is like more popular than it. And Ring Racers is its own thing. I put this here just for you, by the way. But it is a.
Thank you.
I've
was
shown
looking
you
at that.
this. I've shown you this before, right? The Sonic.
Yeah.
The
The
Persona, yeah.
the Persona 3, specifically Persona 3,
Specifically
made
Persona
in
3,
Robo Blast.
Yeah, but it's legitimately like a really important game and a pretty good one. Like, ironically, Nezu, like when I was talking to him about it, he said that he didn't like how it controls. I personally really like it. I have no problem with it. It's
With
slippery.
Robo Blast?
Yeah. Well,
It's fine.
It's
I like it.
It's slippery, but it's slippery intentionally. It's like part of the gameplay. You're kind of supposed to be able to tell.
I think
the shit.
on the tracks that I like the most, it's like it just works well.
But yeah, I thought it was important to point out like specific fan stuff like this because I think that it is good to like check back on it and be like, oh, the fans do shit that is important to the franchise beyond just what Sega does. Now,
I mean, especially in this day and age, like fan made stuff can be better or at least just as good as some of the stuff that these companies are putting out.
Now,
So
I didn't include many games that are based more so in the quote-unquote adventure or boost stuff because here's the thing. I'm not trying to dismerit anyone, right? But I think that it's incredibly easy comparatively. It's still hard to make this shit, but it's way easier to make one of these that works than making one of these, like one of these or even one of these. And this one has a pretty good fan thing, but it takes a lot of skill and a lot of like labor, unironically. So
yeah,
it's kind of hard. Like we're just not there yet, honestly. Which is why I even kind of make fun of it here. Of like, it's kind of a lot of projects and like here's this sandbox thing where I'm playing around. But I still make sure to. There's some names here that are part of that. But
did you perhaps include the funny Roblox one that people were obsessed with for like a week?
Here's the problem, Shady. That is not a fan game. But yes, I did include it.
Oh yeah, that's not a fan game. That's right. It was official Sega.
Yeah. But
Holy shit! I completely forgot about that.
I did include it here.
Of course you did. Of
But
course.
it is important. I do think these things are important. There's probably more kids that are finding out about fucking Sonic like, through Sonic Speed Simulator or the movies. like maybe just like watching a TikTok of fucking Sonic, the IDW comics, like they're gonna be finding it through that shit, just like how I found it through like, through this shit. Like
Yes, bro.
there's a lot of shit that is made by fans that is incredibly important, and like there are probably some fan games that have been played more than actual mainline games, I would say. Like I would actually bet I would bet my ribcage that Ultimate Flash Sonic has been played more times than Sonic, like Sonic Superstars, like it's
Wow.
it just is, because it was on everyone's computer, because you could just go on the internet and find it and play it. Like
Yeah, it was
it's-
popular too.
yeah,
And
like
free.
it's just like how a lot of my generation also found Sonic through Sonic X, or just a fucking random animation on the internet. It.
Yeah,
you
Sonic
find
X, Sonic X was definitely like my,
you
I think my first exposure.
You'll find Sonic through whatever way works, and this is not just for Sonic. This is for several things, right? But now let's talk about how a lot of people met Sonic, or at least how a lot of people vision of Sonic became by. I love this theme. It sucks that I have to skip through this theme, but well, it's also a good theme, I suppose. Let's talk about Sonic Adventure 2.
All right,
2.
here we go.
And
Let's go.
I have to. This is a different Goober now. We need to now talk about Goober in a more different fashion. Because it's the 2000s, baby. It's the fucking 2000s, baby. It's Shadow, and Shadow is the GOAT.
Yes, man.
Let me show it to you what's happening on stream right now.
Oh my god.
But we are in the 2000s. We have arrived. Finally. Set me free from the awful 90s and the actual dark age of Sonic. We are here with Sonic Adventure 2, and it's the final hurrah of the Dreamcast. Unironically, like that's what it's supposed to be. They poured their hearts out because they were like, we are making the final game for the Dreamcast. Was it actually the final game of the Dreamcast? No, there's other stuff after that. But it was incredibly important. Like, it was the game. Now,
This is probably the game that people will talk about when you mention
Yeah.
the Dreamcast.
yeah. Sonic Adventure 2 is... Where do I even start? It's kind of like the game that has the most, like, growing power throughout the franchise. Like, it went from being, like, kind of where a lot of people found their passion for Sonic, and nowadays it's seen as the golden standard. Of course, the golden standard kind of changes on Sonic, because just a couple of minutes ago, wasn't it Sonic 3 and Knuckles? Well, yes, it still is, but I would say that Sonic Adventure 2 is basically the kind of the GOAT, let's call it, of the community. It's kind of like the one that everyone has more of a passion to. People obviously have a passion for.
I would say, like, from my perspective, the way that people talk about Sonic 3 and Knuckles is like,
It's like
this is like, if I'm thinking about it objectively, this is just like one of the best Sonic games that ever came out. But if I'm talking about from my heart,
yeah,
it's Sonic
yeah,
Adventure 2, baby.
Exactly.
This is the one that
Sonic
like my
Adventure-
heart loves, even with all its faults or whatever.
Sonic Adventure
People
2
love this one.
is basically the golden child of Sonic. It, like, legitimately is really good. I think that's, like, perhaps not objective. Like, anyone can figure out their own takes on it. But Sonic Adventure 2, when it came out, was, like, a game that you could just play for hours and get good at. Like, legitimately, Sonic Adventure 2, it's not even like my favorite of the adventures. I actually have more of a passion towards adventure because it was what it was for me. But Sonic Adventure 2 is like a fucking awesome game to just run through. I even put it here, like, you can take 8 hours to finish or some shit, but you will have infinite fun just trying to get S ranks and getting through the levels as fast as possible, messing around in the Chao Garden. Like, it was basically a hub for Sonic fans to basically experience the most amount of Sonic, let's call it, you know? And it wasn't even like the biggest Sonic game ever or anything like that. Like, I would say that Adventure can sometimes be like more taxing time-wise, but Adventure 2 basically had the most like gameplay like per minute. I don't know how to put it perfectly, but it's basically just saying Sonic Adventure is like so good that it manages to kind of hide a lot of its worst stuff. But let's talk about those bad things too, because like I'm saying some grandiose things about it, but it's not perfect. First of all, sound design, what is that? Like, people like make fun of the line reading in Sonic Adventure, but the ones in Sonic Adventure 2 is somehow worse, unironically. And I will say that confidently. The sound design hurts sometimes.
I'll make you eat those words.
Yeah.
Oh no, dude.
It hurts sometimes.
I've watched a few people play through those games. It's like that game is like just like it does one of the most annoying things. Like having bad sounds is fine.
Yeah. Ambience is like,
but like when the sound is like the volume is all over the place and like things are blasting in your ear in 1 minute and another minute it's like super quiet, you can barely hear it. That's the worst. I don't like it.
And honestly, like a lot of the complaints that you can levy towards Sonic Adventure, the mech's going beep, terrible. But like a lot of the things that you can say about Sonic Adventure, this is the weird thing about it. Sonic Adventure 2, the GOAT, undisputed. Some people will talk shit about it, but like then they will be like laughed off. But Sonic Adventure, it's like divisive as fuck. But like a lot of the things that you can say about one, you can say about the other. So what's up? The truth of the matter is, Sonic Adventure 2 is the 2000s. Sonic Adventure 2 wasn't just like a part of the 2000s. It kind of shaped it. Like this is like a fucking statement and a half, I know. But
I'm listening, man. I raised my eyebrow. I'm waiting to hear this explanation.
But legitimately, like when you look at a lot of the like attitude and shit like that of the era, like how a lot of stuff in the 90s, like the whole attitude, oh yeah, we're fucking radical and shit like that. In the 90s, Sonic Adventure 2 did that to the 2000s as well. Like a lot of people will get to experience the moody, like edgy character first through Sonic Adventure 2, and then later, this is why it's always funny when you see like Shadow in the middle of a bunch of like other edgy characters, and he's Sonic. He's just Sonic with a coat of paint. Like, what's up? But that's the thing. Like, it is pure, like, the essence of the early 2000s at the very least. Maybe not the late 2000s. But
no, definitely not.
It's
early 2000s. I can see it.
Yeah, if legitimately, if you were around at the time, I would say that. I mean, I wasn't around as much during the early 2000s because I was just a kid, right? I was a baby, not a baby, but you know, the same age as you.
Yeah.
Like we weren't really that much around during it, but we still got to experience parts of it. And I remember distinctively Sonic Adventure 2 like being the target of like a bunch of AMVs. Sonic Adventure 2 was like the thing to use for like gameplay of like sick shit going on. And, like it was one of the first few games that I actually remember like seeing on YouTube and like people like talking about it and shit like that, you know? It like the Child Garden nowadays is just seen as like this really great like thing, but back then it was like an actual thing that a lot of people were putting like a lot of research and like trying to make. There was like whole forums around this side game inside of this game, and
Yeah.
like it's inherently connected to the actual main game because you have to do the collectibles in the main game, right?
Yeah.
I think that the best quality of Sonic Adventure 2 is that need of wanting to get better at it, because whereas I will say that sometimes it doesn't feel good to get better as Sonic Adventure 1 because sometimes it just feels random. But Sonic Adventure 2, when you start learning the way to like play the level fast, you feel like a god. You like feel like you're doing everything right, and you feel like it's, you know how people like to say like here's the canon run of the character. When they speak about here's the most epic run possible. That's how it feels like in Sonic Adventure 2. And that's not to say that the classic Sonic games don't have that either, but a lot of them are a lot more on the side of like platforming, whereas this is like speed, you know? And there's like a lot of action set pieces.
And there's also the aspect of it actually being in 3D this time,
Yeah.
which is, you know, that's big for
It
some
was
people.
like a blow. It was blowing people mind back in the day. Like a lot of people like to see, you know, the funny. What we just mentioned. Sonic had a rough transition to 3D.
yeah.
Back then, if you said that shit to people, they would fucking like smack you. They would be like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Shit's epic." Like, I will say this: in late 2000s and early 2010s, it's definitely where Sonic started getting kind of attacked in a way. And that's not to say that all of the criticism was just people trying to take Sonic down or some shit like that. But it was very clearly like people seeing that it was popular to complain about Sonic, and we're kind of like reverberating this thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
he just became a target.
Exactly.
The franchise became a target.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of deserving of it. I'm not gonna lie. With games that we will hear about soon enough, but I think that Sonic Adventure 2 is a decent, if not flawed version of its predecessors. But I will say this: it's definitely worth playing. Don't worry about this that you're seeing on screen right now. I'm just opening on the side.
Sure.
For me to pick up some things here. Okay. But I will say this: if you don't want to play Sonic Adventure 2, go fucking watch Sonic X. It has like a whole like retelling of Sonic Adventure 2. So there's that. I wouldn't recommend Sonic X per se because of Little Someone, but it's not terrible. It's still fun.
What's that about?
Let's just say that not all like human characters are made equally in Sonic, and there's a very good reason why people were apprehensive about Sonic hanging out with, goofing around with his daffy pals that were not animals in the Sonic movies. Whenever people heard that, they immediately went, "Oh no, it's Thorndyke again." Because this motherfucker, it's not, by the way, this is not like a situation of like, people don't like him because he's like the child character or something like that. This motherfucker is a menace. This motherfucker's a menace. It's not just a shonen insert problem. It's legitimately like some of the actions he does, because like people like, I mean, you've seen it over here. People like when Sonic is this free-spirited creature, right? But then you like tie him down to the old ball and chain that is Chris Thorndyke, and it's like, why are you doing this? Like, this kid basically like it doesn't feel nice. It doesn't feel nice that Sonic is basically like at the whims of this child. You know, there are moments that he does
even
things.
as a kid, and I didn't even know too much about Sonic. Like, I mean, I think Sonic X was like all I really knew about Sonic. I thought Sonic was just a show. And I remember actually having the thoughts like, why is he here? Because like all the other characters make sense, but he's not really doing too much.
I don't think you're gonna bother watching Sonic X, so I'll tell you right now. This is a spoiler, so anyone that doesn't want to hear it. But Chris Thorndike, the whole point of Sonic X is that Sonic gets transported, much like in the movies. He gets transported into this real world, right? And he wants to go back home. Yeah, he wants to go back home. And Thorndike is basically like his, like the same thing as Tom, right? It's just like the guy that is taking care of Sonic. Sonic is living in this mansion because Thorndike is a rich kid. By the way, Thorndike is a rich guy. Like it's like spoiled and shit. But his parents don't stop home enough, even though they kind of do. Either way,
minus 10 points. All right,
yeah,
I don't remember that.
Minus 10 points for having money. But the whole point of the show,
already.
in like a big portion of it, is bringing Sonic back home. And there is this moment where Sonic is about to go home, and this motherfucker stops him. Unironically, I'm not like exaggerating or like, oh, he did it because he was sensing that Sonic was in danger if he went back home. He did it because he's selfish. And the narrative wants you to believe that it was justified. It's terrible. I hate it. I hate it a lot. But Sonic X does have its moments, and I think that, funnily enough, not enough is said about how Sonic X like shaped a lot of people. Because like I think that a lot of people might have not even played Sonic Adventure 2, but they experienced it through Sonic X, and they like kind of like just turn it into their personality. You know, if that makes any sense. Now, let's talk about a game that's much easier to talk about. That's for sure. By talking about Sonic Advance. Now, Sonic Advance, this is like killing a lot of narratives here because people like to say that, oh, classic Sonic was dead while Sonic was happening on the Dreamcast or the GameCube, whatever. Sonic Advance is just a fucking platformer like these other games, but instead of using the Sonic design from the classics, it's using the modern design. And it has new characters too, it has Scream and shit like that. And it's
this is where Cream. Oh, yeah. Dude, actually, no. Not a. Oh my god, I've played this. Yes, I have actually played this very briefly.
Okay.
Yeah, because I remember like on my little. This was Game Boy, right?
Yeah, Game Boy.
Because it was definitely yeah. It was like on my little Game Boy. I borrowed the game from like one of my cousins or something. I remember seeing like all these characters I could pick, and I remember getting confused because I was like, "What's the best character to play though?" And I played Knuckles, and I was like, this is the best guy because he can climb.
Yeah, like it legitimately is just the classic games. Like, I will say this: a lot of people like experience this through this because this is it's just 4 levels and like 2 bosses, but it's basically like a version of this right here without like any like I would say charm, I guess, but I mean it is. It was a good introduction for a lot of people, though I will say that there's a lot of people that levy like Sonic is slippery and shit like that, and they're referring to this because they played this, and I don't want to shit on it too much because I do appreciate like Ultimate Flash, but it wasn't great. It was a Flash game, you know. It could only do so much. But
I'm sure I also played Ultimate Flash Sonic.
Yeah,
I'm sure. In fact, I know I did.
It was literally in every single Flash type. It was impossible.
Yeah,
and it was always the like top game, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sonic Advance, legitimately, there isn't much to talk about it. It's kind of like a quote-unquote modern version of Sonic 1. I would say that there are problems with it that is, because this is not made by Sonic Team. This was made by GIMP, which is the same people that do like a lot of like anime stuff and like stuff like that, but they were working for Sega for a lot of these, and they made this game.
Are those the same guys that did the boost mechanic? Or
yes,
is that someone else?
Yes, technically, yeah.
Okay.
And they created this. Like, it was still overseen by Sonic Team, but yeah, I would say this: the special stages on these are notorious, but the level design is definitely not the same as the stuff from the Genesis. It's a little crusty on some parts, you know. But it's still good. It's fun to play and it's short. It's worth it, you know. Like, I think that a lot of people skip over these because they just see it as like a whatever game. But this is like the introduction of Cream. This is like
We love Cream.
a whole like fucking. The whole point of this is that you're trying to save Vanilla, and then like later on in Sonic Heroes, Cream is like one of the characters here, and obviously it's going to play a part in the series later. And this is without even talking about this game right here, which is, like I said, a very important lore game. But Sonic
Is that
Advance,
the one that has the funny lore thing that's like
yeah,
gonna be brought back up in
in
the most
Sonic
recent?
Shadow, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, right now, I would say that it's definitely worth it. It's good, you know. And a lot of people experience Sonic.
I would actually like to play this one again because like well try playing it because like this was actually the first Sonic game I ever played.
And to mention this as well, when I was researching this game, I don't know if I mentioned it here. Yeah, so I mentioned it. It can feel a bit claustrophobic because, like I said, Sonic, you kind of want the widescreen because you can see more ahead, right?
Yeah.
The way that these games did it is that the camera is always a little bit more ahead than you are, but it's still not perfect. However, just as I was writing this, Sage, which is a fan, this is what's crazy about it.
Oh, yeah.
Sage, which is a fan, display of like
It's
several
like a-
different games. Yeah, it's an expo.
Yeah, it's like
an
a fest.
expo. Yeah,
an expo. Yeah.
of like a lot of like Sand
digital
created
expo.
stuff. Someone just made. Haven't played it yet, but I was really like impressed by it. They made like a compilation of all the advanced games with widescreen support. And I was like, oh, there it is. So you see what I'm saying? Like the fans.
Well, there
like,
it is.
Yeah, the fans are incredibly important for Sonic. But moving on. Again, I won't have much to say about these because they're just good, but they didn't affect the franchise as much. We move on to Sonic Advance 2. Now, Sonic Advance 2, I don't have much to say about it. It doesn't apply to Sonic Advance 1, but it is incredibly a lot better. This is probably like, without boost, the game in which Sonic feels the fastest without boost. You feel
Right.
like you're going fucking fast on this one, which is really funny considering, you know, the parallel to Sonic 2. It's like, you feel really fast on this one. It has like an epic effect where not many Sonic games do this, where like, you see like the trail of Sonic when he's going really fast. And it's epic. It is legitimately really cool. But it's a short
I
game.
love that. That's
you know?
cool.
It's pretty
I mean,
easy
they do
to
that in. Sorry, I'm gonna do it again. They do that in Pizza Tower.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
go super
So
fucking
Pizza
fast.
Tower
It's
most definitely got it.
It makes you
from
feel like
this.
you're going fast as hell,
Yeah.
bro.
So
Love
Pizza
it.
Tower most definitely like got it from here. And to get to it, like I think that Sonic Advance 2 is legitimately like would have seen as like one of the best of the best, right? But like I said, like a lot of people just kind of sleep on these, just because they're on the either because they're on the GBA or maybe it's a combination of things. I don't even know, but I think that it's really worth playing personally. However, let's talk about this for a second.
They're
And
both short, so
Yeah, I will skip over this because I think you understand this, and I
yes,
talked plenty.
yes, I
I
understand.
talked plenty about the fan involvements in Sonic and why it's pretty important. Now let's talk about Sonic Battle. Sonic Battle is an arena fighter, I guess, on the GBA. I don't particularly care for arena fighters, much less on the GBA. And does it have the best gameplay? Not really. But you know what it does have? It has like a pretty good story. Like I even mentioned it here. I'll show it right now. But I think like if you want like a story heavy Sonic game, Sonic Battle is a pretty good alternative. And like the only thing that was holding it back before to be like people see it as like a must play was the fact that it was potentially not canon, right?
Yeah.
Now it is undoubtedly canon. It is undoubtedly canon. So it's like there is no excuse. And I'd say that at the very, I kind of don't want to do this, but I think that it's one of those games that if you really don't care about it, it's at least worth like watching it, like watching like a cutscene compilation or something like that. There's nothing wrong with doing that. And there's some Sonic games that I will recommend moving forward. Maybe very soon. Maybe it's on the horizon. But it's good. I think it's good. I think
1
it's
second.
fun. Yeah. No problem. Oh, chat, I hope that people are having fun. I put a lot of work into this, but this was incredibly fun to make. So I have no problem going through this. But you will have to forgive me because I'm kind of slipped right? Just a bit. Just a smidge. But I'm trying to get a move along on these because I want to talk about the big boys, right? I'd say that Sonic... honestly, also speaking of Sage, I think that Sage, honestly, I kind of don't want to say this. I was kind of disappointed in Sage. Not disappointed as in, wow, I can't believe they fucked up or something, but it felt almost like Sonic was like at its height, and then we didn't have much. We used to have so much. Maybe that's because of the sleep on Sonic Battle. In fact, you should hold regular Sonic Battle tournaments. That's a good idea. I kind of like that. Except for the fact that Sonic Battle can be supremely cheese. Like, you can cheese it incredibly easy. Like, there's I remember seeing like some of the combos for it. It's legitimately like jump attack. It's like some shit like that. I was like, wow, that destroys people. And I mean,
All right, I'm back. My bad.
no problem. Just talking more about we chat about Sage and Sonic Battle. But I'll say this: I think it's very interesting. The main character of this game technically is Emerald, which is the robot from this game, and.
And you
Like,
can like mix and match his skills and stuff.
Let me tell you right now, if a Sonic character is a robot, that means they're epic. That
Yeah, of course.
unless you're in Sonic Prime, that means you're epic. Okay? That's all I'm gonna say. Now, let's get to it because I don't think I will have that much to talk about it, but we do have to talk about Sonic Heroes. Sonic Heroes.
Sonic Hero.
That's the one. Sonic Heroes is a weird game. I used to remember. I'm literally staring at it. I have it for PC because it came out on everything, right?
Yeah.
And I remember Sonic Heroes being seen as like one of the better Sonic games that ever happened. But I think Sonic Heroes, like many other ones, have had a perception shift because of like how we see gaming nowadays, you know? Sonic Heroes is like, let me introduce it to you. It's like if someone wanted just the Sonic and Shadow stages from like Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Heroes is the one. Like, it basically is just that. That is the gameplay. There's no like fluff, there's no like side mode. That's that, right?
Yeah.
And Sonic Heroes controls pretty well. Like, it doesn't have any problems controlling or anything like that.
Doesn't this game have like all the voice acting is they didn't do like English? It was like Japanese, or was that just an option that you could have?
I think it's an option you can have, but I actually don't know. You might be right about that, but I might just not know.
I've just seen like a few people play and they're always playing in Japanese. I'm like, I guess this is like they didn't get like an English dub for this. Maybe it's just those people preferred to play the Japanese.
Yeah. Well, that is understandable because the Sonic Heroes dub not very good. Not very good. Not even in a funny way. Just kind of annoying.
Right.
But it has. I don't know. I think it still has a charm to it. But I think it's pretty good. Like, well, it has a charm. It's not good, but it has a charm. Like, for example, like even though Tails sounded like decently like he sounded like a child, but he always sounded like a child that is a little bit older. In Sonic Heroes, he sounds like a baby. He sounds like how you would imagine a baby. Like, he sounds.
Tails always like strikes me as like a kid that's just about to go through puberty, or he's like he might be in it a little bit.
Yeah. That depends on the game, honestly. Definitely, the balls have fallen by Frontiers. Now the balls have definitely fallen.
Sure.
But then there was Forces just before Frontiers, and in that game, child, baby, like an actual regression, right? But let's not talk about Tails. It's not. I have many thoughts on Sonic characters that I cannot include in this. If I included my thoughts on Sonic characters, it would be. It's like 2 extra hours.
I think it would be a lot longer.
Yeah. Sonic Heroes. What is the problem with Sonic Heroes? First of all, if you want to beat this game, you gotta play basically 4 times the same route. It's not the same. It has differences. But it's really weird how they differentiate it. So you have 4 teams, right? You have Team Sonic, Team Dark, Team Rose? I might be wrong on that. And Team Chaotix.
Yep.
The way that it works is that Team Sonic was made as like normal mode for the game. Team Shadow, Team Dark is like hard mode. Team Rose is like easy mode, and then Team Chaotix is like harder, but like just different in general. You do more like quests in that one, but that you wouldn't think so from the get-go, because you just look at it and you're like, oh, well, I'm gonna start with Team Sonic, and you just play Team Sonic, and then you have to play later Team Rose, and it's boring as fuck because you already done it before. You've done a harder version because you probably have already played Team Dark, and then you go to Team Chaotix and it's like a mess. So it's like, okay.
Yeah. I'm assuming they don't communicate that they're like the difficulties of the teams very well.
No. And they all play the same. It's not like they have much of a difference. They all can just play the same. Because the way that it works is that you have a fast character, flying character, and strong, heavy. I don't even know the classification. It's been a while since I played Sonic Heroes.
Power character.
Power character. That's it. It's a tedious task, but honestly, whenever people say that it's atrocious, I kind of roll my eyes because it's like it's a bad thing that you gotta do that, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Like, the worst part of this game probably is it's a Sonic game and it has a lot of focus on combat. And combat in Sonic,
The bosses didn't look great
thing.
from what I saw.
No, not the best.
I was watching someone like fight like Team Chaotix and like holy moly, that looked painful.
Yeah.
I didn't really get it. I didn't really get like how it works.
Mhm.
I'm sure it's like, like rock paper scissors kind of thing, where you got to use a specific character for another character or something like that. I don't know.
Oh no, I don't think so. I think you just hit him.
Oh, okay.
A lot of people just play like with the like power character, just like fucking holding them together, like because that way it's less slippery. But it's really funny because it's just like Knuckles holding Sonic and Tails on his fucking hand. It's kind of a goofy game. It's not the best, but I never understood why suddenly now it has this kind of like reputation as like one of the worst games in the franchise. But let's hear it from our good friend Nezu. Nezu says, Sonic motherfucking Heroes. Not gonna lie, not a fan of this one. The character swapping gimmick is cool for one playthrough, then you get tired of it. Good luck doing that 3 more times. See what I'm saying? This is the opinion on the games. It's not like I'm just saying this shit. Like, and I don't blame anyone for it, but it's just weird to me that it got this much of a change in perception. It used to be like seen as like.
I mean, I feel like maybe it's legit people that are like getting older.
Maybe.
And like you know how it is. You know how it is now because you expressed this as well, where it's like I don't want to play a game for that long unless it's like really good.
Yes, I think so too because
maybe it's like old Sonic fans that are like looking back and being like, actually, I don't think this is good because of how much time it feels like I'm wasting playing.
Yeah. I think that it's a change in like how people in general see gaming because like I said, it was actually surprising to me how people got into like P ranking in Pizza Tower because legitimately was not a thing anymore. It's not a thing anymore in gaming. People generally don't seem to care that much anymore. Like I've seen it in Ultra Kill and shit like that. But yeah, I understand why people don't care too much about it because I personally am not like the biggest fan of it, but I just think it's weird because back in the day you see like, Sonic Heroes got the award for most playable characters on a Guinness fucking World Records book. Which is not even true, by the way, because it's just 12 characters. That can't be true.
That's what about like every fighting game?
Yeah, right?
What?
I don't get it. I don't even want to think about it.
What is the Guinness World Record doing?
I don't even want to think about it. I remember I had that book and I legitimately was like, what? No? No?
That's
what
wrong.
What are you talking about?
Huh?
12? That can't be it. I've seen more than 12 characters.
Oh, that's the first I've heard of that. That's baffling. What do you mean?
Yeah. But like I said, like back in the day, people used to see that shit and be like, whoa, that's so cool. So many characters. And it's like, they all control the same. What are you talking about? That, like, even looking aside, the whole, like, just 12 characters? The 12 characters, like, there's only really 3 characters. You know? It's the whole thing. I don't really fuck with it. Let me put it this way. But
yeah.
Either way, that's Sonic Heroes. I'd still recommend it. I'd still think it's fun. But just figure it out yourself. Maybe just look into it.
This one seems like another
it's a divisive one. And it's funny because I always see like people like try to put these two on a fight, like Sonic Sonic Heroes is so much better than Sonic Adventure. Sonic Adventure is so much better than Sonic Heroes, and it's like, guys, they're both Dutch. Calm down. Yeah. None of you guys are, if you guys are not even beating Mario Sunshine, you shouldn't be this cocky.
Settle down.
Settle down. Settle down. Anyhow, then another Sonic Advance to finish up the trilogy, and funnily enough, kind of similar to Sonic Sonic 3 and Knuckles before it. Sonic Advance 3 puts a lot of focus on different characters, which I don't think it was intentional, but I do think it was like, it's just like a natural progression for Sonic. Of course, you could always play with multiple different characters in these games, but this game has a very interesting mechanic, which is you get one character, like let's say you're playing as Sonic or whatever. You can choose between like Tails, Knuckles, Cream, or Amy. And depending on which one you choose, Sonic will get new abilities, and so will the vice versa. For example, I don't remember exact combinations, but it's like if Sonic is working with Knuckles, Sonic can carry Knuckles and use him as a projectile. If he's working with Amy, he can use her hammer to attack. If like Knuckles is with Cream, I think, if he like latches onto a wall, he can dash in the wall and like make like an upwards climb. Like, they're really fun combinations.
I almost remember some of those.
Yeah.
I feel like.
It's really fun, and it's really fun to experience it. It's legitimately a shame that this is the only game that does this.
That is really fun. The fact that there's like different
like,
combinations, there's different effects for each combination. That's cool.
Unironically, it's like Kirby 64, where it's like,
I was just gonna say that.
It's bizarre that like this never came back because it's so cool. Like, legitimately, like, you can already mix and match. Like, Mania already had, like, I understand why Mania didn't do it, but like, why not for fucking Superstars? You can already play with multiple characters. Why not have them have like something together? The closest we ever got, and this is the most amount of praise you ever hear me give to Sonic 4. In episode 2 of Sonic 4, there are like abilities that you can do with Tails, but they're like context sensitive, really, more than anything.
Ah, okay.
Like, oh, you can do a tornado that makes you fly faster. Like, oh, you can, well, just fly at all, actually. Yeah, true. That's another thing. You can even fly. Anyway, either way, it's just a whole thing. And I'm honestly surprised that it never came back. Now, Sonic Advance 3, most people would agree that it's not the best of the trilogy of these games, right? Because it's very much, the level design is like not the greatest. Probably maybe better than 1, but definitely not better than 2. Like, you know how 2, I was saying, like, you go really fast? It kind of sacrifices being fast so you can do the whole like character thing. And you know, some character abilities are definitely made with a lot more love than others. I'll just say that. But me personally, when I was a kid, I still do. I just loved when it was like your little guy can have a partner and they hang out and they do things together. I always just loved that. So when I saw that in Sonic Advance 3, I fell in love. For me, it's my favorite. But well, it's good. The only problem is also you have to like get 1 million collectibles, and they're all annoying to find. Like, it's kind of a comeback to Sonic 3 and Knuckles and the exploration in that one. But whereas like Sonic 3 and Knuckles felt rewarding, this one feels annoying. You know, like that's more closer to what you were saying before, of like the exploration stuff being annoying.
Yeah.
But I almost feel bad because I feel like I won't have much to say about the next one. But it's definitely one that we want to hear the soundtrack to a lot because it's from our goats. But
Oh yeah.
time to
Yeah.
talk
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
Sonic Rush. Sonic Rush.
I don't hear anything about this game honestly, except about the soundtrack.
You wouldn't be the only one. Sonic Rush is like Sonic Rush has had a resurgence recently, much like the advanced games, because people realize that because the people that grew up with it are now like being able to enter the conversation more often. But Sonic Rush is insanely important for the franchise because it literally created the whole boost mechanic. Some people like to play it off as like, I would have gone around or something, or it would have just been something else, or I don't even like boost. Why the fuck would I be okay with, be happy about that? But Sonic Rush legitimately created that, so it's important as fuck. And the level design basically takes what the advanced games are doing, still with some problems, but like basically creates its own identity. Whereas the other ones felt like it was a lot of Sonic, like them trying to create their own Sonic Sonic Classic levels. Sonic Rush has a very different approach to make a level. Usually has like a gimmick or two in a level. It's something that we would see later on in Mania actually, because like Sonic Rush is very the levels feel very different to one another. But I will say this: it is most definitely the start of the boost, and they haven't figured out completely what to do with it, right? So, for example, like sometimes you'll feel like you are doing a level, and then you're like you just ignore a bunch of shit because you had your boost gauge filled, so you just like blaze through it. But yeah, Twitch needs vertical streaming so that it's easier to stream Rush. That's true. One of the things in Rush say is that you play it in both streams, right? But not like you gotta like be tapping shit because that would be obnoxious. You play it in both streams. Wait, did you have to tap shit? I don't even remember. I might have forgotten. I might have blacked out. If that's happening in Sonic Rush, I might have blacked out because that sounds like cancer. But in Sonic Rush, it's like Sonic is like running, and then they will have like a dip, and you will go to the bottom screen, and you start running there.
Yeah. I was thinking it'd be something like that.
It's pretty fun. Like it's
that should work with like my setup.
Yeah. I was about to say actually, but
my setup would be fine with that. That'd be okay.
I mean, Sonic Rush has a problem of heroes too, where it's like the gameplay, like you basically have to do the game twice. One time with Sonic, one time with Blaze. There is some differences.
Well, 2 playthroughs is not bad, man.
Yeah, it's not, and it's different. Like there are some differences, but you know that's something that people always bring up against like any game of this era, where you have to like play it more than once. Also, you know, even though the OST, see, this is perhaps a little bit of a psyop, because even though you're hearing the OST and I'm sure you love it, it's like, oh, I do. You can barely fucking hear it because the boost is just like fucking like so much shit's going on in the background. Like, sometimes you can barely fucking hear it. And lastly, there's also the boss fight stuff, where I think the boss fights are not the best. The boss fights are definitely like hit or miss. Mostly misses. There's the epic showdown.
Is it like they're annoying, or there's just like, that was whatever?
It's like a lot of waiting, you know? Like, it's one of those.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah. It's a lot of that.
I don't like boss fights that make you wait.
Yeah, it's a lot of that. I think it's bettable, but it is annoying, especially for Sonic, because one of the things in Sonic boss fights is that usually you can kind of cheese to like make sure that you kill like an enemy faster, but you can't really do that in Rush. And honestly, it does suck, but I think it's bearable for the rest of the game, you know? But
Yeah.
I do think it's pretty good, and I think it's a good game to, like, start out. Like, because it just it's basically you picking up right at the start of the boost games, right? While Nezu had like pretty similar opinions to me in Sonic Rush, but I like to voice out another opinion of his, so that we don't end up skipping it. About Nazo
Fucking
Unleashed.
jamming, bro.
You can. Oh, I'm doing this so we have more time on the soundtrack.
Yes, please.
But Side Mania Opportunity 1, Nezu Edition, Nazo Unleashed. A bastard child of a guy who watched a lot of Dragon Ball and played a lot of Sonic. Impressive for its time because of the length and quality. Nowadays, just look back as a neat thing of the past. Nazo is a lot like Super Mario Bros. Z, so if you like that, you probably like Nazo. But it is just Dragon Ball swap. I think it's less impressive.
I'd never heard of that.
Even in Nazo is basically like this guy right here. It's like an OC recolor that is like a character that was in the games, quote unquote, but like more so as just a recolor, right? So
Yeah.
they kind of just took it and
They might
created
just
their
really
own
like
thing.
that recolor.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And they created their own thing with it. She wouldn't be the first time for Sonic fans. But also, as we're talking about boosts, I think it's worthy to come over here. Momentum. And now, term used by fans when speaking about the mechanics of the game, especially if Sonic speed is dictated by gravity. Okay, momentum is just a fucking word. What are you talking about? Momentum is going to be a pain in the ass to discuss with any Sonic fan. Because any Sonic fan has their own opinions what it should be or what it shouldn't be. They sometimes converge, but this will become very like prevalent in the boost era. And I think it's worth
Which we are entering.
Yeah. In it, yeah.
Well,
kinda. We're coming.
Kind of.
Yeah, we're coming close. But Sonic Rush is the first of that, and a lot of people have a problem with boosts because it kind of kills momentum in its own way. Because like before, you had to rely on the momentum of the character for it to do certain segments, but this time you have like basically get out of jail, get out of fucking federal state prison like card where you can just press the boost button and just make through whatever the fuck you want, right? So
Yeah.
it's a very divisive thing, and that's why like boost specifically is a divisive mechanic in Sonic. But it is kind of here to stay, honestly. Like even from Tears, even though it's doing something completely different, it's still like attached to the boost mechanic, right?
Right.
But that's all stupid shit anyway. Because it's now time to talk about Shadow the Hedgehog.
Oh, we're here, huh?
Absolute cinema. I raise my arms. We're here. Start the absolute cinema. And I'm going to try. You know what? You
You didn't write anything for this.
No. This is the positive. This is the positive of Shadow the Hedgehog. This is the positive of
So
Shadow the
true.
Hedgehog. The negative,
that's the reason I wanna play it.
Don't read this. Don't read this. Don't read this. Listen. Even though I didn't write much here, I will try to make an argument for this game. Let me first, let me set up the stage. What is the usual complaint about this game? First of all, a lot of people just don't like that Shadow is like shooting people with a gun in like this really edgy story.
They don't like that?
A lot of the people that are against it, right? Nowadays, like there's been a resurgence of edge, right? Because of like the 2000s, like coming back into style.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is
yeah.
why I say that Sonic Adventure 2 like influences a lot of people. But Shadow the Hedgehog is still like, I would say that a lot of people kind of say that shit like ironically, you know, even if they don't mind it, they still think it's kind of weird. They think then there's like the fact that you have like a mission-based thing. You have to complete. You thought that completing the game 4 times in Sonic Heroes was too much? This game has 30 endings.
Oh yeah, I remember there's like a few people that say like honestly just get like a 100% save of this game and just like play on like I don't know, what was it, like legendary mode or something like that?
They're chumps anyway. The real shadow heads will actually do it with their own blood, sweat, and tears. Okay, don't fucking cheat it out. You're gonna shoot that fucking gun agent in the face. Okay, do it for Shadow. This is what he is.
How are there
You better
30
do it.
different endings? What dictates
So,
that?
I'm gonna show you actually. So here's the thing. This is Shadow's like routes. Let me see. So just I'm typing it all wrong. But let me see if I can find. It's not like 30 different endings really. It's less than that. But there is like a bunch of routes basically that you can take. This is how Shadow looks, right? Basically, you're gonna do this first level, right? In this level, there is 3 objectives. There is kill these guys, kill bad guys, kill, go straight to the end, or fucking kill cops. Oh, I guess. No, I'm not gonna say that. Anyway, whichever one you do is gonna dictate which level you're gonna go to, right?
Okay.
And you can mix and match. So here you did the bad one, right? So you went down here. In this one, you can do the good boy one. Ooh, I'm such a good boy. I'm a little angel. I'm praying to God. I have been redeemed. And then you go back to this one. This one, you go straight to the end. You go straight to this. Now I decided I am evil. Boom, boom. And depending on the way that you do it, you're basically gonna get 2 different endings for the same route.
It is
Basically.
What the hell?
Yeah.
That's so weird.
Yeah. But also cool, honestly.
It's cool.
I think
It's cool.
I think it's neat. It's not really 30.
I guess Rim
it's
don't got shit on this.
yeah. It's not really 30. What I said, it's not really 30. It's like much less than that. And you don't have to do all that shit. But oh my god.
Oh my god.
But
Absolute cinema.
Yeah, absolute cinema. But it is what it is, right? And it is annoying to have to play the game so many times to get the ending. But honestly, it's a lot of levels. Like, not all levels are unique. Not all of these fucking levels are unique. But it's still like plenty. Star Fox did it. So it's kinda similar to how Star Fox did it, actually. But more structured, I guess. I don't even know, but it's closer to how Command did it, if anything, because it affects your ending like specifically. Like you get a completely different ending. If you are really bad all the time, you're gonna fucking kill Sonic the Hedgehog at the end. You know, like so.
Yeah.
Every ending is Shadow karate chopping a motherfucker to death. Like he just goes this is who I am, and then he fucking murders the guy, right?
Oh my god.
That's the game, and you do that a bunch of times, and eventually you unlock the ending. Now, is it that bad? It's not like honestly, like I've seen some games that people like really praise, like especially like some like licensed stuff that people really praise, and I'm like,
Yeah.
people like this one, and it's pretty janky. But it's like still fine. Like it's not like the end of the world. The vehicles are the worst part of it, especially because it's like, why the fuck do the Shadow the Hedgehog need a vehicle other than like because it looks cool? But like, not every
Because
vehicle,
it looks cool, man.
Not every vehicle is the fucking bike. Some of them are like a hover thing, like a hovercraft that controls like shit, and like the weapons are kind of like, some of them are pretty dog shit and like useless. Like others are broken. It's not well like fucking designed at all, right? But if you like the like adventure stuff, I see why you think that Shadow the Hedgehog is that bad, you know? Like if you don't like it, I would say, yeah, you're fucking gonna hate it. Don't be stupid. Why are you even bothering with this? But if you didn't like it, then if you did like it, especially the Sonic levels or Shadow levels, you're gonna like it no matter what, right?
Yeah.
But also, I mean, the story is messy on this. I would say, like, legitimately, Shadow's story is actually pretty good in both Adventure 2 and Heroes, and also in Sonic Battle. But in his own game, it's kind of a mess.
I mean, I can imagine that with the way that they tried
The way she feels.
to do this, to do the funny branching path thing.
Yeah.
I'm sure they try to account for some deviation, but maybe it didn't come together as cleanly as they wanted it to.
But I don't know. I think that it sometimes, I feel like you wouldn't lump it in with like the worst games of all time, but it might be together with 06 as like some of the lesser Sonic games, you know? But it's not unheard of people enjoying it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a few people say, like, they genuinely think this is one of the better ones for themselves. So I'm like, huh. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's pretty cool. And, like, in almost like you kind of, if you're interested in the series and you've already played like a shit ton of stuff, and you already know that you like the series, there's nothing wrong in checking it out and just being like, alright, this is not really my cup of tea, or, oh, this is dog shit, huh? Or just, oh, maybe I did like it. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, you just check it out. You don't have to pay for this game. You can emulate it. Don't be silly. But it is one of the video games of all time. If I'm gonna be honest, this game,
I think it's probably one of those games that is like it's just more interesting that it even exists.
Yeah, definitely.
In the way that it does.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy imagining that there's a version of this game that was even more like edgy back before it. And honestly, like I've been for this specific like assignments, right? I've been listening to all of the soundtracks as in order. It honestly,
right.
The Shadow the Hedgehog soundtrack. We're listening to it right now.
Yeah.
It has a lot of bangers. I skipped over the actual vocal tracks, but there's some vocal tracks that I didn't even remember from it that are really fucking good. And I'm like, yeah. Honestly, if like Sonic Adventure 2 is like the insemination of Edge into the 2000s, Shadow the Hedgehog is basically like that shit in like a chamber, in like an incestuous relationship with itself, creating like fucking more and more until like it reproduces into an abomination. that is still like you can enjoy if you just like that stuff, you know. If you like edgy shit, you're probably gonna like it. But
Yeah, I'm down for that.
yeah, I think it's very least it's a funny game, you know. At the very least, you're gonna have fun just shitting on it. But
Yeah.
let's talk for a second on Sonic Riders, because honestly, I'll give it to Nezu on this one because he talks about it with more experience than I do. But I'll just say
He
Sonic
likes this
Riders.
one.
Yeah, Sonic Riders is a cool ass game. It's a cool racing game where Sonic is riding on a fucking hoverboard, and it's sick. And people didn't like it because it's like, why don't Sonic just run? Because it's cool.
Yeah.
But let's hear from the specialist, right? Side notes on Sonic Riders. There's a competitive mod that adds a quality of life called Sonic Riders Tournament Edition and is widely agreed to be the way to play the game in the community. Play it once or twice vanilla to at least have felt it, and hop on Tournament Edition to really race.
Okay, Nezu.
This game is like really accessible now, like a lot of Sonic games are now, right? Because of the fans. As this is known, right? At this point, I've already beaten that into your head.
Thankfully, because of the fans.
Yeah. But it is legitimately a pretty fun like racing game with like,
This one definitely caught my interest back in the
It's-
day.
You know what's funny about it? I think I like this one, and I actually think you're gonna agree with me on this. I think I like this one better than I like Air Ride. Some people,
I mean, I haven't played Riders yet, but honestly, I
know some people are gonna get really
it
mad
hurts
at
me
me
every
saying that,
time
but-
I admit this. But like, I really don't care for Air Rides like mechanics and
I like
really
it a
any of the
decent
tracks, and
amount.
I don't care about City Trial. I don't get. Well, like, it's interesting, but it's not that good. It's weird that it gets so much praise when it doesn't feel that good to play.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I don't know. It's weird. I like it a decent amount, but I do think it's like supremely overrated.
It's really overrated.
Also, just to say that also about Riders, it has like people kind of forget about it, but it's kind of like also like an adventure kind of game, you know, with its own like little cutscenes and shit like that. So it's pretty fun to at least watch the cutscenes and be
It's
like,
got a story.
Oh, yeah,
I've seen some of the
pretty
cutscenes. It's pretty fun.
Well, we've arrived.
And this is the one
This is the one.
that I'm really like curious.
Well-
I don't think I'm gonna have a different opinion on this game when I actually play it
Mm,
from like the general consensus.
yeah.
But
Oh,
still,
okay.
I think
I think you will get something out of this discussion, though. So,
yes.
let me explain to you, right? Here we are in Sonic 06. It's the Xbox 360, baby. And Sonic
Yep.
Team got to rush a game out. Because they promised Xbox they would put some shit out. Poor Silver, he did it to himself.
I don't feel bad for Silver,
I don't feel
man.
bad for Silver.
I don't like Silver.
I think you will like the Silver from the comics, but he's like a completely different character. He's like a
Okay.
totally different character. They like rewrote Silver because like everyone didn't care about Silver except like people that just played 06.
Right.
I'm gonna give you a play-by-play of what happens with this game, right? Came out. I told you before. Or was I talking to you or no? I was talking to Nezu before. It came out. Even when it came out, it immediately got like banned. No one liked it, or less than no one liked it. It was even though like Shadow got banned for being like a weird game. Sonic 06 like got banned for being fucking ass.
Just being legitimately bad.
Yeah, the Sonic 06 then like got really popular as the bad Sonic game, except for the people that are playing it right then and there, which are kids. Keep that in mind.
Right.
There's a bunch of kids in 2006 that were playing Sonic 06 and they were loving it because they didn't have any fucking idea of what a Sonic game was supposed to look like, right?
The kids don't really have
Yeah,
like
kids,
a sense
you,
of quality.
you put like a fucking shitty like licensed game in front of them, they'll love it. But
Yeah.
keep that in mind.
I was that kid.
I'm not gonna talk at all about the quality of it right now because I don't even think I need to. But Sonic 06, then like the later 2010s, Sonic 06 was the punching bag of the internet. You can say that it
Yeah.
was deserved, and I won't even disagree with you, but it was, and it was JonTron, the Game Grumps in general. It was Pro Jared. It was everyone. Everyone wanted a piece of the pie of shitting on Sonic 06. And
You slip up, they're gonna come for your ass, man.
yeah. But everyone's shitting on it, and then they're like going like a bunch of kids in my comments trying to defend the game. Keep that in mind. Bunch of kids that are now probably like from 8 years old to 12, right? And they're coming onto
Right.
YouTube and seeing all these reviews and being like, that's not true. Sonic 06 is not that bad. Right?
Right. Okay.
A couple of years later, me, Goober, right? I'm hanging out at my grandma's house, and my cousin, which had an Xbox 360, comes down with his Xbox 360 to play with us, and he asked me, Sonic, oh, you like Sonic, right? I need some help with a level on this game that I'm playing, and I see the Xbox,
Okay.
and I'm like, it can't be Unleashed, because Unleashed is not that bad. Well, Unleashed is not that hard. Well, maybe for a kid. Anyway, I just didn't thought it was Unleashed, right? But I was like, no way he was playing Sonic 06, right? And then I see it.
Okay.
And I'm like, I am one of the kids that is not like defending Sonic 06. I'm one of the kids that is like, Sonic 06? Like raising my fucking, my nose up, right? Like,
Yeah.
this game? And then I pick up the controller and I hate it. It's a silver level and it sucks. It doesn't feel like Sonic. It feels like a shitty license game that is janky as fuck. The Ben 10 game was better than that one. And I was like, God damn, that was some ass. I am so warranted in not enjoying this game. Teehee. Then, like, time passes. I haven't played 06. I've seen plenty of memes about it. I've seen the whole game by now. Not just from, like, AMVs and shit like that, because people would still make, like, AMVs and stuff of 06. But
Yeah.
they wouldn't... It still would be, like, considered, like... It would be, like, its own thing, you know? Then... 06 eventually re-enters the cultural zeitgeist through Sonic Generations. Sonic
Of course.
Generations has a level based on 06 Crisis City. And then and there, people said, "Oh, hello, Sophia. Your favorite friend, Sonic the Hedgehog. We're talking about it. How are you doing?"
Hi, Sophia.
It's me, Sonic!
No way. It's him. Your favorite friend, Sophia. Either way, Sonic 06 re-enters the social zeitgeist, right? Through
Of course.
Generations. And then I see one comment. The design for Crisis City was actually not that bad. It was something like that, along those lines, right? And I was like, how quaint! How quaint that you would say something like that. Years pass. I see more comments going like, actually, 06 wasn't that bad. And it wasn't like the raging kid. It's like someone that is actually trying to explain themselves. And I go, what's going on here? And then I hear someone say, 06 is basically Adventure 3. And I gasp. How could you say such a thing? Sonic 06 Adventure 3? I shall report you to the authorities immediately. Then Sonic 06 suddenly comes out a really fucking like accurate remake of it that was just like a few, like one level or two in like the end of the 2010s, around then.
Mhm.
And it's like Project 06. Oh, they're porting 06 and they're removing the glitches. And I'm like, as if it's going anywhere. I've seen thousands of these Sonic fucking projects and such. They don't go anywhere. It's just gonna be like a fucking project on Unity. Who gives a fuck? Cut to
You were a hater for a long ass time. My God.
And then cut to, like, I see some gameplay from Project 06. Project 06 has a new level. Project 06 has translated Shadows levels. Project 6 has made it the Silver levels. And I'm like, wait a minute. They're actually doing it. They're actually doing it, dude. I'm like, like fucking the critic from Ratatouille. I'm like, wait, you're presenting to me a simple dish, Sonic 06. I shall have a taste of it. I played it. It's fucking epic. It's really good. I'm like, what the fuck? No.
You eat it and it takes you back to
It
the
takes
first
me
time you
back
played
to- yeah.
Sonic Adventure 2.
It's Sonic Adventure 1. It's closer to Sonic
Oh,
Adventure
shit.
1 than Sonic Adventure 2.
Wow.
And I think to myself, holy shit, they were still wrong. And this is the crutch of it. Project 06 is a recreation. It's not a remake. It has like its own elements and its own things. And a lot of people like to use Project 06 as a crutch to say that Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 is not actually a bad game. It just was glitchy. And there was a good game hidden underneath it all. And then, like, you had to, like, first of all, loading screens are not gonna allow you to even play the fucking game. You can literally beat Sonic Adventure 2 in the time that it takes to download to load in the whole ass game of Sonic 06. The fucking Sonic 06, like, looks awful. The story is some ass. There is, you know what Project 06 doesn't do? Fucking the side missions.
Fix the story.
No, the story, yeah, the story, they didn't even touch it. And the side missions are just, like, are still ass. It's still like, I mean, I'm dressed as him. Well, let me return to my humble clothing.
There you go.
You have to race Sonic Man, and Sonic Man is a slow guy, and like you have to like wait 3 different load screens to like race this actual joke, right? It's like, what are we doing here? Like, what is this shit? But
I mean, I'm guessing it's supposed to be funny, but
it's not.
It just ends up being annoying.
It kind of is, but it's like, I don't know. It just ends up being annoying, and legitimately, the Sonic 06 fans to me are like Princess Elise at the end of this game, where they're trying to kiss this dead rat back to life with their human mouth. You never seen this?
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, I know. I have seen
Princess
it. Oh my
Elise,
god.
the human, has to like smooch Sonic in the mouth Like fucking
I remember
Princess
as a
and the
kid
Frog.
seeing that cutscene and being like, "That's not. I don't like that."
You
I don't
know,
like that.
you just know that shit like awakened 1,000 fucking. I bet you.
Yeah.
I bet you. I
For
honestly,
sure.
honestly, I bet you that's the shit is the awakening of thousands of girls. Maybe some dudes, but
Maybe some dudes. I feel like for that might be more effective for the females.
No, to be honest, a
than
lot
for
of
the guys.
a lot of the girls in the community, I've seen they self-insert as Amy a lot. And so Amy comes out like as a cut queen in that. So I don't know.
Oh my god! Hey, don't call him out! Don't call him out! We don't say that.
Uh-oh.
We don't mention that, okay, bro?
I don't know. Like, I mean, I love Amy.
I
Amy-
mean, I see a lot of girls more for Shadow than anything.
there's definitely the Sonic ones, but yes, they're most definitely more for Shadow
I
nowadays.
don't know of any like Sonic girls. I know they exist, of course. It's fucking Sonic. But I just don't. I've just never met one. I think.
Well, dating Sonic, I think you're thinking of the like ones that want themselves to be with Sonic, with Shadow, but like for Sonic, it's a lot of like Fujos, you know. Not Fujo, sorry.
Okay.
Is it Fujos? Oh yeah, wait, I don't even know. I forget.
Are you talking about Yumejos?
Yumejos is for the girls that like gay dudes, right?
No. Fujos is the
For
one that like gay dudes.
Okay. Then Fujos, yes. It's mostly
Yumejos are the
Fujos.
ones that
Because-
like what they like to self-insert like themselves as
Yeah.
the.
I
the
see
girl
Yumejos more
with
for
the
Shadow.
character.
Though even then, it's more Fujos, honestly, even for Shadow. But yeah, either
Yeah,
way,
yeah.
either way. The point is,
I mean, Shadow X Sonic is like
yeah.
it's like too obvious.
Yeah,
You gotta-
they're even making a game about it, dude.
yeah,
but-
it's actually called that, isn't it?
It
It's
literally
called
is
Sonic
called
X
that.
Shadow.
They
right?
didn't think.
That's so
about
funny.
it. Anyway, to wrap it up with Sonic 06, is it that bad? Yes, but I don't. I say the thing of like you have to have grown up with it to enjoy it, and with like adventure and like Sonic Heroes. Sonic 06, you absolutely have to. Like I don't know anyone that went back to Sonic 06 and enjoyed it.
I mean, this is the one that has his world, so
Yeah, I mean,
I love that song.
listen, the music is great. I love the music. Yeah, well, see, Shogo was saying right there, like, Josabel's a Sonic girl.
I saw that and I was like, really? Josabel seems like she would definitely be more of a shadow.
Actually,
girly,
likes
but-
Mr. L too, right? I think. I
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I guess that does
Mr. L
make
is
sense.
closer to Shadow, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm not talking. We're not talking about.
We're not gonna try and
Yeah, I'm figuring
figure out
the
her
brain.
preference.
Yeah. But either or, I mean, most of the time, sorry, most of the time it is like both Shadow and Sonic. either or, right? The point is, Sonic 06 not that great. Project 06 actually pretty fun. Like, go play it. It's actually pretty good, and I recommend it
I've
to
been
everyone.
getting like a ton of clips in my YouTube shorts of this guy that's basically just like doing like full-time job shilling Project 06. It's like, here's like a cool secret about Project 06
I've seen
that
those.
you probably
yeah.
didn't know.
I've seen
And I'm like, this does look pretty cool. Like, this looks fun.
It's good. I will say that I mean, there's a lot of problems though with 06, like that you can't fix. Like, I still think the like actual themes for the levels are kind of lame. Like, I mean, Burning City is kind of cool, but it's like what I don't know if that's like very Sonic-esque, but realistic. And then it's like realistic beach. It's like we already had beaches, and they were like cool beaches. You know, it wasn't just that. There's a lot of it that it just borrows from adventure, like specific set pieces, like fucking whale and everything. But I think that at the very least, Project 06 definitely worth it. Sonic 06 only if you really want to experience it. which is honestly a worthwhile experience, I would say. Like just being like watching how bad it is, but you know,
Sure.
it's up to anyone's cup of tea. Really quick because I don't have much to say here. But then also at the same time, Sonic Rivals came out, and it's a game for the PSP. You never hear anyone talk about these. They're just whatever. They exist, right? They were made by Sega. They were made by Dimps. They were made by some other studio. This is like one of the few games that Silver is actually in. And a little funny thing that happened very recently. In Sage, I have never heard of it. Many people have never heard of Sonic Rivals. It is like shovelware, honestly. Which
I had never heard of it myself.
I'm gonna say something controversial, but that kind of happens a lot with the Vita. Well, not Vita, with the PSP and Vita. I'm sorry to say, but like everyone likes to remember.
I wonder why that is.
People like to remember the really good stuff from the PSP and Vita, like, but I don't know if it was all that.
The Vita, there's like one game that people talk about, and it's like irrelevant now. It's over.
I don't know if it's all that.
Who actually talks about like when the Vita is brought up? It's always like. It was always Persona 4 Golden. It's like, it's got that. And then when they ported it, nobody talks about the Vita anymore.
I mean, there's still other good games stuck in the Vita.
There's games on there that are good. The Vita has always had like a pretty like cool library, especially if you're not afraid to play like Japanese only titles that like never came over. But like nobody talked about them. That's the thing, because people didn't play them. There's a reason why like the Vita was called a fucking Persona 4 machine.
Yeah. Either way, I think that Sonic Rivals is just whatever. I've tried them out. Like when I was playing like portable, portable in this case being Persona 3 Portable. It's slang for Persona 3 Portable for those in the chat.
Just use a slang, guys.
Yeah, it's just slang, guys. I was like, I'm curious. Let me see what the fuck these games are all about. They're like fucking. They're like basically you're racing like some other character in like this 2D, 2.5D kind of thing, but it's just kind of boring. Like it doesn't.
Right.
Not very exciting. But I will show this because I think it was really funny. So, in the recent Sage, one of the most like games that have been like everyone's been talking about from the recent Sage. Sage it's laying for the Sega Amateur Games Expo guys. He's just using slang.
Just use a slang. Just use a slang.
Yeah. One of the breakout games of the show was Sonic Rush 3D, which is Sonic Rush if it was a 3D boost game, and it's a really good recreation of it.
I haven't heard of this either.
Really good. It's it's 2 levels. One that was like made like a couple of years back, and the new one that is like just a recreation of one of the levels. It's pretty good. It's like actually recreating it really faithfully and doing it like in 3D. But why am I bringing this up? There was like a comment in one of the videos that I was seeing about it, where it was like, what if Sonic Rush was made for the PSP instead of the DS? And then it was like a bunch of people in the bottom being like, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of don't like that the DS like overshadowed the PSP and shit like that. And there was a lot of people saying that shit, and I was legitimately baffled. It was like, that's not how the Sonic game for the PSP would look like. It would look like the Rivals game. That's the problem with these. Like that, I don't know. A little rants on the expense of the portable, but I never understood why some people back for it, and I know that I'm biased, but whatever. I think it's whack, especially when it's at the expense of another game like the Rush for the S.
Yeah.
Sadly, it didn't come back in time, but we are here now.
Oh, this one.
Sonic and the Secret Rings. I'm gonna cut through the bullshit here to like through the bits, okay? I'll say this.
Okay.
These two games, this, and this, not this. This and this, they are bad games. They are not fun to play because
They don't. I've been seeing like some people like Nezu that are saying like these games are actually like kind of good, and every time I see them, I'm like they don't look good
even
to
Nezu
me.
will
So
agree that they're not that good. They're wonky. They're bad. But here's the thing, they have pretty cool settings. So like a lot of people like
Yeah.
me and Nezu got attached to Secret Rings. I got attached to Black Knight. And it's like really easy to see why, because it's kind of an epic setting. It's like, holy shit.
yeah,
Sonic as a cool knight, in Arabian Nights, that's fucking sick. So obviously we like it. But in his absence, at least we have a few words from him here. Let's hear it from the mouth of the rat himself. Sonic in 1001 Nights. As it says, I'll give a real review for this. You use it or don't. One of the two motion Sonic Wii games and the older brother. It's very rough around the edges as it was trying to be a Sonic game and go fast, while also trying to play with everyone's favorite toy in the late 2000s, motion controls. One of the saving graces was how fun it was to swing a Wiimote around. This is legitimately like his one praise of the game. Swinging the Wiimote around was fun. If you can't tell, I'm reaching here. We can. Positives. Genuinely interesting story and setting. Sonic Mario Party. These games came bundled with like some mini games that are like Mario Party-esque. So that's why. I said that, yeah.
I mean, it's always nice. I always like the
Yeah.
little mini game.
I mean, it was the fucking Wii. You had to put like a little mini game collection with your game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Negatives. As you have a Wii around, you're going to be missing a lot of why the game was bearable in the first place. Side note, I'm gonna disagree with Goober and say this game can probably be beaten in like 5 hours. Not that hard or long. And then he says about Sonic and Black Knight, I like Secret Rings better. That's his review. Sonic and the Secret Rings has a struggle, but it has
Thank you,
some
Nezu.
fun. It is fun when you were a kid. Unironically, it's like a toy. Like, I understand what he means by the Wiimote thing. It's unironically like a toy. You're just fucking around. Yeah, the music is cool. We're literally listening to it right now. It's pretty cool. The disagreement, I guess, comes from the fact that I think that taking the collectibles that you gotta get for the game, they can take a bit. But also, that's, because he's good at the game.
I just want to comment on I don't know what it is about the title, Sonic and the Secret Rings. It sounds made up. It doesn't sound like a real thing.
It does sound like
the
a shit
Secret
post.
Rings.
Yeah, it does sound like a shit post.
It legitimately sounds like
Yeah.
a fake game that somebody would like make. up.
I understand that's exactly what you mean. Yeah. Also, there is a remake. This is why I was so doubtful of PO6 back when it was coming out. But there's also one for Secret Rings, but like it's like one level. You don't really get to experience much of it. I would honestly just recommend watch the cutscenes for both of these games. They're legitimately fun. Like, unironically, they're fun. Sonic, like, gets
I've
some
seen some of
really
them. They're pretty
epic moments in these, and they're very solid.
There was the one that became a meme. I believe that was Secret
Yeah.
Rings.
Well, the one in which Sonic is like, first, and just like fucking tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, but both of these, they're funny, haha. but they're not much good. But then we have Rush Adventure. Now I'm not gonna talk much about Rush Adventure either. I'll say this: Rush Adventure, more of Sonic Rush. Like in some parts, maybe even better. I haven't replayed it in a while, but there's a very big problem with Rush Adventure. It comes from the fact that you have to grind for materials to like construct the boats and shit like that. Sonic Rush Adventure is kind of like, you know, your favorite game of all time, the Phantom Hourglass, where Sonic has to go to different islands.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's also on the DS, so people, and it was coming around at the same time, so people were like, yeah, Sonic Rush Adventure is just ripping off Phantom Hourglass. But what it was not ripping off is being like a really straightforward game. You have to replay the levels a lot, and it's decent, but you know, not the best. I would recommend playing it if you really like Rush. If you don't, then maybe you won't get too much out of it. A positive is that the Blaze levels are very different.
That's always fun. I like it when the side character, or sorry, the alternate character gets actually something different going on, whether it's in the moveset or like what they actually experience. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. So there's that. It's decently. Again, I don't want to say that it might sound too negative. I might sound too negative on it because I just said the bad thing about it, but just consider that all of the positives for Sonic Rush apply to Sonic Rush Adventure, and the negatives are way less of a problem. The only thing is it creates its own problem with the whole material gathering stuff. But that's Sonic Adventure. Sonic Rush Adventure, which, you know, like I said before, it closes out the adventure area, because now we're about to get into the Boost era with good old Sonic Unleashed.
Here we go. Yes, brother. Yes, I love this song. So this game, I believe this is the first 3D Sonic that I ever played, technically, because there was like a demo for it on the PS3, and I remember replaying it a lot. Like a lot. I really, really liked it. And I think at the end of the demo, it like played his world for some reason.
You did, yeah.
It has a version of so I didn't make it.
No.
Oh, okay. It has a version of that song in the game. Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
No wonder. Yeah, and I remember like thinking, I was like, this is the most epic song I've ever heard in my life, and I would just stay on like the demo end screen listening to that because I didn't know what YouTube was really.
Yeah. I mean, I was that unrelated. I was like that for a Cave Story. I remember like just playing the game, just playing the songs from the game. But
yeah.
I mean, I think you get the idea behind Sonic Unleashed, right? It's like another to the collection of Sonic games that were so close to perfection, but then there's the one thing.
You were this close.
You were this close, but then it was the one thing. I will honestly.
It's a pretty big one thing in this case.
It's a half big thing in this case. But the thing is, legitimately, I think your enjoyment of the Werehog is going to like vary. Like, there's people that can't stand it, and then there's people that can, right? Like, they will put up with it. Shady, I legitimately have like a little ask for you. What do you think I'm gonna say now about Unleashed? What have I always said whenever a Sonic game has like a really bad thing, right?
When it has a really bad thing?
Yeah. What is the number one thing that happens when a Sonic game is kind of like so close to perfection, but then it fumbles somewhere.
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
This is a test. Okay. Imagine this. Considering
Okay.
every other Sonic game you've seen so far, right?
Yeah.
Sonic game comes out. It has one problem. This one problem is standing between the community and the really fucking great game that they love, right?
Yeah.
What does the community do?
Shit on it.
That is option 1. What is option 2? What is like the following thing?
They glaze it, bro.
No. That is like
I don't know.
That is I suppose that is option 2. What'll be option 3?
I don't know.
Katie,
They call it mid.
Katie, they fix it.
Yeah.
You can play the entire fucking Unleashed game without ever playing the Werehog shit through just playing through mods in Generations.
True.
You can just fucking do that shit. You don't have to play the Werehog stages. And again, this is not a positive for the game. I don't even have to say the shit about the Werehog. You know it. You know it's already a problem. So why would I even bother? But I can say that there is a version of the game you can just fucking play without it. Fun. They don't.
That's interesting.
That's the thing. Solo does bring up a good point though. They do not look as good as the original stages. Sonic Unleashed looks fucking insane. It's like.
Yeah, I remember thinking it looks like really good.
Sonic Unleashed is like mogging like every single modern game that I've ever seen in my fucking life. Like that, the fact that it's as fast as it is and it looks as good as it is. Of course, we're talking about the.
Yeah. That's one of the like. I guess I don't think about it too much, but it's really hard to make something look good when you're going that fast through it.
I remember that when the Xbox Series X, I think, was like announcing compatibility, every fucking time, the one game that people were asking for, Unleashed. Like, I didn't see anyone talk about any other fucking game, because most of the other games were just like, oh, you either had a replacement for it, or you had like a remake or something for it, right? By that point, or just a re-release, whatever. Sonic Unleashed is stuck on that hardware. It, like, you can emulate 360 games now. You can emulate PS3 games too, though the Xbox 360 emulation is better, but it's still not perfect. There is not a perfect way to play this game other than just having it physically. Chip, can you stop the goofy ass music? I'm trying to defend your game.
I was like,
This man,
What
I'm
is this
trying
goofy-ass music, man?
I'm trying to defend your game, and you're giving me cutscene music from when fucking Chip is like, whoa. I mean, that's a negative, by the way. If you care, like, some people don't like Chip. I think Chip is like whatever.
I
That's
mean,
another point,
just from watching the shorts, I definitely wouldn't like that guy.
I think it doesn't matter. Like, it's fine. It's, again though, we are now in the era of Sonic friends should be gone. So they gave like him Chip, and like Tails is barely in the story too. So it makes, but it's super weird because it makes you think, where the fuck is everyone else? Like, you've seen the intro of Unleashed, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Where like Sonic gets turned into the Werehog and the fucking Earth, the Earth gets fucking torn asunder, right? It just blows up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And then a fucking demon comes out of it, and it's like, Knuckles, bro, where are you? Shadow, come on. Now, this is the only time that I'll mention this, by the way, because I think it's pretty interesting. that actually exists. There is a version of that where those characters actually are helping and they're part of it. If you remember, over here in the Archie comics,
Yeah.
this is the perfect time to bring this up. Over here, they have a funny little writer named Skin Penders. Here we are.
Oh my god.
Here we are,
This is
everybody.
where we're bringing him up?
Yeah, this is where we're bringing him up. I think his
Oh,
most
God,
relevance now, especially because Dark Brotherhood comes out around now. So this is where it's relevant. Ken Penders writes for Archie. Ken Penders likes Knuckles the Hedgehog. Knuckles the Echidna. Not because he likes Knuckles himself, by the way, but because through Knuckles he was allowed to create his own comic. And I'll fucking okay. I'll defend Penders on this. I think yes, a fucking creator should have the rights to his character, right? Like,
Yeah.
I think that's like kind of obvious. Problem is, Penders was doing licensed work, and I think that with licensed work, especially when he wasn't the guy working for it 100%. He was a contract. It was under a contract for it, right? It's a whole different story. And
I mean, if you try to take like licensed characters, or if you're given I would say, not to make it sound like snobbish, but the privilege to work with licensed characters, and they allow you to create a story through those characters. That doesn't make those characters yours, unfortunately.
No,
like
I don't think
that's.
so.
That's they just gave you like creative liberty.
I
Like at the end of the day, you did write those stories, and they can't take that from you. But you can't like expect to come away from that and be able to take those characters with you as well. Because
if
there was an agreement.
If it's like an agreement where it's like, yes, this is like, depending on the agreement, because I do think that, for example, for something like Marvel, I do think that like creators should be checked in or like fucking paid residuals for their work, right?
Obviously.
But like for this case, like it's like the character is gonna be used several times over. So, and by other artists, like Ken Penders wasn't always going to be on the Sonic comic. So like obviously we should just have like different like people like working on this, right? It shouldn't just be him. But that's not what he thought, right?
Right.
He was very much so on the side of just reserving the rights to himself, and he went to sue Sega. Well, he was fired, like from the Sonic comics. He was let go. I don't think he was even fired. He was actually on good terms, but the problem was when, like, Sonic, while Sonic was still going, not only were they still using his characters, they were going against his vision. And he was okay with that, by the way. Again, I'm being defensive. I know that I call this the Hall of Shame, but I'm being defensive of these guys because they're just workers. They're working for a company. They're not like, just some mindless husk, right? But the problem was that he then saw Dark Brotherhood, and Dark Brotherhood was very obviously doing stuff from the comics. Like, I think that people that say that Dark Brotherhood wasn't trying to, like... Dark Brotherhood, by the way, rock it back. Dark Brotherhood was an RPG made by the same people that made Mass Effect for Sonic on...
Oh, that's the really bad one.
Yes, it's terrible.
Yes,
it's awful. It's fucking dog shit. It's honestly up there.
Is that the one that has like the... Which one is the one that has like the seriously bad music?
That's
is that
it,
Dark Brotherhood?
That's it, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Anyhow, Fender saw that and like he didn't even get credit. Like he didn't got like someone telling him like, oh, based on the work of the Archie comics, they just went ahead and took it for their own sake, you know. and just did their own shit. And now Panthers has thought like, oh, they took to call because like after Sonic 3, he was already working with Sonic during Sonic 3, and he already made his own lore for Knuckles. Remember, there was a large gap between Sonic 3 and Sonic Adventure. And during that time, Panthers was making his own shit. But then here comes Sonic Adventure and makes lore for the Echidnas that tramples over what Ken Panthers was doing. And he took it like a champ. Like he just was like, hey, I mean, they did that. What can I do? I'm just like a fucking contractor in this. But something about like them just taking like what he clearly, like inspiration off of what he clearly had made. And mind you, it wasn't the same thing, but it was similar.
Yeah, it was like I think the characters like looked a little different, or maybe had a different name or something along those lines.
They look different, but it's clearly inspired.
It's like the same kind of like.
I don't think it was plagiarism. I thought it was just a clear inspiration, right? But he didn't like that an inspiration came without like acknowledgements, right? So he took Archie and Sega to court. Now, some people like to see this and immediately point fingers at him about like, because the big thing is he won, which is like unheard of in comics, honestly. And because Archie had lost his contract, making like a lot of the shit they were claiming like null and void, right?
Damn.
But
they fucked up, huh?
They fucked up. Some people like to pretend because they lost it in a fire. A lot of people like to just immediately say, Ken Panthers went to the fucking office and burned the fucking thing down.
Come on, that's so conspiracy level. Come on now.
Calm down. Like, could he have done it? I guess, yeah, but did he do it? We have no proof of that, so calm down.
I mean, that would be, honestly, like, it's not impossible, but that would be, like, so insane.
Yeah.
Like, the foresight he would have to have thought of doing that
Yeah.
is, like, insane.
I don't know. I just think that shit is so funny to me. But, like, yes.
Well, you know, Penders is always one step ahead of the game, man.
Honestly, it makes him so cool. It's like, damn.
He's mentally untouchable, bro.
But now, getting to the bad part of this. First of all, what did it affect about the games? Penders, basically now, you couldn't. Sega doesn't want to fuck with like Echidna stuff anymore because they're fucking afraid that they're gonna get sued again. Would they? I don't know. Penders has was like trying to build a case against the second Sonic movie because it was doing Echidna stuff. But I think even he probably talking to a lawyer or something probably realized that it was not a good idea. Right?
Yeah, I remember seeing that. I think that's when I started picking up the Ken Penders stuff, because there was like people started talking about him again. I was like, oh, I wonder what this guy's about. I looked into it.
Yeah. So it affected mostly that in the games. Some people like to also credit it towards Sonic being a lot less story heavy because they didn't want to have another Penders situation. I think it's not quite that. I think Sega was just saying that. However, they did have a mandate in effect to the comics that which, you know what, people like to. I mean, I'm sure you have heard of like the quote unquote about the quote unquote Mario mandate from Nintendo. And while that one never got confirmed, here's the one that did get confirmed.
I actually have not heard of that.
Here's the one that got confirmed. Oh, the Mario mandate is basically just to say that Mario shouldn't use, like, it was around the Wii era, like, oh, it should like just be basic, using like characters that are from like Mario spin-off should always just use characters from the main franchise. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the thing that people say that Sticker Star got fucked over. Anyway.
Okay.
But here's the actual mandates that Sega has imposed on Archie post vendors and supposedly to IDW, right? Game characters cannot enter in a relationship. Amy must always be in love with just Sonic, but they can't get together. It has been stated that there is no money in Sonic's world, and that anything that alludes to money, such as rings acting as currency, is strictly forbidden. Confusingly, Vector's bios in official Sega content contradicts this, with one outright stating his favorite thing is money. Game characters cannot die. There are workarounds for this, such as this is like TV trope shit, but you can like work around it, like, oh, we thought you were dead, whatever. But yeah, you know, Sonic gets caught in a like, this is like the thing. I will just read the rest. This is just spoilers for the IDW shit, so I don't want to say it to you. Game characters cannot have wardrobe changes unless approved. Chow Races and Banding Bases has some characters, mainly the female game characters, wear different clothes for extreme conditions. Male characters remain the same. Just mentioning like a case where they were allowed, and it was because like it wouldn't make sense otherwise. Oh, this is the big one that people will always talk about. Sonic can't be shown getting too emotional, i.e. cry.
Yeah. I have seen that one. That one I have seen.
Yeah.
People like talk about that on Twitter in relation to the comics.
Yeah.
And it's like, that is so weird to me. That one is weird.
All major character development must be approved by Sega. This one is insane considering the movies, and which it's part of the reason why I think that it's no longer a thing. Much like the post reboots of the Archie comic, which happened basically, just to explain this real quick, the Archie comics basically had a reboot around this time because of the whole Panda situation, and they tried to like reconcile those changes. And partially that's why I came here in the first place, because the Sonic Unleashed, the way that they started is that they had an adaptation of Sonic Unleashed that was basically them actually working together with the other characters, even the characters that weren't Archie but were like City M characters, like Sally and shit like that.
Yeah.
But continuing, much like the post reboot of the Archie comic, the words Mobius is banned. The planet is simply called Sonic's World. Unlike the post boots, which allow the gnomes Mobian and Mobini, anything related to Mobius is banned in this comic.
So they're not called that anymore. Huh?
No, it's just Sonic's World, which is weird.
But I mean, people still call them that.
They still call them that because that's what the movie calls them too. I think.
Does it?
In like development stuff, it does, but not like in the actual movie. But this was always the case in the actual games. It was never called Mobius. Oh, this one is funny. Sonic must always win in the end. Even if he and his friends are losing in an overarching story, they must come out on top when it concludes. Characters and materials from other licensed properties such as like Sonic the Comic.
This is legit like somebody writing like legislation for OC for OC shit. Like my OC will never lose, bro.
Yes.
It's so silly.
But characters from materials from other licensed properties can't show up unless it's like this rule extends to even redesigns, by the way. But the only one that seems to have not given a shit is Styx from Sonic Boom. So that's funny.
Oh yeah.
Male characters sans Eggman can't wear pants. Classic characters such as Mighty Ray Fang, Bean, and Bark won't appear in non-classic issues. You see what I'm
In
talking
the
about
world,
before?
man.
Oh, yeah. I can't read this one much, but this it almost makes me want to like just tell you about Izuka. Izuka is like the guy that a lot of these orders are like associated with because he's the creative chief behind like Sonic since like not he wasn't the creative chief in like Adventure 2 and Heroes in Shadow, but he was most definitely like very prominent in the team, and he rose to be like the most important guy in the team. Basically, he's like the face of the like just like how Miyamoto is to Mario in terms of like the guy that talks about Mario. Izuka, even though Izuka is not the creator of Sonic, is the guy that is like the face of Sonic. And
Yeah.
a lot of people hate him because of this kind of shit, right? And one such case is exactly in this rule right here, but it's not a mandate thing, but it is one of the things that seems to have come exactly from Izuka, where Ian Flynn was writing Shadow more as like, you know, the Shadow from Sonic Adventure 2, but Izuka, or like just a part of the team, but Izuka has said before that he agrees with this characterization, very recently actually, said that Shadow should be written like an asshole rival, like Vegeta, and it's like, that is not Shadow. Like, I get the comparison to Vegeta, but that is not Shadow. Like, he's not an asshole. He just isn't. Like,
Shadow is honestly like, from what I've seen of him, what's the word I want to use? He's definitely more chill than Vegeta. I'll say that. Like he's not like that hot blooded.
Yeah. But basically, there's a whole lot more of these mandates, and they get weirdly like way more specific. Like, for some reason, Team Dark, you know, the Team Dark from like this that like Izuka was part of, that was never a thing. They were never a team. They have no relation.
He regrets that, huh?
Yeah, it's like, what? Why? Like, people like that. Like, why do you not? What? Like, what's the problem? Like, they would never work for Gun, even though like Izuka was part of fucking Sonic 06 development team. So why does he have, like, it doesn't make any fucking sense, and it sucks. But I genuinely think that Sonic Frontiers basically confirms that a lot of that is not a thing. It basically confirms that.
I mean, I think that trying to follow all those rules is like, that's fucking impossible to keep track of all that. That's way too much.
A lot of people think that basically like fucking Universal like set its fucking foot down when they were making the movies and just basically like, alright, enough of that. We're not gonna do any of that. We're gonna make Sonic cry, okay? He cries over Tong. It's fine. But yeah, it's really silly, and again, this is like part of the reason why I'm talking about this is because this is the start of that era of Sonic where it feels like they're actively trying to like differentiate from this, that it's very much like a continuation of one another, right? But whatever. I won't even bother talking about Black Knight right now, because Black Knight, we already talked about it. It is interesting. Kind of weird because he'd say that because the vanilla analogy works really well for his characterization in Sonic Adventure 2. Like, Shadow literally teams up with Sonic in the end. I understand, like, I wouldn't understand if, like, a fan said that, but it's weird that it's coming from someone that, like, made the game, you know? Like, in a recent interview, because this is the year of Shadow. If you don't know, by the way, Shady, this is why Shadow is being shielded so much.
Do they actually call it that?
Yes, it's like the year of Luigi.
Oh, so
but
it's Luigi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but epic. Yeah, exactly. I mean, learn this. Honestly, just remember, okay? Never forget. Never forget. This whole thing,
Of course.
they are just ripping off Mario. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I mean, I would understand, like, in this recent interview, he was, like, asked, does Shadow feel bad about the Bio Lizard, which was the prototype of what Shadow is, right? And because Shadow had to fight him. And Lizuka says, no, he didn't. And I was like, what? Why? That makes no fucking sense. What are you talking about? And
I like blinking my eyes. I was like, what? What
like,
do you
why
mean?
does he not feel bad about him? It's legitimately like in the same circumstances, if not like why do you think Shadow is like an asshole? Like, what the fuck? It's so weird that it's like it was done as like
hate
a
Shadow or something?
yeah, but
What's up?
I think he likes it like that. He just likes Shadow being a fucking dick. But yeah, I don't know. You better have some conflicting feelings. That's the funny thing about it. Like, if you, in the dialogue, in the English dialogue, Shadow has always had, like, in the English dialogue of Sonic, it's really funny because Sonic Adventure 2 has been always criticized for sticking too fucking hard to the translation. To the point where a lot of the word, like, a lot of the shit being, like, awkward in Sonic Adventure 2 is because they're sticking too hard to translation. Like Sonic going, that shit was like because he said that in Japanese, but that means nothing in English. So why the fuck is he saying?
Yeah, that was so fucking funny, man. I remember I was watching Marcus play. It's like, oh my, or what they say in Adventure 2 where she's like, sayonara Shadow or something like that. I was like, what the hell? Why did they not translate it?
Yeah, no, it depends. Like, the only stuff that Shadow shows up like that is like side material, so that's why people think it's like imposed more so to the side material. It's more, I think you know about this, but Sega of America and Sega of Japan somehow don't get along. Lizuka is basically like seen as the plants in Sega of America that is from Sega of Japan, to the point where a lot of people
I think that's so funny, man.
Like
that
to-
there's like a rift.
Oh, I mean,
between them.
that's
so
legitimately why Sega lost. Like, unironically, I think Sega would have been around still as like a console manufacturer if it wasn't for their lack of cooperation with one another.
Yeah.
But either or, yeah, no, Shadow is not like that. Shadow is only like an asshole in like Sonic Prime, fucking Sonic, like some of the comics sometimes, but most writers try to avoid that. Or like animations, like there's like animations that they make for some of the games, like just it's like ever since Sonic Mania, they start like doing these little animations for YouTube. But in the one for Team Sonic Racing, they make like Shadow a dickhead, and it's like he would not act like that. And you know what's funny? It's like it's just a show, because like this guy, it's so weird because Izuka is also the one that's like hypersonic, because when you collect all the super emeralds in Sonic 3, you get to play as hypersonic. You get to transform into hypersonic instead of just supersonic. But Izuka literally hates fucking hypersonic, and he's like, hey, that was a mistake, and we should never do that ever again because I don't want to power
What the
creep
hell?
the series. And then he's like,
Okay.
but you know what? Fucking let's make Trunks they literally just make Trunks for '06. Like, and these are two games that Iizuka has. These are two games that Iizuka has worked on. So it's like he clearly likes Dragon Ball. So it's like, why do you think it? Why are you like just making all this shit into Dragon Ball? But like the things that people actually like about Dragon Ball, you don't want. Now, Sonic did kind of become Super Saiyan 2 in this one.
Oh yeah?
Color creep can be a pain. I agree with you, Solo, but it's like for game mechanic, I don't think it matters much. And the hypersonic thing also extends to like his rule over like only male hedgehogs can go super. So it's like, what? Why?
What?
It's super weird and super inconsistent. I honestly don't even want to get into it. More than I already have.
What female hedgehogs are there?
Amy.
Amy's a hedgehog? Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just so fucking weird, dude. I don't know. I don't like blaming Iizuka for everything, like some people do. Like, some people really like to say that Iizuka was the one that canceled, like, a Sonic Mania sequel, when he was the one that came up with the idea for Sonic Mania, apparently. But, I don't know. I don't fucking know at this point. It's really hard to trust the guy when he has such shit takes. Like, for example,
Yeah.
the writing for Sonic Colors, which is the game that we're going to talk about now. Now, Sonic Colors, when it came out, was seen as the greatest Sonic game to ever come out. And now, for some reason, people hate it. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's pretty good. The writing is not perfect. It's not that great. But it's something. Oh yeah, I skipped over Sonic 4. Anyway, Sonic Colors.
We talked about it already.
Yeah, we talked
man.
about it. It's fine. But Sonic Colors, it's just a solid ass game, honestly. Like,
I've heard good things about this one.
The 2D
This is-
segments can be kind of.
You can
funky.
correct me on this if I'm wrong, but I thought I heard like recently, like I've seen a lot of people going back on positive things that they've said about this one. Like, it's actually not that good.
That's
I've
the
heard
thing.
that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, people have
Okay.
weirdly, it's so weird to me because like it feels. I wonder if this is how it felt for like people that were playing Adventure and then just saw everyone turn on Adventure. Because like Sonic Colors is solid, like, but now people like to pretend that it's like, yeah, it's the most overrated piece of shit ever, and it's like, what? What?
Okay.
Like, why? Why did that happen? Like, I put here, like, oh, people don't like the 2D segments. Okay, I didn't love them either, but I didn't think they were bad. And the whole plot thing of, like, diminishing the characters, I get that. Though, I don't really mind it in Colors, because Colors is already supposed to be a small little game. And I'm gonna say it again, there is a version of Colors where you can play it with several people. And it's called Sonic Colors DS, which is, by all means, Sonic Rush 3. And it's
Okay.
it has like, it's really funny because Colors, I don't even consider this a spoiler, but Colors is so much holding back on it being like, quote unquote, like a proper game of the series. It doesn't even
Wait
have,
a minute.
Yep.
Is Colors the one that has the fucking the drill?
Yes, the that's Colors.
All right, awesome.
But it's so weird to me because, but yes, Colors legitimately like is holding. It's clearly trying to be like a new thing for the franchise, and I don't mind it. I don't see it as a bad thing. I just see it like, yeah, it's trying to something different, but I don't know. Suddenly people have turned on it. Maybe like maybe some YouTuber like put out like a fucking Sonic Colors isn't as good as you think, and suddenly everyone.
Honestly, I don't think that's it.
I
I
don't know.
legitimately just
I
think
don't
it's
know.
like I really feel this like this is a greater problem beyond Sonic.
Mm.
It's just like maybe specifically with Twitter, maybe it's just like how the internet is now. But, like people will just like make up stuff to get mad at.
I do
feel
think
like they might think that they're actually upset about these things, but it's just like a thought that they had,
Yeah.
and they're like, okay, this is how I'm going to decide to feel about this. I'm going to post about it because I think it'll stir up engagement.
I think
Unironically, that's very cynical, but I
Yeah,
honestly
no,
do
I
feel
know,
like how people.
this is that happened, especially with Sonic. There was like a popular clip with Sonic actually, where it was like one guy like was playing Sonic Adventure 2 and he was like super mad and he's like, "Look at this shit! The fucking rail won't even move
that
forward."
clip.
But
Yeah.
legitimately, the way that it works is that the only way that people could replicate what was happening to him is if you actively try to like get stuck in the rail. It's like
Yeah.
you were clearly doing it under your own volition just to gain engagement, basically. But yeah, either way. But Sonic Colors, either way, it's like one vision of the series that kind of affected some other stuff, but I don't think it's that bad. Especially the story, like the dialogue nowadays can be cringy. Back in the day, I can see that argument for that. Like back in the day, it didn't feel as cringy because we were like in the thick of it, right? But just to show you, like this game is another Sonic and Tails adventure, and it in the game they don't even Sonic doesn't even go Super Sonic at the end. Did Colors Ultimate add anything? Oh, did it? And I'll get that in a second, bub. But in Sonic, I am recommending more this game honestly than Sonic Colors because I just like this game more, and I grew up more with this. But Sonic Colors, yes, actually has like a Super Sonic fight. It has like all the characters are there. This is like unless you played Rivals, this is the next time that Silver ever shows up in an actual story. Like that's it. Like they actually were trying to like connect it to
Unless
the
you
rest of the
played
franchise.
Rivals and you didn't.
You didn't. Yeah, no one did. No one did. But now let me address this. I guess the ending segment for Colors is pretty cool. Oh yeah, no, I think Sonic like it does well. It doesn't need Super Sonic, but it is clearly an indicator. Like I think some people like hang themselves over this too hard of like, see, they were against the thing that I like, and it's like they're just doing something different, you know.
Yeah.
But either or, yeah, everyone played Sonic Rivals on their Vita. Vita means life. Yeah, I think you mean dead. It means death. It's a fucking failure. Anyway.
The Vita completely changed the meaning of Vita.
Yeah. Anyway, Sogo mentioned Sonic Colors Ultimate. What is Sonic Colors Ultimate? Sonic Movie 1 had just come out, right? And Sega
Oh, okay.
was like, we gotta make a buck. We gotta have a game out to go alongside the movie. Fair. They're doing the same thing. This is legitimately the same thing that they're doing with Shadow, right? It's the same thing that they're doing in Shadow. This is the same thing that they did with Frontiers, honestly. Frontiers, legitimately, I bet you, only did it half as good as it did, and it did really good because the second movie was coming out. I bet.
I'm sure.
But anyway, Sonic Colors Ultimate is a re-release of Sonic Colors meant to go alongside Sonic, like meant to just like put it, because before then Sonic Colors was just stuck on the Wii, and that was it. That was the only place you could play Sonic Colors. But then they placed it on they like made Colors Ultimate. Oh, I should mention this game, and a few games, and a few like Mario and Sonic games were actually part of a deal that like this game and this game and this game, and a few Mario and Sonic Olympic games. They were part of a deal that Nintendo had with Sega to have a certain amount of Sonic games come out on the Wii and the Wii U. Like they actually paid them the money. You know what else did Nintendo pay for? Where is it? This bad boy. This right here. This stinking shit. So there you go. That was a net positive for Sega at the end of the day. But Colors Ultimate here. Let me get to it. It's a piece of shit. It's a terrible re-release. The things that it adds is, one, it adds like a menu for you to switch Sonic's like shoes and the trail that he leaves behind as he runs, and some other third thing that I don't remember, but it's like some nothing visual things. And like if you pre-order the game, you can like use the Sonic shoes from the movie or some shit like that, you know. Anyway, it also adds like a rival race on the levels against Metal Sonic, which was not in the original. But I do think there's like a similar thing like it in Sonic Colors, yes. But the way that it pops up is that it looks like a porn ad. Let me show you this, because this is really funny how it looks.
It didn't raise my eyebrow.
It looks like a porn ad. Like, not a porn ad, but it just looks like a fucking, like, pop-up. Because it legitimately, like, just shows up on your screen. Like, an ad would, you know?
Oh, I see. Okay, I get what you're saying now. Okay. I was like, huh? What do you
like,
mean?
oh, what is this thing? I'm seeing plenty of memes for it, but I've not seen like the actual thing. But I think if you beat him, you can actually like play as Metal Sonic. But it's like it's like whatever. I can't seem to find just the image of it. Metal Sonic pop up. Anyway, no. Oh, wait, is that it? No, that's the unlock thing. Oh, man. Anyhow, it looks like ass, okay? It looks
I'll take your word for it.
But, they probably wanted to have Frontiers for the first movie, but dev time and all that. Yeah, probably, but I think that it probably worked out for them better, honestly, that it was the second one, because I think by that point it also did like a bit of word of mouth. But I don't know. I mean, this did well, by the way, because of that, because they did it with the movie. Well, whatever, right? What it does that also, by the way, a little bit of a flashback, a little bit of a throwback to Sonic Adventure. It's supposed to like look better, and it looks worse. It's supposed to run better, and it runs worse. It's just a piece of shit. Like, not really worth it. Just emulate the Wii version, or find some other way. I'm sure there's gonna be like a patch at some point to like, oh, you can just play the regular game like you should have before, but whatever. All right.
Real quick.
Yes.
I gotta be out of here in like an hour.
That's okay. We're definitely done here in an hour because I have less to talk about now. Now we already gone through like the talking points. All right, Sonic Generations. I'll be quick about this. Sonic Generations is the second best game in this franchise. Like, objectively. Not objectively, but like, most people would agree on that.
It's like a collection of a lot of like levels or something.
Yes,
That's
it's
a weird-
basically like the way that the Sonic Generations work is that you're playing through each of the main, like, you're playing through one level from the major games that came out during this time, right? So you play like one level from, you play Green Hill, of course, and then you play Chemical Plants from Sonic 2. Then you play Sky Sanctuary from Sonic 3. So on and so forth. It's kind of like Mania in that way, but Mania actually has like unique levels. It also has like more substantial, like it has more of a substantial like level design, but that's also because it's like a 2D game. But Sonic Generations, I would say, like, if someone asks me what Sonic game do I play, and I want them to play a 3D Sonic game, Generations, 100%. Like, it's by far the best presentation of the series besides Unleashed. It's by far the easiest to play. It plays really well, and the shit that people don't like about it doesn't matter to like someone just coming in. Because remember the little funny momentum thing that I was talking about before to you?
Yeah.
This is where
dude, I've seen so much discussion about momentum with Generations.
In Generations, I don't want to get Omega hyped, right? But I'm pretty sure Sonic Shadow is going to be pretty good. Why? Call it just being let down so much, you know when something good is coming. I can see Sonic X Shadow Generations being bad in terms of like it adds a couple of more bugs, or maybe it fucks with the actual Sonic levels. The Shadow levels look impeccable, and it's not like from what we've seen, it doesn't even look like the same thing as like Bowser's Fury for like a comparable thing, right? It looks like a full-on fucking, like, if they wanted to, they might have been able to just like sell the Shadow Generation stuff by itself, honestly. It looks pretty good, and it feels, from what we're seeing, it looks
that's
like
the stuff that they're like shilling like heavy too. Yeah, it's like it looks good, man.
Like a lot of people like to point out, well, they're not doing like the classic levels, like because Generations has, you basically play a classic version of the levels with classic Sonic, and a modern version of the level with modern, proven by the music right now. So like before we were listening to the one from Classic Sonic where Classic Sonic is running through classic Green Hills, and now we're listening to the one where it's modern Sonic running in a version of Green Hills designed for him, right? So that's pretty cool. But Shadow won't have that. But I mean, in the way, it looks great. I don't really care. I was expecting it to be like 3 levels, and then we already like got what, 7 from just what you've seen in the trailer. I think that because specifically if you want to wait for Sonic Shadow Generations, it's a good idea. And the only problem is, I'm looking around the room before I say this, but sometimes it takes a while for Fit Girl to make the repack because Sega puts DRM in fucking everything. So we don't know if it's.
I don't think it's gonna be a problem because I don't think I'm gonna wait. I don't want to start with Generations. I'll probably just start with one of the classic era ones.
That's fair.
I'll work through those.
That's fair. I do, like, it seems like a bad idea for some folks, like, oh, why would I play the Celebration game if I haven't even played the other games? And it's like, you wouldn't say the same shit for Mania. But either way,
yeah.
I do think that Generations is just a good, like, start to, like, the boost formula, you know? Like, if you just want to check it out, like new stuff, definitely check out Generations. It's the best. It does
Yeah,
it the
maybe
best.
I'll play like some of the classic era
Yeah.
games, like, and then I'll just jump to Generations.
Yeah. Well, we also have a funny flowchart. I'm not gonna go over the flowchart because I think I'm already explaining to you.
I think that's
Like,
pretty. I think it's
yeah.
pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
you know?
You can like look at it on your own if you want, but either way. Also, All Stars Racing Transformed. This is a really good racing game for Sonic.
Oh, I know this.
With
It's-
fucking heavy TF2 and Daytona
And the Spy.
Hornet,
and the Spy.
and like Wreck-It Ralph.
Yeah, Wreck-It Ralph was there.
Patrick, the woman that races cars. Yeah, that one.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
it's pretty good.
Isn't Jet Set Radio in that as well?
Yeah. It's Dr. Isn't it?
Yeah, Gum. Isn't Gum in it?
I think it's more than one. I know that it's more than
Yeah.
one.
I mean, it would be Gum and B.
No, I'm almost like think that it's actually Dr. Professor King. Well, let me. I honestly
Hold
don't
on.
remember. Let me check. I'll check. I already have it open.
Okay.
But it's a pretty good game.
I mean, I remember seeing that one. People memed on it, but I heard later that it was like actually pretty.
Donkey memed on it, okay? And Donkey, I'm not taking his word.
Well, I
on-
was watching a Donkey video.
Yeah, we're watching it. I know people were dunking on it. I know who was dunking on it. I know his name. I've seen that video. But yes, it is beat on the beat, but there was a game before Transform that was just racing, but then they were like, now we gotta make another one. But either way, you can play as fucking like you can play as Aegis, which is just a Dreamcast controller, and Daytona USA Hornet, and the Afterburner, and that's the coolest fucking character ever because everyone's playing like a Sonic and like a silly little car, and you're a fucking Daytona car. So it's awesome.
Daytona. That's epic, actually.
Yeah. Also, it is Beat and Gum are in the game.
Okay, yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. But also you can play as the Yogscast. How could I forget?
What?
Yeah. Yogscast. You can play as the
What?
Yogscast.
Yogscast?
You can play as the fucking
What
Yogscast.
the? Wait a minute.
You can play as Simon from the Yogscast. I forgot about that. I'm not kidding.
That's. Oh, you're right. Oh my god.
It's because it was like for some charity thing. I think. I'm sure.
That's.
Whatever.
I mean, good for you, man. I don't
Yeah.
have anything against the Yogscast.
No.
That's just funny.
Anyhow, let's I almost don't want to switch from the Generations music to Lost World, but I'll do it.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
Lost World. I mean, this song is good, so
Oh, I love this song.
yeah. This is from Smash. This is the song from Smash.
Oh, yeah, that's why. I know
Yeah.
it.
Lost World. I'll keep it brief too. Lost World is like mid. It's mid.
I really don't like the enemies, like
No,
the main
no,
enemies
no.
designs.
Yeah.
They look lame.
No.
Well,
No,
there's
no.
one. I think there's one that I liked.
Yeah, the sex
but
one.
Most of the time. No, actually, no.
You're wrong then. You're wrong. Anyhow.
Well, let me see her.
Oh, okay. Well, hold on. I think she's like basically because they're the 7 deadly sins, right?
Okay, let me
So
see.
she's like the fucking Envy, and she looks exactly like Envy from
Inside Out.
yeah.
Oh no, I have seen her. I remember seeing her, and I was like, that. This is a Pokemon.
I wish. It would actually get
Yeah,
porn.
she is bad. She is bad as hell.
Yeah, I mean the Deadly Six is
It was
literally.
it was like the red guy with horns that I was like, oh, I kind of like that guy.
I I don't like Zavok, which is the red guy with horns. He's like the main one from them. I don't like him for a very simple thing. They keep fucking putting him in shit, and I don't give
Oh,
a
okay.
flying fuck about him. Basically, I'm gonna keep it real with you. Zavok is basically Sonic trying to have its own Bowser, right? It's literally just that, and it sucks
What?
because
You have Eggman.
Yeah.
Why do you want
yeah,
Bowser
yeah,
as well?
Yeah, it's stupid. It's stupid as fuck. No one, like Zavok would have gotten a chance to be liked if he was actually, first of all, in a game that people like, and second of all, not chilled to fuck. Like, he keeps showing up and shit, and no one cares. Every time, it's like, guys, and like, not even the games respect him. A little bit of a spoiler, but he shows up in Forces, and he like gets humiliated. Like, Sonic just like immediately beats the shit out of him, and Sonic's in prison in that one. Like, come on. Anyhow,
You know, I just realized why I like this guy.
Hmm.
He's kind of got my face.
kinda, I see it, but I'll tell you right now, it's not good to say that you like Zavok, because most people that like Zavok, well, there's nothing wrong with it, but you know,
I mean, he seems like the same type of people that like Incineroar, like this
yeah,
guy.
yeah,
No,
yeah,
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
yeah.
I'm okay with that. Like, the people can do what they want.
Yeah, people can do what they want. I'm just letting you know. Anyhow, that's Lost World. Like, it's like a parkour thing. I'll show Nezra's opinion on it but it's actually kind of. Wait, did I put it in? I didn't. I didn't put it here because it's legitimately the same as mine. It's like they were trying to be Mario Galaxy, and it didn't pan out. And
yeah, I remember that.
like, they're trying to be Mario Galaxy so bad that the Lost World level on Smash is one of the only ones that has the same gravity thing as the Mario Galaxy stage in Smash. It's like pathetic.
they're like, we know, man. We
Yeah.
know. Okay.
Pathetic, honestly. And it's like, oh, Sonic doing epic parkour, and it's like really shallow. It's like it's cooler when in Adventure, Sonic can just fucking run on a wall in Adventure if the wall is slanted, because he can. Like, in this one, it feels more restrictive because you're just trying to do like, you're hearing this music. This is just fucking Bowser music. Fuck you.
Yeah.
I hate this motherfucker.
We can move on, man.
Anyhow, enough of this because it's time. It's time for us to shine as bright as we deserve. Time for Sonic Mania. But
Yes. This song on repeat.
is it even time for Sonic Mania, really? Because what else is there to fucking say about this thing? Like, it's good. It's fucking good.
It's good. I played it.
Yeah. I mean, did you beat it? Did you finish the whole thing? Did you?
Nah, I never beat it.
Also, did you?
I got pretty far into it. I don't know. I just like stopped.
Yeah,
playing.
I know. But like, did you get it when you had the plus version? Like, was it?
No,
with
it
the
was
DLC?
it was like it like had just come out.
Ah, okay. Because it's funny because honestly, all the negatives that I would put to Mania, legitimately were like patched out. So, like, that's the beauty of modern gaming, right? Just fucking patch that shit out. So, good. Sonic Mania, perfect video game. Kinda. It's more perfect than Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Watch the thing. Watch Sonic Mania Adventures. I'm gonna disrespect Sonic Forces. I'm not even gonna change the music. Sonic Forces. It's
Wait, come on, bro. Play Fist Bump.
nah. Nah, it has lyrics.
Oh, I love Fist Bump though.
I can play
Well,
Fist Bump.
if Nezu was here, he would sing it
No,
with me,
no,
but he's not.
Here's Fist Bump. Here's Fist Bump. Legitimately. Here you go. From Mania. Here you go. It legitimately just has the same beat. Like, it has the same thing. You'll see. It will be in the funny chorus, I guess. But Sonic Mania Epic. Sonic Forces is supposed to be like, they were supposed to come together. Like, Mania leads to Forces and shit like that. There's a whole thing. And it means nothing. Sonic feels the the classic Sonic stages in Sonic Forces feel like ass. The story is boring as shit. It's regressive. I'll show it to you by using. Let me tell you, like, this is how Nezu feels about it, right? Sonic forces you to stay awake. Nezu says, surprisingly not bad, 100% not good. It's kinda overrated. He means overhated. But the hate had to come from somewhere, so keep that in mind looking back. So, the whole arc with Tails has always been, oh, I need to be my own self. And then here comes fucking, here comes Forces, and suddenly, Sonic help! Oh my god! It's Chaos 1! I have beaten other forms of Chaos, but I'm scared of Chaos 1, Sonic. Please help me. And then in the very next game, written by a bunch of clowns that I won't name, he's like, who's your daddy, Shadow? When he's passing Shadow over in his car. And it's like, what the fuck is going on with this character, dude? But I guess, honestly, the best thing I could say about Sonic Forces is, Nezu is right, it's kind of overhated, because it has nothing special. It doesn't deserve that much hate. It deserves silence. It's nothing. It's blank. But making your own OC is kind of fun. You can make Joker. You can make Joker in this game, Shady.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was a costume, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
No, yeah,
Yep.
I think that
That was a thing.
Voices. Mania.
It seemed every single time I saw gameplay of it, I was like, this doesn't look like nearly as bad as people say it is. It just looks kind of
The
boring.
thing is, exactly. That's the problem with it. It's just boring, and that's the worst thing that you can do sometimes. You know?
Yeah. That is honestly the worst thing you can do for a video game for me. Well, honestly, any type of media, if you're just boring, then what was the point? I came here to be entertained, bro.
Yeah. There's always also, but I mean, the best thing to come out of Sonic Forces is that we got the IDW comics, and IDW.
How does that work? How did Sonic Forces give
here's
way
the
to
thing.
the IDW comics?
When Forces was coming out, it was also around the same time that Archie got canceled. When Forces, it's not really because of Forces, but it's more like by association. The Sonic Forces comic, like Sonic Forces then released its own comic under IDW. And people were guessing, oh, they're doing their own comic under IDW to test the waters, right? And it did well. People liked it. It's like a comic with Silver, by the way. It's like a Silver story. And then they were like, yep, this is pretty good. Let's move forward with IDW. And then they did it. They did the IDW. And now we have those comics, and they are pretty alright. They like pick up right after Forces, basically. So if you're looking to like get into it like in order, you might want to at least like watch the cutscenes from Forces to get the general vibe, because it's like if they are fighting, the whole like Eggman has won and has like conquered the world and shit. They are fighting that Eggman basically during this thing.
Interesting.
And also around the same time, fucking Sonic movies. I mean, these I don't even have to literally present to you. I already watched them.
They're good. We need to watch the Knuckles show.
Oh yeah, the Knuckles show, from what I hear, is not that great, but at least it has the funny flames of disaster. So that's good enough.
Disaster.
Yeah. Not because I don't appreciate Frontiers, but because I think the music won't be as hype. I'm gonna talk about Frontiers with the Sonic Mania music because I want to use Sonic Mania music.
Sure.
Sonic Frontiers is the adventure of its time, is what I'm calling it. I've never seen anyone call it that, but I'm using that. What I mean by that?
Okay.
Compared to other games of its time, it's janky. Like, you know how people compare Adventure to like Mario 64, and it's like not a good comparison for Adventure at all. Frontiers is the same shit. It's like, you look at it compared to like Breath of the Wild, like, what were you doing, bro? But comparison is the killer of fun, or some shit like that. I forget the saying. Frontiers is in and of itself pretty alright. It's fun. I guess, like a way that I feel like fans of the series can appreciate more than just players. It kind of is a Wanderlust kind of game. You know how I mentioned that Sonic CD is like a good just being in VC? I have memories of like playing Sonic Frontiers while talking to you in VC, basically. And
yeah,
I think it was extremely positive for me because I was just like having fun. And like, oh, look at this. Now, I can't fully
I'm a big fan of games like that,
yeah,
for sure.
yeah. I can't fully review Sonic Frontiers because there were updates to it that really make the game a lot better. But I didn't go back to play them. And you know what's crazy? It's like a full-fledged like DLC, and Sega gave it away for free, Shady. Can you imagine?
That doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make sense, right? The Sega that we know? That's crazy. But they did it out of goodwill, and I don't know if
that doesn't make sense.
I don't know if because of that, or
for Sonic, I feel like that's the one that they would want to milk the most. Right? I guess. No, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
The more I try and think about it, it doesn't make sense because I was like, well, like they've already got like other things that they're milking, I guess, with Yakuza, Persona. Well, anything Atlas is doing, basically.
I mean,
but why wouldn't you do it with Sonic?
I'll mention what Sogo's talking about. Like, there is a fix now for the pop-in, because if you don't know, the worst part of this game is that you're gonna be walking around and then suddenly like a hunk of shit is gonna show up in the sky, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah, I remember that was a little bit of a complaint that I saw.
It's bad.
It's like, yeah, that is an open world game that looks like it was made on Unity for sure.
Yep. But for all it's worth, it has a pretty good story. The updates legitimately seem really good. This is an interesting topic that I actually think you would appreciate talking about. But Frontiers has like an insane amount of customization for the player, to the point where you can customize how fast Sonic goes. Not like how fast, like not just how fast like you are messing around with controls or something like that. You have full control of how you want the game to feel like. And it's honestly really cool.
Interesting.
But the problem with that, and what I say about it, and I've seen other people say about it, it comes across more so as Sonic Team giving up rather than giving you more options. What do you mean? Yeah. I mean that Sonic Team is literally saying, guys, we are fucking tired of you guys being so annoying about how Sonic should feel like or whatever the fuck. So we're just going to give you the tools to figure that shit out yourself, okay? and then you can like fucking mess around with it. So it comes off as more like lazy, like level, like not level design, but game design, you know, than actual. Because like being like just having those controls be the way that they are shows a lot of confidence, right? It can be sucky because you just want to customize your shit for your own self, but
Yeah.
it shows confidence in that you actually believe in what you're doing. But having that many options,
I mean,
is like,
it was like what we said earlier,
mhm.
where it's like way earlier. I think like at the start of the stream, where it's like having options is good, but having like one like curated experience is also there's merit to that.
Yeah,
And I agree with you saying that it's lazy game design. It's not lazy for them to do it. Obviously, that it's actually a lot more work to add like a bunch of modifiers,
yeah,
and to get those to work. But
yeah.
that the as far as like designing goes, that is lazy. You're just like
Yeah.
saying just design it yourself. Basically.
Figure out, fuck up. Yeah. But you know what? You can play with the Corona shoes.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
That's true.
Because you can mod it in, not because they allowed you. Because by the way, that shit is Japanese only. But you can just mod it in,
okay.
so it's fine.
Man, when are we gonna stop with like the region lock content on video games?
It's so stupid for Frontiers because it's like there was like stuff with Corona that was popping in like the Western stuff too. It's like Hololive is also big.
It doesn't make sense because like Hololife's like huge boost. The huge boost that it got was because it was like, especially Corona,
Yeah.
like got big in the West, like with
Yeah.
Western audience.
Yeah.
So like,
doesn't
why
make
would you
any
not
sense.
bring that up? It
Honestly,
doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. But whatever. I don't care. You can get it for free now.
Mods will fix
Mods
it.
will fix it. It's fine. Either way, I just want to say something. This game right here, Sega was like sucking off like Aaron Hansen's dick. And then this game right here, it was Corona. This game like underperformed. This game sold 22 million copies.
And that's why Corona is still to this day the ambassador.
Yeah. It's funny. She might be getting like a shadow outfit. Did you see that?
Didn't she already get it?
No, it was just a piece of art that I saw at the very least.
Oh, okay.
At least from what I saw. But anyway, I mean, it's fucking Frontiers. I mean, there's problems with it, obviously. Like, I think the puzzles are so fucking brain dead. They're like really like wow. What? But there isn't much to talk about. I do think. Let me put it this way, though. I do think Frontiers. I even put it here. Frontiers is gonna be. Some people might raise an eye over me putting Frontiers as like a game that you should play at the start because it's so heavy on the story from the other games and so different. But I think that Frontiers is like going to be the blueprints for a lot of the upcoming games, just like how Adventure was for its time, or how Colors more so than Unleashed was for its time. So we'll see, but I do think it will be like a big blueprint for whatever is the next Sonic game. Not that the next Sonic game will be an open world, but I think it will have a lot from Frontiers.
Grab it off Steam before they delist it for
Yeah.
Sonic X
Yeah.
Silver Frontiers.
I don't know if you know this, but Sega is really prone to like fucking delisting shit when they release like a new
Nah, a lot of
game. A lot of people are, but
a lot of game companies are doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, they did that with SMT,
oh, yeah.
SMT5. They delisted the original
Yeah.
version of the game.
I mean that is Sega.
Which, I mean, I understand why people are mad about that one, but like, I don't care.
Yeah, it just as
So-
the main game. I mean, honestly, I can't even feel that mad over Generations being delisted because, like, yeah, but I think it's gonna be a better game. They are building off of just Generations. I don't think they can fuck this up much. I don't think it's gonna be a Colors Ultimate situation. But
Wow.
either or,
I really hope he didn't just jinx that because they could.
They could.
As you proved in the
they
past,
could,
as you
but-
proved with Colors Ultimate, they are
they-
not.
honestly.
They
Colors
they have
Ultimate-
added in just
Let me
like
tell you right
bullshit
now,
for no reason.
Colors Ultimate, we saw it from a mile away. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, everyone, I remember everyone just being like, oh, this is gonna be some ass, isn't it? And then Sonic Origins 2, that came out, and that's like the fucking, that's also like the way that they, like, have all the classic games in, like, Steam now. And that one, I didn't see. That one I actually saw people decently hyped about, but I also saw some people going like, I think they're fucking it up. And then people were like, no, they're gonna add Amy, bro. And then they didn't. And then they had to re-release the game to add Amy and shit like that. So I think it's pretty bad. Sonic Prime exists. Do I think you should watch it? No.
Oh yeah, that show.
It's boring.
Isn't that where like the whole like I love Latina Sonic thing
I
came
mean,
from?
no.
Where was that from?
That's from Jet, the guy that does like.
Oh yeah.
Will you go out with
that's
me?
right.
Say yes if you will. Say recite the Bible in Chinese if you won't. You know that guy. That
Yeah.
guy. Well,
Yeah, that guy.
maybe
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah,
he
Jet
just
is-
dubbed
Jet is
it,
good,
but I think he definitely was the one that.
I think it was
So-
footage from Sonic Prime or something.
It's not the original.
might be wrong, I
Not
have
the
no clue.
original, but
I have
I
no clue.
remember seeing the one from Sonic Prime. Yes, I know the one you're talking about. But Sonic Prime is like, honestly, like I kind of roll my eyes to it a lot. I don't respect it. Let me put it that way. I don't respect it. I don't respect it at all. I think it's lame. I think
I'd rather watch Sonic Underground unironically.
I'd rather watch Sonic Underground than ironically. At least Sonic Underground, I would be laughing at the funny, like, mistakes on the animation. This has no joy. It's painfully unfunny. Characters suck. It's just boring. I'm glad that it seems like every single writer is like, I don't want to make a canon. Ian Flynn is like, it's canon. I guess it's really funny seeing him like try to like fucking run away from it. In Murder Sonic the Hedgehog, really good VN. Ironically, pretty good VN. It's a very it's a very like Sonic fan kind of thing, but
It feels like a fan game, is it?
kind of. It was made by the social media like team.
Okay.
So it's like
I mean, like it's obviously like officially like published by Sega.
it is made by the social media team, and the social media team are all fans of Sonic for sure.
Right.
So
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. That's really cute. I actually love that. The social media team
yeah.
made a game. That's cool.
yeah, I think the social media. I shat on it a while back, but I think the social media team right now is doing a lot of good work. I think they a lot of good work that isn't like annoying, you know, like it's not like them going like, hey guys, don't we suck? Don't Sonic games suck? It's like no, they actually be like they were talking about 06 the other day. It's like that's crazy. That's insane. You bringing this up? The forbidden one.
Forbidden one.
I'm also not gonna switch to Superstars because because I don't respect it, but not because it's boring.
The music is bad in that one.
But it's because it's lame. There's some good songs because T-Lopes had to come and save it, but yeah, it's bad. To explain why, and this will be rather quick, we have Crush 40, or a lovely fucking band for most of the Sonic fans, so most of the Sonic fans that you love, right? So, all the songs that you know.
Everyone knows Crush
about
40.
Sonic, yep, for Crush 40. June, this fella, if you couldn't tell that this is June and this is Johnny, he joined in Sonic 3 and did some work with the music there, and then like kept going with all the. He's actually worked on the soundtrack of several games, but let's say that everyone wants to keep him away from chiptune and anything trying to mimic the originals. Okay, because it has
Doesn't
been
do a good job, I guess.
rather frustrating seeing this man trying to do that stuff. But Superstar. It's just lame. It's ironically just like the Sonic version of the new Super Mario Bros. Like, I don't know how I haven't seen that comparison made before, but it's just soulless, you know. It's funny that it came out at the same time as Mario Wonder, because Mario Wonder like modded it to an unbelievable amount.
Yeah, I remember that. You know, I'm really sad to hear that Superstars is legitimately just like not that good. Cause I remember when like it showed up, I was like in the same camp as Calavera. Where I saw it and I was like, I would love to actually like play this and maybe play this with some of you guys, some of my friends.
It's like,
and then like it comes out and apparently it's like not great.
It's like Nezu said before. Well, not before, but he said it to me. Like, if you were ever the little brother playing Sonic, you know why Sonic multiplayer is some ass, and a game based off of that will not work unless it completely reworks that, you know. There's it's like not honestly. I think that people overhate it. Personally, they make it seem like it's the worst thing ever. It's not. It's just whatever. Yeah, New Super Mario Bros. It's exactly that. If you like playing New Super Mario Bros., which there's nothing wrong with that, you're probably gonna like Superstars, you know. But well, if you also like Sonic, but it has nothing special to it. The powers are kind of boring. It was the perfect opportunity for them to do some advanced 3 shit, but they didn't. And lastly, Sonic Dream Team, which is a game made by... I have completely been ignoring this, but there's like Sonic mobile games that have been coming out. But I think all the mobile games are kind of just endless runners and like endless jumpers and shit like that, you know? So it's not really worth talking about. But Dream Team is an actually really cool looking game. Too bad though that no one can play it except people that own Apple Arcade. So it's tough.
Fun.
Like, it looks like a really fun game, but a lot of people just can't play it. And some people that can play it just say that it's not worth it because they have to play it in like phones, so it doesn't feel good. Yeah, say no to the Apple tax. It's just awful, honestly. An awful situation for this to be stuck in.
Understand why they would do that.
I think that if...
I mean, I guess Apple paid like for like a an exclusivity
That's
deal
the thing.
or something.
The only ones that they seem to be paying is Sega. It's really funny, but it's fucked also. But honestly, there's a world where if this came out everywhere, I think people would be putting it as a mainline game and saying that it's pretty good. It feels close to an adventure game, actually, funnily enough. But it doesn't... but the only problem is it's fucking stuck, right? So no one can really fuck around with it. It's also the return of Cream. I know that sounds kind of silly, but people have been really looking forward to Cream.
Well, I mean, Cream is like a people love Cream, man.
Yeah. And the reason why she was gone is because they didn't want to include her because the Sonic games were getting too mature for her, and she's just a little widow baby. Which honestly,
I think she'd be okay.
I get it, but you know, just let her beat the fuck out of Zavok the next time, okay? That would have made it better.
She could handle it, I'm sure.
She could handle it, yeah. Well, And now, what awaits us? First of all, Sonic Cross Shadow Generations, which is looking pretty good. Otherwise, Sonic Movie 3, that's also looking pretty good.
Yeah, I'm
Radiator
actually
Shadow.
excited to see that.
Yeah. We'll see how that's gonna go. Meanwhile, you have all this to catch up on and much more here. Honestly, like, I'd like to at least do this with you. Would you be willing to just do one route here to see where you end up?
Yeah, let's do that. That sounds like fun.
All right, you
Alright, let's
start here. You start here, okay? All right, here's your options. I will read them out loud. Actually, I don't really want Sonic. This is not really even a thing for you. I want to see what's so cool about this franchise. I want to experience the best bank in the series. I get the basics. Let me get on the tick of it. And Goober, I want you to fuck my shit up, dog. Of these four, which one do you think is more accurate to your choices here? Is this posted anywhere?
I want to see what's so cool about the franchise. That's where I'm going.
Let's see what's so cool about the franchise.
Yeah.
Then it goes to two choices. And I don't mind it being a bit crusty to you. Just make sure it, like, works. These are the two ones.
I think I want to start with something that works for now.
Yeah.
So let's
that
do that.
figures. Then you go to this one, and honestly, you can pick whichever one of these two you want, and just play them. Like, play the best. You know,
I might just
both.
go and just play Sonic Mania because
you
I have
it,
already
right?
started
Yeah,
playing it.
you already have it.
Yeah.
Alright, now here are your options for that. After that, after you play Mania, let's say you finish it. Let's pretend, because you already have experience in it, so I think you'll be able to at least answer this. I just really like platforming. Exploration was fun. I like going really fast. Oh wow, the fans really got that shit, huh?
I want to go fast.
I want to go fast? Okay.
Yeah.
I like going really fast. Then play Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Alright. Then I really like going fast. Oh, I forgot
Yes.
I forgot this. Sorry. There's a line here between these two.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I like going really fast. Then you play the advanced games. Then after that, if you say to yourself, I don't mind hopping onto the boost games, play Sonic Rush. You think to yourself, I don't mind having to replay levels several times if it means I'll get more like this. Get
Yeah.
Sonic Rush Adventure.
I mean, bro, I play Pizza Tower
Yeah.
like every other day. I think I'll be all right.
Man, if only there was a third game for this series. Then you play Sonic Colors DX. And if you were going
okay.
man, if only there was a fourth game in this series that was just okay. You played Sonic Generations for the 3DS. It just kinda
Specifically for the
like-
3DS.
Yes, specifically the one for the 3DS. But this is the only.
What's the
like,
difference?
They have different levels. It's closer
Okay.
to Rush
What?
gameplay
Interesting.
than to the gameplay of Generations. It's kind of disappointing though because people were hoping that it would be like based off of the portable games. Like, oh, the Generations is gonna be like mostly games from the actual from the consoles, while 3DS is gonna be for the ones from portable, like some Game Gear games, some whatever, some like the advanced games, the Sonic Rush. No. The best you got is that Sonic Generations for the 3DS got like one level from Rush, and it got well, two levels because it's one for Classic and one for Modern Sonic, and it uses a wisp from Sonic Colors from Sonic Colors from the DS instead of like the one from the console. So it feels like a little like that's a loss of opportunity. And then if you go to yourself, this is not nearly mid enough. And then you go.
Now I get to play
Sonic
Lost World for the
Lost
3DS.
Yay! Yeah, yippee! Then you go. Actually,
Why do I feel like I picked the wrong option? This sucks.
you go like.
I ended
Actually,
on like Sonic
I
Boom.
quite enjoy 3DS slop. Then you play the Sonic Booms for the 3DS. Now,
This is how I end the line.
this is how you end the line. This is your experience with Sonic. It's wow, Sonic Mania is so cool. Oh, Sonic 2, I'm going fast. It's kind of frustrating though. Whoa, Sonic Advance, that's pretty cool. These games are pretty awesome. Then, oh, I don't mind hopping on to those Boost games. Let me play Sonic Rush. And Sonic Rush Adventure, that's pretty cool. Sonic Colors DS, that's awesome, dude. Sonic Colors 3DS, it's alright. Sonic Colors Lost World, I mean, that's okay. Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal and Fur and Ice. Oh, I mean, I will say, I mean, Dezu is screaming in the chat right now. But Fire and Ice is not bad. Again, it's just mid. It's mid. I don't think it's good. I think it was mid. I think it's as good as Superstars is. You know, it's not the same thing. It's the same wavelength of like, yeah, this sure is a platformer where you kinda go fast. I mean, Superstars you actually go fast though. Of course, the way you're actually supposed to do this is not just like this. It's more so, this is like a suggestion, right? Oh, you're already here?
Yeah.
Why not just shake Sonic Generations for the 3DS? Like, maybe you'll enjoy it. Because I want to give a chance to those games. Like, for example, I want to give a chance for you to enjoy Shadow. Because maybe you will, right? But not necessarily you have to go in this order. You can just go like, okay, I'm really interested in these games. Okay, I played Sonic Mania.
To be honest, if once you get past like I guess like the third tier, you can probably start making your own
Yeah.
like a something.
Oh,
like
But it's just like, it's almost like a way to judge what you would like about the series. And there's a lot of shit posters that will let you find in your own time. But I don't mind.
I appreciate that.
You can just go back and be like, oh, I want to see like I can do this rhyme because I actually don't mind it being a bit crusty now. Or maybe I want to see what the series has best in terms of presentation, and then you get Sonic Generations. Or oh, I get the basics, let me get to the thick of it. And actually, I'm most interested in seeing cool stories, and yeah, I can read, and then just go into IDW. So I made it in such a way that you can check it at your own leisure, you know. And even over here, I have all the ones that I didn't include in this, but that I did like if you want to, here, you can be aware of them, but I almost want to like leave them just here so you can discover them on your own if you really get interested in them. I don't think any of these would interest you. Maybe like Robotnik, or maybe this, but otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I played it. I played
Yeah.
it, Robotnik.
Yeah, you played Puyo Puyo. But you know, there's always some funny lines here, like Sonic Battle. I kind of like this format of story and gaming. Anything like it? Yeah, go play the Winter Games. This game has like a story mode. It's kind of epic. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. It sucks that they're like not doing the like Mario and Sonic games
of the
anymore,
NFT,
right? Because of
NFTs.
NFTs or something.
Yeah. It's so funny.
The
People
hell?
were like trying to like blame Nintendo and Sega about it and be like, "Oh, they don't care about it anymore," or "Oh, because of the 2021, because the Olympics got delayed, they got salty over it or something," and then it just ended up, no, it was just the actual Olympics going like, "Yeah, we don't want to sponsor you guys anymore to make these with our likeness because we want to invest in NFTs." What an idiot! What, honestly, how embarrassing.
Yeah. I don't even
NFTs
have
stop
anything
those
to say
games?
about that, honestly.
They were like, oh, we would prefer to invest in those games, in NFT games rather than actual games. But it's stupid. Anyhow, you can read it at your own leisure. If you're gonna do anything,
Excellent, man.
I would like you to at least read up on these.
Oh,
especially-
I'm going to. I'm so interested in all of these.
These are like
characters.
the most important people in the franchise, you know. And
Yuji Naka behind bars.
release my man, release my man, and you can find some really interesting stuff about these
Well,
developers.
what is that? Okay, explain this one to me. I wanna
Okay.
understand what's going on here.
Okay, Naoto Oshima.
Zoom in.
Twitch, don't ban me. But Naoto Oshima, this is the guy that designed a bunch of your favorite Sonic characters. He helped design Sonic.
Okay.
He was these three are make the first.
These are the big three.
It's only the big me. But Naoto Oshima was the main like designer. Oh, sorry. These three are the guys that basically worked on the first Sonic game. They're like the main three from that game, right? Naoto Oshima was the guy that did the character design, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he left after Adventure. Well, before Adventure, actually. This is actually wrong. But he then created Arzest, which you might know Arzest, actually. Arzest made a bunch of little games here and there. And Arzest eventually came back to create Sonic Superstars. So he's responsible for Mid. But he made the character design for that new character too and all that shit. But Arzest is like the ones that do like Hey Pikmin and you know like those Sonic like those Nintendo games like New Yoshi's Island, Yoshi's New Island, and all that kind of shit, you know. They were actually I think they were actually the ones that were behind most a lot of the Mario and Sonic games. So, but he himself only came back to work on Sonic in this game because he created like a character design for a new girl.
Yerp.
And let's just say that when Superstars was like on like being advertised, people were like Naoto Oshima. He was talking on Twitter, and then some people decided to go on his Twitter likes and he had some questionable likes. Nothing.
Do you think?
No, do I think that
Do you
he
think
knows?
this might be a
Yes.
case of him like not knowing?
I think he knows. I think he knows.
Okay.
People were like, honestly, this is where I put my foot down and I say, you people are babying this Japanese man and thinking that he doesn't know. He knows. Listen, you know what we say, like, an artist can't make a sex design without without knowing about sex itself, right?
Of course.
Listen, if you look at the Sonic Rule 34 tag, you'll see that Sonic and Tails, they got quite a bit of entries.
Of course.
You think the man didn't know about it? You think he was blind to his own creation? Don't be silly. Don't be silly. Be real.
Okay, interesting. I
Yeah.
mean, honestly, good. I love that for him. He got what he wanted, apparently. Stop doing that.
I love it. This is scary. It's a scary creature. Scary Beatles, the fifth Beatle. Like, but yeah. Actually, just really quick. Hirokazu Yasuharu. He's the guy that made like the level design for the classic games. He doesn't really work on the industry. He works on Unity now. Well, not as like a head, but like one of the guys working on Unity. But
Right.
people like pretend that if he came back to the series, everything would be good. Well,
People
I just
love
think,
doing that with, like,
yeah,
old
I just
games.
think that he probably is out of it. I don't think he hasn't worked on a platformer in like 10 years. I think it's like the last one he did was like a Mario game. In like it was Mario versus Donkey Kong Minis on the Move. That was the last game that he worked on. It's like I don't think he's like really still in tune with that. Then of
Yeah.
course Yuji Naka, Free My Man, the creator of Sonic, he was is currently in jail because of
My God.
because I love this fucking meme so much. This meme was created for Yuji Naka, really. Because of insider trading, I think it's bullshit. I think it's bullshit. I know nothing
What
of the
is-
situation, but I think it's bullshit.
What exactly is insider trading? Do you know? Like, what does that mean? Like, they
it
were,
means so basically he bought stocks on a company because he knew that they were going to make
okay. Okay.
Dragon Quest game before it was announced. He says that it's bullshit and denounced some folks over it. But like, got fucking go to jail. Kind of fucked,
They got his
honestly.
ass.
I don't think that's like I don't know. I don't know if that's really like is. I guess that's like business shit. So it's fucked, but I don't think like you know people should go to
I mean,
jail for
I don't know.
killing
Maybe
people. I don't know.
maybe he didn't like know the legislation or something.
No. Again, I don't think so. But at the same time, I mean, from what I hear, like a bunch of people in Japan do this shit. It's just that Yuji Naka like got caught because people ratted on him. Actually, like if you go on his Twitter,
Aw.
there was like a post from him going like, "This motherfucker tattled me." Like, oh my god, Yuji Naka. Then we talk about Crush 40, we talk about Ian Flynn. Tyson Hess, one of the biggest success stories. Tyson Hess made this. You know, you know this. Like,
Yeah, of course. I
you know
use that.
this.
I use that as
Yeah.
a profile picture for many years.
Yep. And now he is the lead designer of Sonic for fucking everything. He literally.
Really?
Yeah, he's the one that saved Sonic, the movie Sonic. He's the one that redesigned that.
For real?
All the Sonic design that you have right now is based off how Tyson has draw Sonic, and he is a mega giant.
He looks good.
It looks
He looks good, man.
It looks good, dude. There's like not being creepy, but Tyson, he has like a picture with him with just like a shirt. Like this is the only picture, and it's like he is ripped. I'm like, oh my god.
Nothing wrong with
He has, like,
with Myron,
his
bro.
wife-
There's nothing wrong with
His
it.
wife like works on Skullgirls, and she's. I mean,
Oh, for real?
yeah, they're both
Holy
hot,
moly,
dude.
man.
They're both hot. I'm sorry to say, but it's like crazy. I'm like, what the fuck?
Hey, it is what it is.
Yeah.
You gotta show respect. They work for it.
Yeah, this is like the spec. This is like okay, okay. Ian Flynn, I like Ian Flynn, somewhat. But he is the beta Sonic fan. Tyson Hess is like the Chad Alpha Sonic fan, that saved the movies, and then Taxman is the Sigma. This is how I put it. He's the Sigma one because he's off doing his own thing. He created legitimately. Taxman created one of the most important like engines for fan games, by creating the retro engine and like allowed a bunch of fan games to be made. And then he went to Sega and was like, "Hey, look, I remade Sonic CD for the phone. Hire me." And he got hired and fucking and he did Sonic
Based,
CD.
man.
And then he did Sonic 1 and Sonic 2. And after that, Sonic Mania. And then after that, he created Evening Star because he was part of the people of one of the guys that created Evening Star. And Now he made Penny's Big Breakaway, and
Oh, yeah.
that's
That was him.
Taxman is
That's awesome. Oh yeah, that's right. It was like that was like one of the things, like Sonic Mania guys. are
Yeah,
on
it's the
this
Sonic Mania guys. Oh yeah. These are the people that you really ought to know about. There's like what's the name of the guy from the what do you call it? There's one guy that I was considering adding, which is oh my god, I'm blanking on his name. I will remember it. I'll remember because I'm looking it up. Yes, Aaron Weber.
Okay.
Aaron Weber is the guy that basically was behind Sonic's social media accounts during the 2010s, and now he's like the like head of like relations between Sonic of Japan and Sonic of America, because he's fucking insane about that shit, and like everything regarding Sonic he's working on. And that guy is also like, you know, another one of those fans turned employees, which is pretty. He's a mixed figure because he hired Aaron Hansen to sing for Big the Cat, so I don't know if I like him very much. But you know what? He kind of.
Well, I mean, you gotta remember.
Yeah.
Like, when did that happen? You know,
2018. Like, already too late. That was already too much. People were already telling Sonic Team like to stop sucking this guy. Not Sonic Team, but just Sega to stop sucking this guy off. That was just shitting on their games, but they didn't listen until like 2020. So, but yeah. That is Sonic. That is Sonic the Hedgehog. And I'll do some corrections because I noticed some fucking shit. I was like, I finished this 1 hour before the stream, so please understand.
Yeah.
But that's the.
No, man. Like, this is incredible. Like insane. I underestimated you. I'll be honest. I underestimated you. I thought it would be basically what you got on the left there.
Mm-hmm. Like,
and that's all I expected, or maybe just something like the flowchart on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just this, and maybe the flowchart on the bottom. You went way above that, bro. So I appreciate it. It will not go to waste. I will certainly put this to use.
Yeah, there was some stuff that I had to cut because
there
were some ideas that I had to cut because I was like the whole like talking about the characters themselves. I would like to talk to you about the characters, but I'd rather do that on another occasion because there's a lot. But it's
we can have a return stream when I've played a few more, and we can actually talk about something.
Yeah, that would be lovely.
And get like truly autistic.
Yeah,
that'd be lovely, and we could have obviously Nezu can be there.
Yeah,
maybe Marcus if he's available.
Oh yeah,
that'd be great.
I will post this on the Executioner server, in the Everyman server, and later I'll probably put it on the Blue Sky thing. I don't know if people saw that, but whatever. But thank you everyone for showing up.
I can post it on Twitter for you.
Sure. I don't know if you can.
Like I can give a link to the Blue Sky.
That's
or something.
Here's the thing. I don't think you will fit. This is too big for Discord. Actually, if you post it on Discord, it just shows like image and then it's a link because it will display
it's
on
one of
Discord.
okay.
Yeah, this is a big boy. So keep that in mind, folks.
When you send me the full thing, I'll figure something out. Figure something out.
All right. Well, everybody, thank you so much for showing up. I appreciate every single one of you. A special thanks to Nezu for helping me out.
Thank you, Nezu.
Special thanks to, honestly, I mean, I put it like here, Spreaders Resource, Sonic Retro, these really good resources for everything, but it's this website right here, String Grid, if you don't know about it yet, use it. If you're a VTuber and shit, like, you want logos, go on that website. It's got all the logos, they're transparent, they're not dog shit, and it's for everything. And honestly, if you just want resources on a game, yeah, this episode is pretty good. Otherwise, I've been Goober, and I'll be sticking to you. And yeah,
All right, man.
I don't know if there's.
Thanks again.
Well, I'll raid Koopa because it's Koopa, but I don't think there's.
Yeah,
I don't
Koopa
see
is-
anyone. Oh, I see.
Yeah, I don't got it.
I've seen that Imakuni is playing Sonic Adventure 2.
Oh,
Yeah, bro, totally.
okay.
Let's go over there. Hold on. Let's knock on that door. Oh,
Let's do it.
Oi, what a silly me. I put Koopa. Oi, I mistyped.
Aw.
This is so sad.
Well, it is what it is.
At least it's
it is
Koopa.
what it is.
Oh, everybody, thank you for
It
showing
would
up.
have been so perfect, man. It would have been so perfect.
Oh, it would have been so good. Too bad there's like there isn't like a cancel button on the raid thing. You know, this is totally non-radical. But I'll be bringing everybody. go do your life and don't think about Sonic. I certainly will. I certainly won't for like a while. Remember, everybody. Never forget. Good night.
All right, I can't wait to ask you to do a Mario one, man. That'd be great.
Just play a game. The Mario one is easy. Just play the game.
Yeah.
I have to do like a tutorial for Sonic. Mario, just
Yeah.
play Mario. Alright, everybody.
Yeah, I already have enough Mario under my
Oh,
belt.
I mean-
so.
Mario is just like, just play the video game. Like, just play it.
Yeah.
Who cares? Every one of them is good. All of them, even the new ones
So true.
that aren't new anymore. Just do it. Now go do that, everybody, instead of
Yerp.
stupid ass Sonic. Good night. Fuck you, Void Watchers, you motherfuckers. You thought I forgot about you? Bitch.
Middle finger